And I'm just gonna get going with the next autumn colored scarf. That's the yarn that I have out. What? Oh my god. Skonic the Hedgehog. Yes! That's why we call that one watch band color ska. Amazing. This might be the album for you. You're so cute. You also were not wrong. Very correct. In fact. Oh, why is this so tight? Yeah. Weird. The rest of these are so loose. Why was that one so fucking tight to pull? Huh. Weird. Wait, I didn't want the people deep dive. Deep dive into. No, this isn't helpful. I don't know what any of these are. The Weird World of Hey Arnold. That sounded cool. It's 7 hours long. Too long. No. The lore behind every single Animal Crossing character, I guess. You did. Oh. Some of these are too long.
I think you would like some Gunner TV
and just watch. No, I didn't like any of the shows.
You didn't like Tool Academy?
No, I don't watch Tools. Ugh. Disgusting.
They think
The deepest dive into Sebastian from Stardew Valley, 4 hours. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'd rather just watch Deep Dive for people. Raven Simone's Very Public Downfall. I don't remember that one.
We do have the right to still choose who we associate with, but they did not refuse
I refuse to associate myself with you right now.
I don't remember this. What happened with Raven? Yeah, sorry that apparently I like somewhat dark stuff.
Go Ray.
I'm cute and cozy, but a little bit dark. I don't know.
You have a position on what people's names should be.
I'm not about to hire you if your name is Watermelon Drea.
Watermelondria.
Oh, that's no.
Yep, that's me.
This is who you're going to be. You follow it, you listen, you pay attention, and you practice. So I went along for the ride.
Whether you see it in an interview, whether you see it on print, whether you see it at that time, had 15 people dictating what I should and should not look like.
That's a lot.
If I did whatever I want, I'm not gonna sell because it doesn't go with the brand.
That's so hard as a kid. Are you kidding me?
Hi, I'm Jake, and welcome to That's So Deep Dive. Today, I'm jumping into the past.
That's
to
So Deep
explore a
Dive.
young actress who could see into the future, Raven Simone. I'll be diving into how Raven foundationally shaped the golden era of the Disney Channel, and just how she experienced the darkest side of the industry at only 4 years old.
Oh
Now,
no.
this story is a highly requested deep dive, but it's pretty f***ed up. So hold on to your hats and keep
course
your
it
arms
is.
and legs inside the submarine at all times, because I'm diving deep into the f***ed up world of Raven
Jake.
Simone. It's her hit show, That's So Raven.
Ah.
But before we do that, I actually have to tell you about today's sponsor. If you could see 5 minutes into the future, you could be eating
Sir.
a delicious dinner crafted by a real chef. And if you could see On December 10th, 1985, one of the world's most famous child stars would be born, Raven Simone Christina Pearman. Her parents, Lydia Galden and Christopher Pearman, felt like their infant daughter was destined for stardom, immediately signing her to
She's
Atlanta's Young
precious.
Faces modeling agency, where Raven would get various modeling gigs as a baby for local print advertisements.
Everybody say, Simone, Simone, come on, Simone. I said, I got Simone. I'm Raven.
How old are you?
3.5.
By the time Raven was only 2 years old, she would get signed to the Ford modeling agency based out of New York. Now, this was a massive
That's a really
deal,
good
as
modeling
Ford
agency.
models worked with major names
Yeah.
such as Jane Fonda, Brooke Shields, and Naomi Campbell.
You want, like,
According to
Ford
Raven's parents,
Elite
it was also around
IMG.
this time when Raven started to express an
Why do I know
interest in
this?
acting. So in
I'm not, like, into
1988,
modeling.
They packed up and moved their family from Atlanta all the way to the Big Apple, so Raven could get every opportunity possible. Her mom would work nights to make ends meet, and Raven's dad worked as her manager, taking her all around New York for various auditions. Almost right away,
Why do I
Raven
have to
was
work
cast
nights?
in commercials for massive brands such as Goldfish, Jell-O,
Goldfish.
Ritz Crackers, Fisher-Price, and Cool Whip, just to name a few.
Who needs Ritz crackers in your house?
Daddy and Mommy, everybody.
Even the goldfish? Just checking.
It was written in the stars that Raven was gonna be something major. At just 3 years old, Raven would get her big break. As the story goes, Raven's mom's favorite TV show was The Cosby Show, which at this point had been airing for a few seasons. Apparently, one fateful night while watching TV, Raven was acting along to Rudy Huxtable saying she could act in the show. Thus, her mom would call Raven's agency, and it just so happens that there was an open casting call for the movie Ghost Dad with Bill Cosby. Raven secured an audition. However, she was too young for the role, but this audition is where Bill Cosby would notice Raven's incredible talent and perfect comedic timing. Almost immediately, Raven would be cast in The Cosby Show as Olivia, Bill Cosby's witty, wildly intelligent, and humorous step-granddaughter.
There's a little girl that's only been on this earth 3 years, and already she's done 12 national TV commercials, numerous print ads, and is right now Olivia on America's favorite show, The Cosby Kids.
Now let me get this straight. You say that the stork carries over, puts the baby in the bassinet, and the mother is real big because she eats a lot of food.
You got it.
I see. Well, then why is it that the mother has to go to the hospital?
The stork brings the baby to the hospital, drops it in the bassinet. The mommy goes to the hospital and gets it.
Yes, big bucks. Salaries for kids in prime time can reach into 6 figures. 4-year-old Cosby Show cutie Raven Simone and her father say that's exactly why she's in this business.
This is fun, but it's also a job. And she does this to get what?
Paid.
Exactly. There's college and things that she wants, so forth like that. And it pretty much solidifies her future.
Every night, understanding that this is a job you can't mess up. This is not for fun, but it is fun. Make sure you respect people. Don't do this, don't do that. It was a lot of rules in place. My dad really wanted to make sure that the world knew my name, not just my character name. So every opportunity that came across our desk, as long as it really furthered the brand of Raven Simone, he took. And I was right there learning my lines, making sure I performed. As my parents said, it's time to razzle dazzle.
Raven was catapulted into stardom as the world fell in love with her bubbly, charismatic personality. Wendy Credle, an executive with MCA Records, saw this little girl entertaining millions of people and decided to give Raven a record deal at just 5 years old, making Raven the youngest artist to ever be signed to a label. To develop Raven's vocal abilities, Ben would send her to vocal training lessons with Missy Elliott.
I started out
Missy!
doing records for God. Where do I start? Well, actually, my first record was with Raven Simone, the little girl from the Cosby. Well, she's not a little girl anymore.
Yeah.
That was the first record I ever written outside of, me being an artist.
It's doing an album at 5 and staying in the studio until 2, 1 o'clock in the morning, and you're 5 years old, knowing that this is the next step in your career. So
that's crazy.
Suck it up and let's do it. It's,
A 5-year-old should not be worried about the next step in their career.
You just do what you gotta do.
After tireless work at just 5 years old, Raven's debut album titled Here's to New Dreams didn't actually release until she was 7 years old. The debut single, That's What Little Girls Are Made Of, which was written and produced by Missy Elliott, peaked at number 68 on the Billboard charts. However, the album overall was not a commercial success, so Raven would inevitably be dropped from MCA Records. Also around this time in 1992, The Cosby Show would come to an end after 8 seasons of being one of the highest rated TV sitcoms in history. Fast forward to 2018.
5 years old, I was still figuring out how to take the
Cosby
next step
Show
on the
were
stairs,
from
for
almost
real.
every major network. After Bill
Next
Cosby
step in
was
tying
found
my
guilty
shoes.
and convicted of sexual assault.
Bill Cosby guilty today of 3 counts of aggravated indecent assault. Bill Cosby found guilty on all counts.
He's guilty.
Oh, what's the
Comic
next
legend,
number?
Once known as America's Dad, now faces up to 30 years in prison. All the major networks broke in with the news. Several of his alleged victims were in tears after the verdict came down. The jury deliberated about 14 hours. Testimony lasted 12 days. The jurors who decided Cosby's fate consisted of 7 men and 5 women.
He hung out at the Playboy Mansion a lot.
The verdict was read.
That's what I will say.
Disappointed by the verdict. We don't think Mr. Cosby's guilty of anything, and the fight is not over.
Raven would be asked frequently throughout her career
he's very
about Bill
guilty of a lot of
Cosby and
things.
her experience working alongside him. She's opened up, stating that she
Nasty.
actually doesn't have much of a
Horrible
memory
man.
of that time in her life.
I do not remember as soon as the camera starts. Something clicks off, and I do what I'm trained to do. It's dissociation. I just black out.
Yeah.
I turn into who I'm supposed to be when the camera's on. And then I come back to when normal life resumes.
Wow.
My likeness, whether you see it in an interview, whether you see it on print, whether you see it, however you see it at that time, had 15 people dictating what I should and should not look like. If I did whatever I want, I'm not gonna sell because it doesn't go with the brand. I was branded at such a young age. And then you wonder why all of these child stars have these issues. You were not allowing them to grow up as human beings.
No.
You were stifling them at the youngest and most important development age of their time. And then you expect them to be normal later? In my head, I have 3 different brains. At that age, you had to compartmentalize. When you're in the public eye, you have to. I dare you to know all of your school and go to class and do a TV show and do the red carpet and not talk back because you're still a kid.
It's now 1993, and Raven had been working non-stop
You
since
know
she
I
was
love to
only
talk
6
back.
months old. Now, you would think after being dropped from her label and The Cosby Show ending, she would finally get a break to be a normal kid. But she was immediately cast in another sitcom titled Hanging with Mr. Cooper.
I did hang with Mr. Cooper when I was 7 years old to 11 years old. At that time, the conversation of weight started to come
I
up.
really remember her from Xenon Girl of the 21st Century. She was Nebula, and then the second one, she was not Nebula. And I'm like, where the fuck is Raven? Who is this girl? You can't just replace her and still call her Nebula.
Because looking back, that was the only thing that I could really control.
In 1994, at 8 years old, she made it to the big screen in her first film role in The Little Rascals. Fast forward to
cute, I didn't know she was in that.
1996, and an 11-year-old Raven was not quite done with music. So her and her dad, Christopher, co-founded a record label called Ray Blaze Records. Raven hit the studio working on songs that displayed her vocal abilities with some rap mixed in. She actually ended up scoring a distribution deal with Cash Records, and her second album, Undeniable, was released in 1999. Despite being one of the opening acts for NSYNC's first tour to promote the album, it unfortunately flopped, selling only 2,000 copies.
Yeah, I don't remember her
Even
ever
though
doing
Raven's
music.
wasn't taking off, her acting career was soaring. She got a main role on the big screen alongside Eddie Murphy in Dr. Dolittle. However, this was only the beginning, as she was about to make history by signing on with the world's largest children's network. And she would pioneer the golden age of the Disney Channel.
Yeah. That's what was Disney Channel before all of that. Yep, here it
Between
is.
1998
Xenon.
and 1999, the Disney Channel went through a significant rebrand.
I
changing
loved
its
Xenon.
logo, programming blocks, and name altogether.
Zetus Lapidus.
See, back
Am I
in
right?
the late 80s and early 90s, Disney was in its animation renaissance. But towards the end of the decade, the company would see several animated commercial failures. Mainly Fantasia 2000,
DuckTales.
a pet project
Woo.
by Walt Disney's nephew and conservatorship victim, Roy E. Disney. High costs and low payoff enticed the company to invest further in live-action programming. Thus, Disney Zoog was born. Disney would begin pumping out original TV programming and movies to populate the new Zoog programming block on Disney Channel.
Zoog?
And there were 3 huge stars who comprised this rebrand.
Yeah.
Hilary Duff, Shia LaBeouf,
We're probably
and
gonna
of
watch Hilary
course,
Duff next.
Raven Simone. Not only was Raven shattering barriers, being the first black star of movies and TV on Disney Channel, but she had the most longevity out of the 3 stars, making her appearance.
Lizzie
in not
McGuire was
the
only like 2
early
seasons,
days
I
of the
think.
network, but dominating and defining the golden
But I remember
age
watching
of
it like
Disney
forever.
Channel,
That's so
and
crazy
even
to me.
sticking it out to the very end days. But how did Raven become a leading star for over 2 decades on Disney Channel? Well, it all started with a charming TV pilot turned Disney Channel original movie trilogy titled Xenon, Girl of the 21st Century.
Fucking cute. I loved Nebula's pigtails.
Living on a space station, she and her friends are constantly getting
Oh my god, I thought they were so cool.
But I didn't do anything.
I wanted to live on a
until
space
the
station.
parents ground her. And I mean really ground her to Earth.
Give her to Earth, I can't.
Thank you gravity. Here's a face you'll recognize. The Cosby Show's Raven Simone. She plays Nebula, my BF. That means best friend. You'll need to know that for the movie.
BF, stop. BF means boyfriend now.
That we're shooting the first rock concert in space. It's Stellanarius. That means cool.
My supernova
You'll need to know that too.
3 total Xenon
I'm so
movies,
sorry.
2 of which
I
featured
love that
Raven
movie.
as the main supporting actress, would be
I don't remember the
released
third
on
one.
Disney Channel.
Cetus Lapidus, it's Xenon!
She says Enos Lapidus!
My first boyfriend was on this.
Xenon, that was good.
But I'm not going to tell you their name or who they were. Anyway! Xenon Girl of the 21st Century was my first movie on Disney Channel. I played Nebula.
Is this loud
I wore
enough?
Spandex. We were in space. There was a
never
vision,
tell.
and we executed it. And now it's one of the best Halloween costumes that you could possibly put on.
Now, Raven may have just been Xenon's best friend in the movies, but she stole every single scene
okay?
she was in. With her exaggerated facial expressions and reactionary
Headphones.
dialogue, families and their children alike
forgot you had
couldn't
headphones.
rip their eyes away from Raven's stellar performance. Now, like I mentioned before,
okay.
Xenon was supposed to be Raven's
Like louder
big
than me?
break, starring on another TV show and making her Disney Channel
Okay, I'll turn it
debut
down a
for
little.
years to come. But it was made a movie instead. If Xenon never became a movie trilogy, Raven would have debuted as one of the first Disney Channel stars in their first TV
star?
series. But the Disney Channel
think it's okay?
seemingly had even bigger plans
Alright.
for Raven.
I just don't want it to be too quiet. I just don't want it to be over.
For the next 3 years after Xenon,
That's
Raven
so
continually auditioned for
Raven.
different Disney-branded projects, landing a role in The Proud Family in 2001, and even stealing the show
did?
in Dr. Dolittle
She's in Proud
too.
Family?
But Raven was still waiting on her big break. That's when a TV show audition would come that would alter the course of Raven Simone's life forever. At the turn of the millennium, Michael Poirier, the creator of shows like Hannah Montana, The Sweet Life, and many more, would write a buddy comedy where a young female lead could see into the future. The show,
It's the future
entitled
I
The
can't
Future Is
see.
on Me, would follow a teen psychic and her BFF
So
as they navigated high
mysterious to
school
me.
together. The show would quickly be renamed to Absolutely Psychic and would open up auditions in 2001. See, Absolutely Psychic was meant to serve as the third live-action smash hit on the Disney Channel. With breakthrough shows like Even Stevens and Lizzie McGuire hitting off to such immediate success, the Absolutely Psychic auditions were the hottest auditions in Hollywood. Everyone wanted to join breakthrough stars Shia LaBeouf and Hilary Duff as the faces of the newly rebranded Disney Channel.
smart
And
guy. I loved
15-year-old
that
Raven
show.
Simone was no exception. Raven would wow Michael Poirier with her comedic acting chops in a way very few actresses ever could. With her history already working with the channel and even being a child star on The Cosby Show, it was looking like the part of Chelsea was all Raven's. Thus, they moved forward and filmed the pilot for the new Disney Channel live-action buddy comedy
Stop.
Absolutely Psychic.
And then they made
After
her best
filming
friend
the pilot
Chelsea
for the
'cause she's
TV
gonna be
show,
just
the
Raven?
Disney Channel usually runs the show past a private focus group made up of their targeted demographic. Shows like Arwen and Kiki and Jamal fell victim to focus groups not connecting with the plots or the characters. But when Michael Poirier did a focus group for Absolutely Psychic, the children and their parents alike pretty much only responded positively to Raven's portrayal of the sidekick, Chelsea. Now, it's unclear if Annalise Vanderpool was originally cast as the lead, as the pilot for Absolutely Psychic is considered lost media. Maybe that's why she's so bitter and is always dragging Raven through the mud.
That's
Who knows?
so funny.
The show was called Absolutely Psychic. It
They
wasn't called
flip-flopped
Absolutely
them?
At all. It was called Absolutely Psychic.
Okay.
At the time, Raven wasn't the lead. She was the sidekick.
That's
and they were,
what?
Yes, they were looking for a lead. I came into audition for the lead. I think the character's name was Molly.
Anyway, Michael Poirier is amazing at what he does because he would always listen to the focus group. He knew that kids knew
have
what they
to.
wanted to watch, and Raven was a complete
Otherwise, they're not gonna watch
scene
it.
stealer. Thus, Michael Poirier knew what needed to be done. He would change the titular character's name to Raven Baxter and switched Raven Simone in to be the lead. He even canned the title Absolutely Psychic in favor of the Disney Channel classic That's So Raven.
I auditioned for both roles.
Vex
I
is
auditioned for
back.
My Wife
Welcome
and
back,
Kids,
Vex.
And I also
Hi, Mir
auditioned
Mir.
for the best friend of a pilot called Absolutely Psychic.
How is everyone that just got
And
here?
For one
Welcome.
of the first times in my life, I got to choose behind the scenes which one I wanted to go for. I did one episode of My Wife and Kids, and while I was on that set, I got the call. They were like, well, this pilot's getting picked up with you. I was like, well, what do you mean with me? They were like, we want to change it over to Raven being psychic and you having friends. And I go, Am I on My Wife and Kids? Or am I gonna have my own show on Disney Channel? And at the time, it wasn't, I forgot what My Wife and Kids was on, but it wasn't a network show. So I was like, I'll have my own show. That's kind of cool. I was the first Black female to have a show named after her.
I watched that too.
On television. Youngest on television. So yeah.
This decision would lay the groundwork for the next.
She's like, so yeah, I'm pretty fucking normal.
Years of children's programming, and Raven would be transformed into a Disney Channel icon.
Now, can you imagine seeing things before they happen? Well, that is the situation of which your brothers rap. Now, Raven Baxter's got that power, and you're gonna find that no one in the future can bring.
Yeah, I appreciate the format of this channel.
Now, the star of the show was Raven, as you might have guessed. Moving along,
And we don't have to see the people making the video, which apparently is nice.
the fine young squire, Big Eddie, that's me, we're a team. We're taking the comedy level to the extreme. With vision so clear, they seem like straight dreams. Disney Channel, start craving and holla back, y'all. Cause that's so Raven.
Disney Channel's brand new original comedy series coming in January.
On Friday, January 17th, 2003, Disney Channel would debut the first 4 episodes of That's So Raven to a record-breaking 3 million viewers. This was the highest Disney Channel had ever experienced at the time, and would set a precedent for the next 5 years on the Disney Channel. This is commonly referred to as the golden era of the Disney Channel, and Raven Simone was the foundation for it.
I really watched a lot of Disney Channel during those 5 years.
For stars like the Sprouse twins, Selena Gomez, Demi Lovato, and Miley Cyrus.
At least the first 3 or 4.
The network for years to come. Viewers instantly fell in love with Eddie, Chelsea, Corey, and
Oh,
Raven.
I'm sorry,
The
Mare.
show felt different than anything Disney Channel
Yes,
had
I
ever
love That's So
produced
Raven and
prior.
Cheetah
That's So Raven
Girls.
not only made viewers laugh with Raven and Chelsea
2003, I was 5. I remember thinking I was so grown up to watch it. Stop.
Usually didn't dare to touch.
I thought you aced that interview, Ray.
Yeah, I thought so too. I did everything perfectly.
There's gotta be some reason why you didn't get that job.
The truth is, I don't hire Black people.
Oh.
Well, did you have a vision, Ray?
And I saw
Llamas
Chloe
is like, I
straight
wasn't
up
even
say,
born
I do
yet.
not hire Black people. What?
That's discrimination.
I don't believe this.
Tackling racism and body image head on within the show's context. However, this was often at Raven's expense, targeting her physical appearance, race, and weight. Full episodes dedicated to Raven not being skinny enough to be a model would yes, warm the hearts of children across the globe, but they would also cement deep-seated issues for Raven.
Well, no shit. You're telling her she, like, isn't right.
How can they do this to me? It is me. I mean,
Mara's 5 years older than my kid. I don't know how I feel about this. Stop.
Who says that's the only look? You make people feel bad if they don't look like that. No one looks like that. I don't even look like that. Because in case you haven't noticed,
Wait, your
people come
current
in
job
all
does
shapes
what?
and sizes, and they're all beautiful. Tell it, girl. Speak the truth. Put that in your magazine.
Now, in recent years, Raven has passively aggressively aired Disney Channel out for how they treated her during her rise to fame.
When I had my own show, I used to tan 3 or 4 times a week in a tanning bed to get darker. I did. And it's funny, when the lighting guys came up, I love him to death. I love him. Oh my goodness. He goes, Raven, I need you to stop tanning. You're getting too dark, and we have to relight the whole entire show. I was like, sorry. You know, I was just trying to be pretty.
Nonetheless, the subject matters were touchy but important to discuss. This made the Baxter family feel authentic, and the show quickly began growing a cult following. Now, because the show is Raven's legal name, it's unclear if the Disney Channel attempted to own her name like they did with Miley Cyrus. Nonetheless, with the success of That's So Raven, Disney Channel knew they needed to populate Raven in every corner of their channel in an attempt to recreate the success of That's So Raven over and over again. This is where Raven would be put in every single commercial commercial break. Casting Kim Possible and the groundbreaking movie trilogy, The Cheetah Girls. Now, I'm not going to get too into the Cheetah Girls as we already have an entire deep dive on them already. However, I will touch on it
Hello,
in the
how are
context
you?
of Raven. See, Raven was already exploding on That's So Raven, but The Cheetah Girls was an even bigger success at the time.
Oh shit,
This transformed
Vex.
Raven from a well-known actress to a solidified
We're all over here just watching That's So
superstar.
Raven, and Vex is
Suddenly,
like
Raven was not
real
only
adult.
starring in the biggest show to ever hit the Disney Channel, but she was heading an internationally renowned girl group. Disney had pushed Raven onto every show they could
Thank
think
you for
of,
your
but
service,
a new
Vex. I don't know
crop of
if I've
Disney
said that
stars was
actually
coming,
before,
and
but
Raven was not happy.
appreciate it very much.
That's So Raven would be the first Disney Channel show to reach 100 episodes and was the only live
Also, my
action
friend from
show
school
to
is Air
reach
Force
100
too.
episodes until Raven's Home beat its own record. But
You're
in
old, that's
2007,
okay.
That's So Raven would come to an end, and Corey in the House,
You're my
a sequel
exact
centered around Raven's little brother moving into
target
the White
audience
House with her
age. Like,
father,
let's be
would
real.
serve as the first ever Disney Channel spinoff. Now, be sure to check out our whole video on
Vex
Kyle
is older than me?
Massey
That's
on our sister
unusual.
channel, Secret Society.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yes.
Raven was still riding high after That's So Raven. She'd go on to guest star throughout the end of the golden age of Disney, featuring as a guest star on Corey in the House and even making a surprise appearance on Demi Lovato's hit show Sunny with a Chance. But Raven's career was evolving. While she would release another album, no one was really listening, as she only sold 4,400 copies in her first week.
That's so sad. I really don't ever remember her doing music.
You're working on music that nobody buys. So,
I'm stressed about money. What's new?
on my
LMAO,
fifth.
but
You
otherwise
bought it?
okay. No, I feel
You just say
it.
that 'cause you're
December
on
is the
camera.
worst for money.
Anyway. I'm just playing with you, sweetheart. You probably are. No, I am working on my 5th solo album, and hopefully it'll be out by next year. Let's hope y'all keep saying that.
I had to
when it
put the
comes
camera lens
Raven was
protectors
riding
for my
high
new
and
phone that
low
I'm
at the
getting
same
on my
time,
wish list
releasing
because
even more
I already
music
had to
and
buy a
even
new
starring
case
in a
and pop
second
socket
Cheetah
and
Girls
stuff.
movie, which,
I'm like, oh
contrary
my
to her
god, I
solo
forgot how
project,
expensive
would
it
go on
is
be
to
the
like
highest-selling Disney
protect a new
soundtrack
phone
to this
that I don't
day.
have yet.
Raven would go on to voice several cartoons,
But I
for
have to make
Disney
sure it's
and
not
even
gonna be
try her
naked,
hand at adult
you know?
comedy in Revenge of the Bridesmaids in 2010. But something wasn't clicking for Raven. Behind all the flashing lights and Disney magic,
That was no
a
pressure for the
dark
wish list, by the way. I was just
industry that would
saying, like,
mistreat Raven at every turn.
I was like,
From the
oh,
age of
I'm gonna put
7,
this on
Raven
here
has
until
been
I can buy it.
ridiculed for her body image, and Disney Channel was no different. While all the other Cheetah Girls got to wear cute fits, Raven was often dressed in business casual, or her fashion was disregarded
Ew.
entirely.
I think it's very interesting.
Business casual was really a thing in the early 2000s for some reason. Like, why were so many of us in the clubs in like a blazer and shit? I wasn't, but people were.
Between the ages of 15
So weird.
and 24, I was ridiculed and bullied for my weight and size. It sucked
Oh,
being
I
in
didn't
the
even think about that crunch. That sucks.
when, you know, you have
What a
all
shitty
these
time to
skinny
get
things
injured,
out
but
there
I'm sure
thinking
anyone will
journey,
understand.
and, you know, you
The gifts or
don't
groceries for
get
myself?
that,
Yeah.
and you're on blogs and
Your
people
present
are
is my
calling
literal
you all
presence
kinds
on
of
this
things,
earth
and you had
because
your
I need to
mama
eat to
calling
stay
you up,
alive.
like, you need to lose weight because they're talking about you. I'm like, I'm gonna
Groceries
eat
are
this thing
$100
out
per
and
bag
sit
now.
here and be
Yeah.
super happy.
I'll go to the
Y'all
grocery
have to
store
figure
for
it
like a
out for
quick trip and it's
yourselves.
at
I'm
least
not gonna do it.
$60
'Cause
for like
had,
not that much stuff.
2 breast reductions
Like
in
I was
lipo
just grabbing a
before
few
I turned
things.
18.
Okay,
You
but
know?
yeah, I'm sorry. And you also said
Time to decorate
before the
cookies
age
part
of
2.
18.
Enjoy,
Before the
llamas.
age of 18,
Which
my,
means you were
Definitely have worn a blazer
Correct.
and jeans to
There
the
was paperwork
club.
involved. My dad suggested strongly that I should get my breast reduced. And he was like, so you don't feel bad? Is there anything you want? And I was like, what? I was like, yeah. If I get lipo, will people stop calling me fat? And so I got a twofer. And it was just like a mess. It was just a mess, just being that young. And
But the constant remarks about her body and
That's so
skin
sad.
weren't the only reasons she would leave Hollywood. See, Raven realized from a fairly young age that she was a part of the LGBT community. But being in children's network television in the early 2000s
Damn.
would never allow Raven to be her true, authentic self.
Wow.
This would eat away at Raven's soul.
I
until
didn't
she
know
couldn't
this
take it
about
any
her.
longer.
I look back now and I'm going like, whoa, you liked girls. You liked them. I didn't want to tell my parents because I didn't. I knew I couldn't say it out loud because
I'm gonna
oh my
cry.
God, little
Hi,
Olivia
Kevin.
Gay.
How are you?
This is crazy. I had the #1 show on Disney. I had multiple albums. I've been on tour with NSYNC. People have bucket lists. My bucket list was finished at 18. I didn't want to deal with that. Even if I got sick, I probably would have been like, I'm taking this to the grave. But that eats at your soul. That eats at your soul.
It does.
Period.
For years,
It
Raven
does.
was told exactly how to act.
Oh,
and
that
behave
breaks my
on
entire
set.
heart.
As a now 28-year-old woman, Raven still wasn't able to live as her authentic self. Thus, Raven Simone would leave the industry to discover her true self. In the period of 2013 to 2016, Raven would experience a drastic change in personality and appearance. And she'd go to the Academy
I mean,
of
this
Art
is what always
University
happens
to
with
obtain
Disney
her
kids.
master's degree in fine arts.
Since the age of 3,
They gotta shake that image.
I don't know
It's not
what
who they really
life
are.
is other than this. And you think things are always greener on the other side. So when I turned 24, 25, I was like, I'm retired. I'm getting out. I'm over it. And I left.
I said, well, if I'm not going to be in the industry, then I can come out. So I did that.
Hell yeah,
Went to
Raven.
college, I felt good. And I had support there beyond belief. And that was the first time where I felt like I didn't have to have a beard.
But college would
gay.
seemingly change Raven into someone who didn't give a phew. And this DGAF tour would last 2 very impactful and memorable years. Unfortunately, much of this would represent the downfall of Raven's public image.
I forgot she went on The
Raven Simone
View.
pipeline of child star to political commentator began with one of
I
the
knew
most
she was lesbian the whole time. My
shocking
gaydar has
episodes
always
of
been
Oprah,
strong.
Where Are They Now to ever exist.
I just didn't
A year
realize that
into
that was
Raven's
something that
college
she knew
degree,
for a long
she sat
time
down
and
with
just
Oprah
kept
and
to herself.
explained her rejection of labels.
The tweet was, I can finally get married. Yay, government, so proud of you. Wow. That was August 2nd, 2013. So was that your way of coming out? Of saying you were gay?
That was my way of saying I'm proud of the country. But I will say that, an amazing, happy relationship with my partner, a woman. And on the other side, my mother and people in my family, they've taught me to keep my personal life to myself. But I am proud to be who I am and what I am. I don't need a categorizing statement for it. I think that's one thing that
So you don't want to be labeled gay?
I don't want to be labeled gay. I want to be labeled a human who loves humans. I'm tired of being labeled. I'm an American. I'm not an African American. I'm an American.
Oh, girl, don't set up the Twitter on fire.
Don't set up the Twitter on fire. Ah.
Stop the tape right now.
I don't know what country in Africa I'm from, but I do know that my roots are in Louisiana. I'm an American.
I mean, you're going to get a lot of flack for saying
The Twitter on fire. I can't.
You know that, right?
That was funny.
I don't label myself.
Okay. So I want you to say what you really mean by that.
What I really mean by that is I'm an American. That's what I really mean. I connect with Caucasian, I connect with Asian, I connect with Black, I connect with Indian. I connect with each culture.
You are a melting pot in one body.
Aren't we all?
Yes.
Isn't that what America's supposed to be?
This set multiple communities on fire. Headlines would misconstrue Raven's words, and clips would be run across every major entertainment
people did not
network,
care for that.
effectively undoing the multiple decades of PR Raven had been working to build up. But Raven wasn't going down without a fight. Attending a university emboldened her more than ever, and her new public image as an unfiltered commentator drew the Disney Corporation's attention again. However, this time it wasn't for their children's network. It was for their daytime talk show entitled The View.
That's Disney? Everything's Disney. Everything's on a Disney run.
Now, I don't think anyone understood at the time what a golden era having Raven on The View truly was.
Disney owns
She
ABC.
caused
I didn't realize
the most
that.
Controversy out of any host to
Yeah,
ever
she
go
did
to
not
the
explain
round
what
table,
she meant
and
very
yes,
well.
including Meghan
It's like
McCain.
I
Raven
could
has been
understand the
speaking
sentiment
with
behind what she
Dr. Raven
meant,
Bessar
but
and
she did
Christian
not
alumni,
articulate it.
Candace Cameron Bure.
I'm not sure there is a way to articulate it, but that was not it.
Sexual orientation, race, disability, age, or religion. And to me, it's the same exact thing that they did back in the
Disney
day.
and
They had
Datney.
people do certain things because it's my religious
Disney
belief.
owns like half the world.
Comparing
Yeah.
apples to oranges here.
Yeah.
I don't think this is discrimination at all. This is about freedom of association. It's about constitutional rights. It's about First Amendment rights. We do have the right to still choose who we associate with, but they did not refuse to
I refuse
bake
to
cake.
associate myself with you right now.
They did
Is
not.
that okay?
It's in the Constitution. They didn't refuse to bake the cake because of their sex orientation. In fact, they had baked cakes for them.
all throughout the whole time.
They baked cake for them previously. They had a problem with the actual ceremony because the ceremony is what conflicted with their religious beliefs.
Right,
so
but were they
still have
invited
a
to the
right-
wedding?
No, but they were it was to provide a service. They have the right to refuse service.
Welcome back, Talia.
But wait, freedom of association.
What does it say?
But it wasn't against sex.
Showers will do that for you.
That's where you're going.
If you really feel like you hate yourself, a shower is going to be it.
Saying is that their religious belief says that two people of the same sex cannot be in a relationship. Is that what they're basing
They're
it
saying
on?
that they stand for marriage as a man and a woman.
Okay, well, sexual orientation also goes hand in hand with marriage.
Oh
in
yeah, I
that
forgot that this
situation.
channel really
If it was a man and a woman,
edits a
and
lot
one was black and one was white,
of words.
and they discriminated against, we could also go
That's what I
back into
wasn't
the
liking about
Constitution that's
them.
had many amendments saying they should be able to take care of this family as well.
Seems like a lot.
I don't think it's enough. I think it's
It's unconscionable if they charge $135,000.
Who is this annoying white lady?
Cake.
By the way,
so
who
wrong.
wouldn't want to make a lesbian wedding cake? How easy would that be? You make a like beautiful house. I mean, it's like wedding cakes are
Here's the other thing that I really wish we
Is that
could do
DJ?
as a society, as a culture, as a country, is to respect.
Is that DJ Tanner?
Opposing views.
She would receive major heat on her comments about what parents should name their children.
Can we take back racist and say discriminatory? Because I think that's a better word.
Yes, it is a much better
That's
word.
a better word, and I am very discriminatory against words like the ones that they were
Yeah, I
saying
think
in
that's
those
who it
names.
was.
I'm not about to hire you.
Some
if your
homophobic
name
white
is
lady.
Watermelon Andrea.
I know, I was trying to figure it out and then I'm like, wait, that looks like DJ. She's hella conservative? Ew. Well, I'm glad that I didn't watch Fuller House then. Like, I did watch it and then I was like, yeah, this is horrible, and stopped. Especially because they kept saying, oh my Lanta. Why are you trying to make that a thing?
Touch the
Ew.
hearts and souls of so many people of America being said.
Her brother
when we
is
were
Kirk
taught something
Cameron and
different
he's
as a
even
child. Could you explain that
worse?
to me, and why do you
Wait
think
a
your success
minute.
is based off of that?
Well, I'm at least talking
Why does that
about
name sound
policy.
familiar? What
You
was he
have a
in?
position on what people's names should be.
Oh, hold on.
Watermelon.
There's an ad that's gonna run. So why don't we take a little break? Yeah, seems like a nice spot to not watch this for a second. I've heard Oh My Lanta a good bit. I think it's Midwestern. Oh My Lanta is probably because Candace refused to say oh my god. That's probably why I hated it so much, honestly. He's a Christian actor? What is he in? It sounds so familiar. All right, be right back. That. Thank you so much for all the G's. We were all very invested in that. Usually when I'm close to getting something and I've gotten big raids and stuff, like I can't get it. So I'm really proud of myself that I got it. Oh my goodness. If anyone could clip that, I would appreciate it forever. If that mole had gotten you again, you'd have gone off. Okay, so the thing that got me about it the first time back is no. Oh, I love that. All right, I'm gonna go put Noodles back. Say bye, Noodles. Boing, boys. Oh, his little arms. Sorry, Talia. That was a pretty fucked up win. Talia, no, I love you. Oh, that was fucked up. To be fair, I did not realize we were at the video. I have a lot of questions here. I thought you said my first tit instead of hit. I was about to say first. How many you got, woman? I got 2. I don't know. 2 tits, yeah? Did you just say drink Sunny D? I did. Does it not look like a bottle of Sunny D? I don't know. Someone said it to me the first day I was playing it and now I just... What if we went this way? What's over here? Oh, it's death. What's up? They did not address the trans tag yet fucking again. Yet again. So I don't know. I don't know what else to do about it. I've signed the user voice thing. I've tweeted about it multiple times. Like, Twitch, what the fuck? As a fucking trans ally, you need to fucking do this for my friends. Like, it's not okay.
It's not okay. You let harassment continue to happen in various other forms, yet you won't add this tag because of harassment potential or whatever? No, fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'm sorry, fuck that. No, no, no. No, my friends fight too hard. Fuck you. Help them find each other. Like, it's not that hard. It's not that hard.
Oh, suddenly the ring is tiny, but it fits around her whole body. Just enough that she can't get out. Gwahahaha. Crashing the wedding, Mario. That's tacky even for you.
Everyone hates crashing.
No crashing. Number 1 rule. Okay, last night was...
You may need to go in the vases to get a key. Oh shit, it's Phanto, run!
I don't know how to run! Where do I go?
You gotta get back out of the little jar thing.
How?
Just jump back out.
Ugh.
Fun is a brand that believes in living boss.
Cool and refreshing. These are the things you could be getting on the regular if you sponsored me, Taco Bell.
Yeah, I'm not so sure why it's so laggy, Amanda.
I ran up so silly. Okay, it said get your shield, so maybe I have to get one. I've been impaled! Ah! Oh no! Ah! What'd I do? What'd I do? What'd I do?
That's gonna count as 2. That was one very long one, but I'm counting that as 2. Better that the reasons you're dying is because you're reading shit.
Oh, I misunderstood. But also what I said. The second part of what I said still applies, I think. I feel like a dumb.
Do you not want that counter being? I guess not.
Oh, it restores it?
Oh, so you're less Zambi now. Look it.
Whoa! I have skin! I have skin! Oh my god, it wasn't a seam, it was like underwear.
Well, now Bun's gotta come back tomorrow because she has skin.
I got skin, baby! No! As the Batwing flew from the Batcave, it killed 2 parent bats, leaving a little bat orphan. He vowed revenge. Thus, Bat was born. Why was that my fucking voiceover voice? The first, like, move is anymore. You know what I mean? Oh, wait, you can boingity boing like that too? I don't think we want to boingity boing. I think I did it right the first time. Oh. I'm doing everything wrong. Hey, Slop, thanks so much for the good luck.
Hi, Slop.
And, oh, no, whoa. They're making me walk so slow right now. It's really pretty, though.
The surface. Wind swept.
I was trying to say best part of phone. Cameras, that's what came next. I combined part and phone and just said fart. And it wasn't even fart, it was... Best fart. Ooh-wee. We've had first stream, yes, but what about second stream? Wait, what do you mean?
Best fart.
Couldn't even see. There's a chair behind me. There's too much stuff to, like, potentially knock over right now.
I'm holding the chair. You're good.
I'm not worried about knocking over the chair.
Well, I'm making sure the chair's not knocking over anything else.
I don't know what you want me to do.
I don't.
I don't know what you guys want me to do in this.
Play some 80s.
I fucking put it on.
Play some 80s.
How?
Sit down.
How the fuck am I supposed to sit?
I'll help you.
Okay, it's in the way of my foot. Oh my god, you should see how pathetic I look right now with my foot in this fucking boot in this fucking costume. You're welcome.
It's pretty sad, but
it's really sad. So I was literally just talking to CO about how grateful I am that this year for Christmas I do not have the worst sprained ankle of my life. Like, that was some of the worst pain I've ever felt. And I've broken my hand. Like, so I feel like that says a lot of how much it hurt. Thank you so much for the welcome backs. No, your internet keeps cutting out for 10 seconds at a time, and I do not have the mental fortitude to deal with that today. I'm so sorry. I hope it'll get better. A good video about Kirk and Candace if anyone is curious. Do we want to watch it on here, or is that for later? Oh yeah, no, we'll watch that later. A ton of videos about Christian fundamentalism, all of which are the opposite of Christian propaganda. So as long as you're comfortable with the topics that surround that, you'll get decent information in history without the right-wing propaganda. Interesting. Will you put it in Discord for me to watch it later? Hopefully the router restart will help. I hope so too. Usually turning off the router and turning it back on helps, but sometimes it doesn't, so we hope it will. Worst pain you've ever felt? Laughs in total pelvic organ prolapse. Sorry. Nope, you are absolutely entitled to say that. I get it. It's the worst pain I personally have ever felt. I've also never given birth. I hear that's rough as well, so. Okay, wait. What are you supposed to do about that with your situation? Do you have to get a C-section? Put in the movie channel. Thank you so much. You're the best. Trying to find out where Oh My Lanta came from, and I've seen like 4 separate, very clearly AI articles that all say nothing in many words. Ew. I hate what the internet is becoming. Are we all sharing the worst pains we ever felt? I think I'd rather not. That will hurt me. I was saying it because at this time last year, I think I didn't even have the boot yet. I didn't get the boot until, oh my God, not until January. Because there's a picture of me and CO with Yoshi in my lap, our friend's dog, on New Year's Eve from last year, and my foot is wrapped in the ace bandage. So. And I was saying that I'm just grateful that that healed. And if I have to have sciatica and this weird pain forever, I will take it over that pain. Absolutely. We're hoping to avoid a C-section by doing an epidural and letting my body labor without me straining. Oh, interesting. Okay. Worst pain I ever felt was when I hurt my own feelings on a daily basis over imaginary situations. Well, you need to call me out like that. I need a Prince 201 standing person emote. Yeah. It's just the yarn on my shirt. Okay. Oh, Kevin, I feel like I got an email about that game. that you posted in the suggestions channel. Farewell North. Yeah. It's the one where you play as the dog. I don't know if that means I could maybe get a key for it. I'll have to check my email again. Pregnancy is more painful than childbirth, TBH? That's fair. I have like a real fear of like being pregnant and giving birth. It's something that I hope to never have to experience. If I did get pregnant, like I don't know what I would do, but I just hope to God I never do. I've been on birth control for many years, and Theo got the snip for the reason. For the reason? For a reason. I can't talk. Getting your wisdom teeth out was worse than birth? That was hard to say. I wanted to say worse than birth really badly. Okay.
I mean, you'll insult people for their names. I'm talking about a government policy that affects all Americans and immigrants and the people living here. And it's
Is Raven even on this episode? I don't even see her.
So you don't follow it?
Are you against?
Okay.
Oh, she's right there.
Because this is one of the only live looks we ever got into Raven's psyche.
She had longer hair that time, so I didn't see her right away. And she was sitting in a different spot.
Specifically when it came time for the That's So Raven reunion. Annalise, Kyle, and Orlando would join Raven for a very special episode of The View. A That's So Raven
Sorry, we can still
reunion.
talk. I just wanted to like, get through this part.
Brown would let the story of Raven Simone and pop superstar Miley Cyrus's feud slip.
Man, Miley, we had one encounter when it came down to it while we were all actively working. This was in the beginning of her career, in the beginning of Hannah Montana.
Yeah.
And when it came down to it, it's just more like you know, we went to go open up the whole stage for this.
Oh, nice.
I think it
Let
was
me
a
know if
school
you
or
want to
something
craft
like
with
that,
me
but,
on stream too,
and
Vex.
they
I don't
put
really
her
know
on
how to do
stage
it, but we
before us,
can.
And Raven went hot.
No
She
pressure
hot
though.
What's this white?
She actually
They
said
like,
that?
Ray, calm. No, because no, I'm not having it, Orlando. I'm not having it. But man, come on, chill, Ray.
It was actually named a different show altogether.
Angelina Jolie?
It was.
Who has the part?
Yeah, she's so not talented.
Miley Cyrus.
Well, they just wanted somebody more beautiful than Angelina Jolie, so of course they
Don't
went
look like
to
that,
me.
Ray. Don't look like that.
I'm not talking.
You know I've been.
Now, we do need to take everything Orlando Brown says with a grain of salt, as he can't always or really ever be trusted. However, this was a look into how Raven felt about the generation of Disney Channel stars to come after her.
In a recent interview with Time, Miley Cyrus says that even though she's been in relationships with men, she's also been in relationships with women. What up, family? Well, she doesn't want to be labeled. That sounds familiar.
Did you say-
This was last year. I got in a lot of heat off the internet and in the Black community. I'm not going to say African American community. I'm going to say Black community because they thought that I said I wasn't Black and that I didn't want to be labeled in general. And you know what, Miley? I agree. We should not be labeled because one, that creates tension between people. You feel like you can look down like, okay, that's this type of person. This is how I should feel about you.
Raven would be on episode after episode of The View throughout her college days. But after she obtained her degree, murmurs would begin to spread across the industry that Raven was leaving The View entirely. ABC announced in October of 2016 that nearly 10 years after the beloved That's So Raven ended, that the show would be returning in a massive way. And this would result in Raven's departure from daytime television.
I don't remember this.
I'm excited and sad, but
I would,
mostly
but don't have a
excited.
cam set up to use.
I have
Oh,
an
I didn't think
announcement
about
today.
that.
No, I'm not pregnant. So, as you guys have
We need
noticed,
some more
I've been
card
here on
sorting
Fridays
sleeving done
mostly,
tonight.
but that's
2.5 booster
because
boxes
I've
that
been
need to be
working
completely
internally
looked
with the Disney
through.
company.
Ooh,
I have a really
fun.
big surprise, you guys, and I'm very excited. I don't know if you've ever seen the show, but I used to do this show called That's So Raven.
I don't know if you've ever seen the
And
show.
we're doing a That's So Raven 2. With no real title. There's no title yet, but I'm calling it That's So Raven 2 again. I'm very excited.
So what's the inside scoop? Are you going to be called Raven on the show?
Yes, it's Raven Baxter. I'm still me. I'm still Raven, but I am a mother this time, and I'm actually going to be a single mother raising 2 kids, and one of them is going to learn that she has visions. And I've been working with the Disney Channel
people, Gary Marsh, Adam
That's really cute. Did this ever happen?
People from The View and the ABC family to really make sure that this goes well. I'm executive producer, so I've been super
Where was
busy.
I for
That's
this?
why I haven't been here. And I also, yeah, I'm just excited.
Oh, I love that,
Raven would
Talia.
immediately get to work on
It
what
did
we know
happen.
today
Oh,
as
shit.
Raven's Home, the sequel to That's So Raven.
I don't remember hearing
Reprising
about
the
it.
role was Annalise Vanderpool and Raven Simone as the leading actresses. Absent were the victims of the That's So Raven curse: Kyle Massey, who faced charges for soliciting minors, and Orlando Brown, who is busy on Bad Boys Texas, and being bailed out of jail by Natalie Nunn. Now, we already have 2 videos about them on my sister channel, Secret Society. Anyway,
Oh, a
Raven's
sister
Home
channel,
would
Secret
follow the
Society.
divorced Raven Baxter as she raises her son
Alright.
and his twin sisters. Raven and her son Booker both experience visions into the future. Raven turned out to be a successful fashion designer, and she now lives with her best friend Chelsea, raising both of their kids. Raven's Home would premiere in 2017 and would become one of the most
kinda mid.
successful
Fair.
Disney Channel shows of all time,
Raven's
becoming one
Home.
of the first shows to
Huh.
break the 4-season rule and continue on for not just a 5th, but a 6th season as well.
6
Raven's Home
seasons?
secured an Emmy for Raven's Home and kept the spirit of the golden era of Disney Channel alive
Emmy?
for the whole family.
Did I like switch timelines? I don't remember any of this.
A multi-series deal
I'm sorry, I'm on
with
Reddit too much. Should I switch timelines?
multiple shows with them for years to come.
It's similar, but the only thing different is Raven's career?
Titled Alice in the Palace, set to premiere next year. During her Disney Channel
2017
days,
to
Raven
2023.
absolutely dominated the network.
I mean, I guess I probably had no way of watching a Disney Channel show, and then I would have no way of hearing about it either, so that makes sense.
Ashley Tisdale and most of all, Raven Simone, you can really see the point illustrated. That once you start working for Disney Channel, they give you so many jobs, it's almost impossible to leave. Anyway, this has been Chaotic Web. Subscribe for more videos just like this one and comment what you want to see next.
Oh, it's over. Okay. I want to go to this channel, but I
On
don't
the
want to watch
surface,
this video.
Hollywood looks like a beautiful, happy place where people
Maybe not. TV shows behind the scenes. Oh, you know I love that. The WB, Glee, Sister Wives, Charmed, One Tree Hill. That 70s show. That one's too dark. We can't watch it. Kardashians. Smallville. The Duggars and TLC. No, we don't care about that. The many scams of the Kardashian cult. I just don't really care about the Kardashians at all. For some reason, that is like some reality TV I've never gotten into. I feel like Glee had some dark shit too. I don't remember what though. Yeah, apparently. It was nominated for a couple daytime Emmys but did not win. Oh, I thought it said that she won one. Did I mishear that? I might have been talking. Okay, so I thought I was gonna like this channel, but I don't.
on the surface.
No.
We do have the right
Stop.
to still choose who we associate.
Stop talking. I said. What did he say the sister channel was? Not Secret Society? Okay. Corey in the jailhouse, the Kyle Massey story. Stop, because it was Corey in the house. I can't. I know vaguely some of it. I've heard Leah Michelle is a bitch and can't read. I don't know who that is. I never watched Glee. Bundies are so fun to mock, i.e. Duggars. I don't understand that sentence. Lurkies so I can focus in. No worries. Enjoy the lurkies. Corey in the jailhouse, right? I mean, those are the ones that he mentioned. The Orlando Brown one and then the Corey one. Orlando Brown was Eddie, right? Yeah. Yeah. I can tell it's him right here. Oh. Lindsay Lohan's Bizarre Meltdown. Yeah, that's something I would watch.
They made me seem like Satan. I was a bad person for holding that Quran.
No.
And I was so happy to leave and go back to London after that because I
watched
so
a different one
unsafe
on
in my own country.
TV.
There's been wild speculation that the Mean Girl star is converting to Islam after photos surfaced of her holding a Quran and wearing a headscarf.
To address these rumours that were sparked when you were pictured with the Quran under your arm, are you going to convert to Islam?
What's happening?
Oh, thank you. I did not know that, Crunch, about Glee.
Hello everyone and welcome to Secret Society. Now today's meeting is all about the time Lindsay Lohan converted to Islam, changed her entire voice, went on a massive press tour with the Quran, and then attempted to allegedly take someone's child off the street on Instagram Live.
Meet Amanda Bynes, a child star who rose to prominence on Nickelodeon in the late 90s and early 2000s. Amanda was one of the quickest-witted child actors in history and showed unbelievable talent at an extremely young age.
Hi everyone, it's me, Amanda.
You are pretty incredible.
Yeah.
You having a good time on all that?
Yes, it's very fun because everybody's very nice and very funny.
Well, that's
You're
good.
always laughing.
Thank you so much for entertaining our children because it gives us a little free time.
Well, I want to be in like a fashion designer. I love to draw. Like
Yeah,
girls.
I
love
loved
to draw
her.
girls, so, you know,
I
did something special for you.
think about her a lot,
Are you a stand-up comedian?
Yeah.
and that I just hope she's
Well,
okay.
my dad saw like an article that, you know, kids could do a comedy camp at the Laugh Factory.
Right.
So it was like for 6 weeks or something, you know, like Arsenio Hall came on and he would like critique your act.
Right.
And Richard Pryor came on.
Wow.
So that was really cool. He was so neat. It was so cool. I was like, wow, it was so neat to meet him, you know. And then a few other people came
Right.
on. Yes. And then there was like a graduation
Ew.
night, and that's where the producers of the show, like Brian Robbins and Dan Schneider, came on the show, and they saw me there. So
And that was
cool.
it. You just got discovered right off of the comedy camp.
Yeah.
How cool is it to have you?
Oh my god, I
It's
didn't
so
realize
cool.
that, Talia. You
It's
can't
like my
hear me
family
probably,
here,
but
because when I did all that, it was the show I did before the show.
Yeah.
It's the same cast, well, not the cast, but the crew. So it was just really nice. It's like my family here.
You had your own show when you were like what, 16, 15?
I was 13, but there were so many like characters that it wasn't even like me.
No, but it's incredible that you were able to have your own show at 13.
Yeah, I was lucky. It wasn't. I was just like everybody was really helpful, and you know, I was excited. But I think any 13-year-old kid would be, you know.
No, but it's so interesting how when you're a kid, you're sort of always like the Girl Scout or, you know, whatever.
Right.
And as you get older, everybody sort of wants to instantly slut it up.
Right.
And it's sort of nice to actually go as something sort of funny or whatever. I don't know, but do you have any tips?
I never went out as a slutty. Well, I was one year.
good.
1 year I was the naughty librarian.
You know, I don't want to sit there and have people say, you know, look how beautiful you are, even though, of course, that's always, nice to hear. But, like, it's like, I want to
what is
make
her
people
hair?
laugh and,
Why does she have
you
like a
know,
bump it
be
in with
goofy.
pigtails?
It's like, that to me is like the greatest joy in the world.
There's so many girls who go to parties and like are photographed doing it.
Oh,
and
this is
sort
her
of,
like what I like about you
I think
era.
They feed off of it, and I think it makes them feel like more of a celebrity or something. And it's just that's not who I am, and I feel like you don't need one more. You know, there's so many girls who are doing that, so I'm going like the other route, and I want to just sort of try to be a good role model for kids, and still grow up, but sort of like I look up to Sarah Jessica
Wow,
Parker. The truth is,
that is a classy
my
response.
parents read the paper, read magazines, and I don't want them seeing anything they shouldn't be seeing. Once you're past 3, they shouldn't be seeing your panties.
I feel like
let's be
people
honest.
would be surprised to find out that I've grown up. Like, I'm 23 now, and I think people, if they know me at all, it's kind of like, oh, they thought of me as that young girl, I think, from Nickelodeon, and I've grown up. So I think maybe that I'm an adult now.
Amanda Bynes making headlines. I am doing amazing. I am retired as an actor. I am moving to New York to launch my career. I am going to do a fashion line.
Trying to be like the Olsen twins.
Either way, man, I wish you the best.
I shouldn't say trying to be like them,
Hey,
but...
for real.
Okay, wait.
No, I really wish you the best.
You have to delete that one in my face. I need to look beautiful. And it's a bad shot, all right?
You look gorgeous. Hold on, hold on. Right here, right here. No, come towards me. No, come towards me. No, just walk towards me. Can I just get a shot of you walking towards me?
I'm asking you not to. You're out.
My client completely denies ever having thrown anything out the window.
I will shoot you in the face, but with an ugly insult. So, like, congratulations. Like, that's what you guys get.
There's a lot of videos on her. Oh, that breaks my heart. Oh, also, like yesterday, I learned that Sabrina Carpenter was Maya on Girl Meets World.
Might never do again. I do have a couple episodes on That Surprise Witness TV about Amanda Bynes, but today I wanted to get a little bit of a deeper dive into the timeline leading up to Amanda Bynes' conservatorship. So the first thing we're going to look at is going to be a timeline of Amanda's troubles by MTV.com. Okay, so following a promising career as a child star, Bynes' erratic behavior. Okay, so this is how many people have had erratic behavior. Britney has had erratic behavior according to MTV. Bam Margera has had erratic behavior according to MTV.
He's
now Amanda Bynes
famous for erratic behavior
according to MTV. And all those people are
Yay,
conservatives. Look at that. Would you even be able to put it together and imagine that MTV would be helping to spread the propaganda to put people into conservatorships whenever they stand to make money off of that person? Like, I don't know, the Jackass franchise, which it owns.
Wow.
So this article is from 2013. At this point, the potential pitfalls of childhood stardom, Dan Schneider, are legion in Hollywood. For every seemingly well-adjusted A-lister... Did you read this? Oh my God, MTV, you are wrong for this. For every seemingly well-adjusted A-lister like Justin Timberlake, who literally assaulted a woman on stage in front of everyone and lied about the whole Britney Spears stuff. Yeah, well-adjusted, real well-adjusted. Or maybe it's just that his mother, Lynn Harless, always had a better reign on MTV and the media than these other people's parents. But I digress. Like Justin Timberlake,
looked just like him. Oh my
Dakota
God.
Fanning. There are just as many Drew Barrymores,
May join on again
Britney
after I get home from
Spearses,
work.
and Michael
Love you, Mama.
Jacksons
You're home
who
safe.
struggle to make the
We'll be here.
transition from cute kid, global adoration to awkward teen and adult. The latest example is troubled actress Amanda Bynes. Why did you make me read this bullshit? I am upset now. She began with commercial work at age 7 and took her through stage musicals and starring roles in the Nickelodeon shows Figure It Out, All That, and The Amanda Show
Figure
in
It
the
Out.
late 90s. But after
I
a
really
solid
watched that a
run
lot.
in TV and films,
Summer
What
Sanders.
a Girl Wants, Robots, and Easy A, Bynes hit a rough patch that took her through citations for DUI, hit and run, marijuana possession, and last month, an involuntary psychiatric hold. Everybody knows about that one, 5150. Who's been in one of those? Britney, Bam, Kanye, Amanda.
Well, Kanye's not
Lindsay,
well, so.
Steve-O. Right? The list goes on. All these people have these MTV connections. Nickelodeon, Paramount, MTV, and VH1, and Viacom, and CBS are all owned by the same parent. The recent video that we just did moments ago, that I don't know when y'all are going to see, on Dan Schneider, talked about his relationship with the now head of some big head honcho type of guy at CBS. So what myself and my team and Jake have started to realize is usually whenever there's an abuse
Is Dan
of a
Schneider,
celebrity,
like, in
there's some
jail?
network behind it who
I assume
stands to
not.
make a lot of money off of the abuse. But that's just what we
Like,
are
I don't wanna
finding.
watch the
And,
video on
honestly,
him,
prove me
but-
wrong. I don't like living in a world where this is happening. So she's doing all these crimes, and then they
hope that
put her in an
he's
involuntary psychiatric hold
not
after she
living well.
reportedly set fire on
No,
a
he's not, and that's
stranger's
awful.
drink.
Yeah,
As
I
we
assumed probably
await
not,
word
because
on
white
what is
man
next
with
for
money
Bynes.
and
Again, this is an
connections
article
in
from
jail.
2013. Whose
Okay.
involuntary hold has been extended to 30 days, so that would be a 5250 hold. MTV News looks back at the rough patch that led up to the actress's latest legal entanglement. After changing up her until then
Is everything just, like,
family-friendly image
allegations and he's
appearing
never
in
been, like,
lingerie
convicted
in
of
Maxim
anything?
magazine in February, Bynes announced in June 2010 that she was retiring from acting with the following quote, "I don't love
After she's the
acting
man,
anymore,
probably.
so I've stopped doing it."
I remember
She
She's the
tweeted.
Man really
Though
gave
she
her a lot of
changed her
dysphoria,
mind a
and she
short
was,
time
like, not
later and
okay.
Unretired, Bynes' vow to take some time off has lasted for 3 years.
Yeah.
So then you have March 2012, which would be 2 years later. From
We know that the allegations are true. So
silence
fuck that guy.
broken by the occasional tweet.
Always
Bynes
believe
debuts
victims.
her new light purple hairdo alongside a tweet of the MIA lyric, quote, "Live fast, die young, bad girls do it well." The next day, she drove away from the scene of a police stop after she was pulled over for talking on her phone while driving. So I don't know if she should have probably did that, but I wasn't there, and maybe we should request the body camera footage from that stop. Then April 2012, she was arrested on a misdemeanor charge of driving under the influence after getting into a minor fender bender. According to the LA County Sheriff's Department, she tried to pass a police car and then she rear-ended them. In 2012, her father, Rick, told People magazine that his daughter was not drunk and that she doesn't drink. He blamed
It's like
her
everybody knows he's a
seemingly
creep, but they can't
intoxicated
pin anything
behavior on her
specific.
being
Yeah, I guess if
upset
there's
and very
no
emotional
like
about being arrested.
hard
The next day,
evidence,
TMZ reported that Amanda
they don't
smashed
like
her
to just
rental
like
car
believe
into
people.
another vehicle on an LA freeway and then fled the scene. Then the next month, May
That's
2012,
upsetting.
Amanda
Well,
denied
I hope
the
he's like
DUI
shunned.
allegations on Twitter, writing, "I can't help but laugh at all
I
of
hope
you
he has
writing
no
fake stories
friends.
about me. I was not in any hit and runs. I don't drink, so the DUI allegation is false."
I remember
The
her
next
saying
month,
that.
An attorney for Amanda entered a not guilty plea on her behalf, and Bynes tweeted out to President Barack Obama to help her with her legal troubles. "I don't drink. Please fire the cop who arrested me. I also don't hit and run." The end. And this seems like maybe a little unhinged.
I also
but
don't
if you
hit and
actually
run.
Look at what Kanye West did. He did the exact same thing. When Kanye West thought he was about to be put into a conservatorship, he made friends with Donald Trump. When Amanda thought clearly something was going on, she was being set up. She was attempting to reach out to the president of the United States to let them know that something was amiss. Seems unhinged unless it's happening to you. Who would you call for help?
I mean, I
Okay,
get
so
that.
was June,
What are you
not
supposed
guilty,
to do?
and she tweets at Barack
Good luck
Obama.
meeting Star.
August 2012, a motorist reported that Bynes rear-ended her vehicle on Ventura Boulevard, stopped briefly, claimed there was no damage, and drove off. The woman claimed $800 in damage and that Bynes did not provide proof of insurance or wait for police to be called. In the next month, September, TMZ posts images of Bynes smoking what looks like a marijuana pipe in her car before driving around aimlessly with a suspended license. Don't drink and drive. Don't smoke and drive. I think it's funny. Okay, after being ordered by a judge not to drive,
I like
she
this
stopped
girl.
and
She's
cited for
funny.
driving with a suspended license.
We'll see what other videos
Police
she has
impound her
after
car
this.
and write a misdemeanor citation after observing her parking in a no parking zone and driving around aimlessly near the valet area.
Hey man, how can you driving without a license, boy?
Well, she's clearly not speaking or acknowledging it, and it's clear she's not using her eyes either.
Come on, man. It's gonna be hard to drive without that with that thing.
I mean, not the president of the United States. Yeah, I don't know how I would even contact the president.
I think you changed your hair color, but we know. Oh, you just. Oh! She just hit your car. She just hit your car. We didn't make her do anything.
Yeah, you did.
So long. Okay. Bynes reportedly in September was kicked out of a Hollywood gym spinning class for
paparazzi.
wearing lingerie and acting erratically. Like, that's the thing. Like, she got kicked out of a class because she was wearing lingerie. What do people wear to the gym? Sports bras and booty shorts. Like, oh, she was acting erratically. See, like, this is just such a propaganda piece. Such a propaganda piece. In November, she's threatened to sue In Touch magazine for a story alleging she walked around a New York tanning salon naked. "I'm not troubled," she said at the time. "I don't get naked in public. I'm 26, a multi-millionaire, retired. Please respect my privacy."
Amanda, do you regret what you said about your dad this morning? Amanda, do you
I
regret
truly
the
just
claims
hope
you
every
made about
day
your
that
dad?
she's okay.
Amanda, do you regret what you said about your dad?
I also like her, and I've only been half watching. Yeah, I love her. I just hope she can be happy, you know?
Amanda, if you apologize to your dad.
All these child stars, that's all I wish for them is to be happy.
Claims you made this morning. Amanda, do you think that... are you...
But I get it. It would fuck me up too. Even if there was no like abuse, even just being a child star, I think would fuck you up. So adding abuse and CPTSD on top of that, like I cannot even imagine.
I'm going to sue my father and my mother for conserving me. The smartest girl on the face of the earth. I'm also a multi-millionaire.
Amanda, are you worried about your future, Amanda? Are you worried about what's going to happen to you?
I will never speak to my father again. I cannot wait for him to be can't believe he showed you his pain. Like, honestly. honestly, my dad is the most unbeautiful person on the face of the earth.
Oh, I meant the YouTube lady, but also, yes, same. Oh my god. Sorry, I forgot that I said I liked her. Yeah, I agree. She has a good sense of humor. The last video we watched where we had to see the YouTuber, I didn't love. So I wasn't sure how I'd feel about this one, but I do like her.
Please stop asking me personal questions. Have a great day.
Amanda, is it true you're engaged?
It is true.
Amanda, is it true you're engaged? Who are you engaged to, Amanda? Who's the lucky guy? What's his name?
I'm not telling anyone his name.
When do you plan on getting married, Amanda?
Just tell us his name.
Amanda, when do you plan on getting married?
You're
in the road. You're on the road.
So I'm just letting you know what.
Just get off the road, honey. Get off the road, honey. There's cars.
My lawyer is sending.
Okay, just get off the road.
Because I literally.
Get off the road because the cars are coming. Okay, sweetheart. Take care.
I will. Thanks so much.
So,
where are you going, Amanda? My father was my dad.
So who's the lucky guy?
He seems like an ethical.
Oh, Burnham's story is interesting too. Less Disney Channel, more YouTube.
Wants to help bring out
Paparazzi are the worst. Like, how do they sleep at night?
Hospital. Like, how dare you? Like, my parents are insane, and that's it.
This poor girl.
Worried about what's going to happen, Steve?
I'm never worried. I have no fear.
You have no fear? What about everyone saying that you're crazy? You're not. We love you, Amanda. We love you. We know you're not crazy.
Literal garbage humans. Yeah, no, the scum of the earth. I imagine most are sociopaths. I feel like you would have to be.
We're in the parking lot right now. Okay?
Like, I feel like you would have to be to not understand or care about how invasive this is. Like, it's one thing if somebody calls the paparazzi to be like, hey, I'm going to be at this location if you want to take pictures of me. That's fine. Do that. But don't just, like, show up and... I don't know.
I want to be like
Marilyn Monroe
one day where I actually feel like an orphan. So clearly.
Hey Amanda, so I ask you about your father though. Your father, Sean, he's famous to you though.
My father should be put in
What the
jail.
hell are they saying? Like, why do they keep saying that?
In February, she posted
Don't
the
be
first
disgusting.
of a slew of tweets in which she calls people ugly, starting with Jay-Z
I
and
remember
later
this.
including Drake, Zac Efron, Jenny McCarthy, President Obama, and the First Lady.
President
Miley
Obama
Cyrus,
and Michelle
Rihanna,
Obama are not
Lisa
ugly,
Agreed,
please.
And Courtney Love. A
They are
month later,
beautiful.
She tweets that she wants Drizzy to murder her vagina. In 2013, after a series of selfies in various wigs, Bynes reveals that she has an eating disorder and demands that magazines only use photos she has uploaded when writing about her, which seems reasonable. Other reports claim that she was kicked out of a gymnastics class after talking to herself and crying, and that she is photographed walking in public with appears to be a joint in her mouth. She also tweets pictures of her partially shaved head, tells followers she no longer speaks to her parents, and uploads images of her topless and just
Yeah,
wearing
they
a
definitely
black
should not
top.
wait outside
May
people's homes for them to
2013, she was
leave.
arrested in New York after reportedly
We don't
throwing
censor
a
weirdly here. We
glass
just
bong
whisper
out of
it,
her
right? I
window
loved
and smoked
that.
marijuana in the building's lobby.
I mean, I feel like maybe Amanda used a different word for vagina.
Ever having thrown anything out the window. She was followed illegally into her apartment.
Just maybe wish she said it like that, but...
She has filed a complaint, I believe, with the Colonel Faz for inappropriate actions by the police department.
Bynes claims the bong was just a vase and denies that she was taken in for psychiatric evaluation. Appearing
I
in
feel
court
so
with
bad
disheveled
for
and
how, like,
ill-fitting blonde wig.
incriminating weed was at this
Bynes
time.
later threatens to sue the New York Police
that's so
Department
horrible.
after claiming she was sexually harassed by the arresting officers, which I believe. After the arrest, she lashes out via Twitter at Rihanna for being not pretty enough. That's not true, Amanda. That's false. And she is allergic to marijuana and alcohol, is getting a nose job, prepping for a career as a rapper.
Diamonds, diamonds, diamonds on my fish, yeah, I'll wait.
And beefs ensue with Courtney Love and the New York Police Department, announcing that no evidence.
Why did
can
I
be
think
found
Courtney Love
to
was dead?
support Bynes' sexual harassment.
That's Anna
claims.
Nicole.
Well, her claims.
I got
are
them mixed up.
evidence. That's the issue. New
Oh,
York Police
NYPD are
Department.
also
Somebody
garbage humans, yeah.
Makes a claim
Like,
and
even worse
says
than just
they'll
regular
sign under
cops,
penalty
for
of
sure.
perjury. that is evidence. So there was evidence, at least some. So that was a lie when you said that you couldn't find evidence. So just tell the truth. Then July.
So just tell the truth.
Amanda arrives in courts for the bong tossing hearing, and she was wearing a blue tinged wig. Reportedly,
I like that
videotaped
hair
a day
color.
later, walking with an odd gait down 58th Street in her platinum wig. July 22nd, 2013, Bynes is put in another involuntary 5150 psychiatric hold.
Yeah, I remember
after
this.
reportedly
I remember all
starting a
this from when we were
fire
like
on a
living at
random
Jasmine's house.
stranger's driveway in Thousand Oaks, California, near her childhood home.
And then moving here.
Amanda Bynes making headlines once again, and now she's forced to undergo a mandatory mental health evaluation.
Dan, what's on fire?
It's like a small piece of cloth and a gasoline tank.
Witnesses say the former child star wearing a blonde wig set fire to this driveway in Southern California Monday night.
Yeah, I saw this girl laying down right here with her left pant leg on fire. When I look at her, I'm like, it's Amanda Bynes. She was like really frantic, like she wanted to get out of there. And she's like, my dog, has been burned.
He says Bynes tried hailing a cab to get away.
I was like, don't take her. I don't know what's going on with her at all. Like, do not let her in the car.
Deputies responded to the scene and talked to Bynes, but did not charge her with a crime.
They determined that she met the criteria of 5150 of the Welfare and Institutions Code.
So a 5150 is a psychiatric hold. It means that patients can be taken involuntarily from where they are and to be put in a setting where they're evaluated by
That's so
specialists
scary.
in a hospital. So psychiatrists and a multidisciplinary team will evaluate her.
Overnight, Bynes remained in the hospital on a mental health hold, where she can be observed for up to 72 hours. ABC News reached out to her attorney but was told no comment.
I wish I could help people like this, but like I could never do clinical. Like I would never be happy again.
Colorful wigs and bizarre behavior.
I think Amanda's been in the public.
Then it's
eye
like, is
so
that
long
putting
that
my
there's a
happiness
twisted
over
part
the
of her
happiness
that
of
thinks
so many
this
other
attention
people?
may be good.
Then
My happiness does matter. I can't help
2013,
people
an
if
LA
I'm not
judge agreed
okay.
to extend Bynes' involuntary
That has been
psychiatric
very clear to me
hold
over the past
30
few
days,
years.
and her parents are granted a temporary conservatorship, allowing them to take control of her affairs.
You haven't been to jail?
No.
No jail?
No, not yet.
Rehab?
No.
No rehab. Amanda Bynes, what kind of a starlet are you?
I know, what's wrong
Had to
with me?
catch
I
that?
don't
Oh my
know.
god,
It's
wait.
shocking how it's become
She
popular
claimed
to
the
go to
bong
rehab.
was just a face.
My conservatorship case.
A series of driving violations, disturbing tweets, even a hospitalization under a psychiatric hold.
Could her recent public outburst be a cry for help? Now, according to a friend of the actress, she's
Yeah, I remember that
playing
video.
out her latest role.
I feel like she wants like Britney Spears meltdown fame.
Amanda Bynes is a very, very sick person.
Amanda thought she was going to see the lawyer, but when she walked inside, she was surrounded by hospital staff.
Wow. Oh, it was over.
Heartbreaking news today about former talk show host Wendy Williams. New court documents filed by her legal guardian say she is now permanently incapacitated.
She was.
What? Oprah's Ozempic obsession. Wait, it was a multi-part video? Hold on.
Meet Amanda Bynes.
This one.
You haven't been to jail?
No.
No jail?
No, not yet.
Rehab?
No.
No rehab. Amanda Bynes, what kind of a starlet
This
are
one's
you?
Amanda
I know,
Bynes'
what's wrong with
conservatorship.
me? I don't know.
They're
It's
the same
shocking how
person.
it's become
So this is
popular
probably
to go
part
to
two.
rehab.
She's an extraordinary young woman with an amazing
They do have a
talent.
video
Dan Schneider
of
came on the show and he told me
Dan
that.
Schneider,
And that was it.
but
You just
we
got
don't want to watch
discovered right
that.
off of the comedy camp.
Yeah, her parents should probably.
I never knew Kanye was under a conservatorship.
This under control.
She then went into a self-imposed exile from Hollywood.
Oh, that was recent though. After he went
My
crazy.
conservatorship case.
Oh yeah, fuck
A
him for
series of
sure.
driving violations,
For some
disturbing
reason, I thought it
tweets,
was longer
even a
ago than it
hospitalization under a
was. I don't know.
psychiatric hold.
The video was from 2 years ago, I guess. I don't know how long ago it
Be a cry
happened.
for help. Now, according to a friend of the actress,
I actually now don't know if you're talking about Dan
Latest
Schneider or
role.
Kanye, but fuck both of
Wants like
them.
Britney Spears meltdown fame.
Amanda Bynes is a very, very sick person.
I don't need to watch either of those.
Amanda thought she was going to see the lawyer, but when she walked inside, she was surrounded by hospital staff.
Okay, yeah, this was what's next. Weird. They like didn't make it clear that there was a part 2.
Before we get into this, I want to say a huge congratulations.
I like how they have to put
Socks for
disclaimers
winning
before
the
these
BJ
videos now.
Investigates iPad Air giveaway. Enjoy that purple iPad, girl. Because that giveaway was such a success, I wanted to do another one. But because I suffer so
Dan, but yeah,
much
fuck
from
both.
sensory overload and sensory processing disorder, I wanted to give away a product that was near and dear to my heart. One of my favorite gadgets of all time, Apple AirPods Max. All you have to do to win is subscribe to BJ Investigates and comment below. Once we hit 20,000 subscribers, I'm gonna pick a winner by random
They're
draw.
at
to be announced at the next
276,000
giveaway.
subscribers
Good
now,
luck.
by the
Anyway,
way.
back to your regularly scheduled programming. Okay, so
That's cute.
Amanda Bynes' conservatorship.
There's no reason why I shouldn't go to a therapist who takes my insurance for $5,000 less a month. This is why I've asked to see the judge next week regarding this conservatorship issue. Thank you guys so much for hearing me out. I'm sorry that this is what I'm dealing with, and I'm sorry to put my problems onto the internet, but this is what life has come to.
As you know, a couple months ago, I actually went to.
She like sounded fairly normal there.
Terminated Amanda.
I mean,
Bynes'
didn't look normal, but
Amanda, please, your freedom awaits. After 9 years, a judge in Ventura County has terminated Amanda Bynes' conservatorship. The hearing only lasted 5 minutes. The judge said the conservatorship wasn't needed or required or wanted. Amanda's mom, Lynn, had been the conservator. She didn't object to ending it. The family said they were happy that it was over.
I don't like the implication that this was all somehow set up by MTV, but it's way too easy to put people on psychiatric hold. Yeah, it's interesting that they made that MTV connection.
But the
I
weird
agree.
thing is that it was so fast. I don't even think we were in there for 5 minutes. Amanda's attorney did not have any
know if
comments.
that's
Two
involved.
different
I
members
don't
from
know.
all that cast are here to show their support. Amanda was not in the hearing, but today I wanted to get a little bit of a deeper dive into her conservatorship.
Conservatorships became a big issue after the uproar over how Britney Spears was being treated. Now another high-profile conservatorship has been terminated after 9 years. Former child star Amanda Bynes petitioned to dissolve her agreement in late February with her parents' full support. Ms. Bynes is 35 now, and that conservatorship
Are there any child stars who like didn't have a meltdown? I guess Kim Richards, or not Kim.
Into a couple more of these. Like in
Kyle
September
Richards
of
is pretty
2012,
normal.
Amanda
Kim
actually came out
is
and
not.
Said, I do not need a conservatorship.
I think
We
she
have
got
a
like
TMZ
arrested
article
recently.
that's using a horribly unflattering picture of Amanda as they normally do. TMZ is definitely connected to the Viacom.
But Kyle's
MTV
pretty normal.
Cluster of associates or whatever. So this is an
Like, she
exclusive
has never had
TMZ
any drug
article
problems
from
or anything.
2012 September. Amanda insists she is not having.
Wonder
a
if I could watch all
Britney
that other
Spears
Amanda
type
Bynes show
meltdown,
anywhere.
Telling friends
I don't
she
know.
does not need a conservatorship because she is
Mara
perfectly
Wilson?
capable of
Wait,
making
who's
her
that?
own life choices. She is adamant she has no substance abuse problems, and she dismisses the pending criminal hit and run charges and the DUI cases, claiming the charges are all bogus. We have seen Bam Margera set
Matilda.
up exactly
Oh,
the same
I knew the name sounded
way.
familiar.
I was set up and
She's
sat
normal.
down. I got
She hasn't
two
had like a
VIP
meltdown.
Joining suites at the top. I was gonna see my wife and kid, who I haven't seen in a half of a year, to hug the shit out of them. Then a minute goes by and the police are knocking on the door. They handcuff me and take me back to a rehab.
We have seen Britney set up in exactly the same way. And everybody is out here trying to tell me that for some reason Amanda Bynes is different somehow. I don't believe you. I'm not buying it. Sell it to somebody else up the street, because I'm not buying it. I'm keeping my money in my damn pocket on that theory, baby. I don't believe for 1 second that Amanda Bynes is any different than Britney Spears or Bam Margera, in the sense that they don't need a conservatorship. MTV, Sony, Viacom, whoever else, Lou Taylor, all the rest of them had financial interests in controlling these people's bodies and
Why?
brand. Now, come to the future. Britney and Amanda are no longer in conservatorships. So what was really going on? They didn't need that. They didn't need
I never
it at
knew
the
that
time.
Bam
They don't need it
had a
now. They
conservatorship
target
at all.
people whose families are desperate. Remember the Dan Schneider video? What type of parent would drop their kid off to a pool party at a grown man's house?
No, that's
Desperate
gross.
people. or stupid people. No offense if you're one of them, you're stupid. Now listen, again, if people are committing crimes, that's what the criminal justice system is for. If Amanda was in fact driving under the influence, that is a crime. She shouldn't be committing crimes. I don't excuse crimes. It doesn't seem like Amanda needed conservatorship. It seems like at the most she needed to go to jail for committing some of these crimes.
Yeah, or maybe like rehab.
Rehab on her own will.
Yeah,
on her own
will.
autonomy. Not being forced into a 5150, holding into a conservatorship.
Forcing someone into anything is not going to help them with anything. Might help you control them, I guess, but not going to help them.
Increasingly alarmed. Okay, here's that alarmed word again. If y'all seen my recent live with Long Island Audit, this is the new way they're trying to control people. You're alarming others. Well, that ain't damn illegal. If you're so alarmed, stay at
That's
your
so
house,
interesting.
Rebecca.
Like, why
Stay
is she
home.
so
Then you
obsessed
won't
with the
be
MTV
alarmed by
conspiracy
people out in
thing?
the street. Claiming Amanda has shown worrisome signs of mental distress, including speaking to inanimate objects. So what? That's not against the law. How you doing, girl? Good. Good. It's nice to see you. Look, do I need a conservatorship? Am I breaking the law? Hey, y'all. Am I breaking the law right now? Does somebody need to come and take my rights away from me because I'm talking to you too? Lock me up. We just gotta let people do stuff, including talking to inanimate objects. Who cares? Y'all talk to
Appreciate
the
her
Lord all the
comedic
time, and I
relief,
got news
truly.
for you on that one, but nobody's putting you in a conservatorship. As for reports Amanda's entering rehab the next couple of days, the actress says no way. There's no reason to check into a treatment facility, and she said she's not on substances. So then you have another article, July 2013. So we know that she was put into a conservatorship in August 2013. So this was a month before she was put into the conservatorship. Amanda's parents say to a judge that she is going to hurt herself bad unless she gets put under
welcome
a
back.
conservatorship. And yet again, another TMZ exclusive.
Right, this
now,
girl's
what
funny.
we did learn from Lindsay Lohan's lawyer, Sean Chapman Hawley, who attempted to help put her into a conservatorship, is that you can buy articles. Oh, excuse me. You can have a relationship with TMZ in order to put the story, the version of the story that you want for your client, into the media. We have a clip of her admitting that in broad daylight around the same year as this. What year was that?
I know you commented for a piece in the New York Times about TMZ, but I actually wanted to ask you, as an attorney, if it's almost required at this point that you have some sort of relationship with a website like TMZ?
Yes, I mean, you have to, I think, have some relationships in the media to make sure that your side is getting out there, or at least that the other side is not the only side. Or
My question was about also about TMZ specifically.
Yeah.
I mean, is it because that isn't a website that covers celebrities in trouble, built on the
Vex, did you finish putting the primer
that's what
on the
how they
model?
make their money. Do you have to sort of get there first?
Yes.
Well,
Sometimes.
it shows you what happens when you throw enough money around.
Is that right?
Yes, well, no, I mean, I know they don't pay for stories, they just pay for photographs.
3 years before TMZ puts the second exclusive out, Amanda Bynes' parents get conservatorship. She brought Cartier for strangers. So the fuck what? I would buy Cartier for strangers if I had money. You know
For
what,
real?
Harvey? These children were abused, neglected, abandoned, and all kinds of other things just to make this money. However in the hell they want to spend their money is up to them. Who do you think that you are? Amanda Bynes' parents quietly went to court.
I mean, truly, all she did wrong was the DUIs and the hit and runs.
Alarming amounts of money. by
Like, those were
purchasing jewelry
crimes.
For strangers.
The
Judge, if she
rest
was buying
is
y'all's
really
stuff, you wouldn't
not-
have been mad about it. Lynn Bynes, please. Why are all their names Lynn? Amanda's folks filed legal documents obtained by TMZ in which they say Amanda is a substantial risk to herself and others. They cite her erratic behavior, including her DUI. The documents also reveal that Amanda is blowing through a shocking amount of her savings. Her net worth is currently $5.7 million. Of that, 2.8 is real property, homes. Her parents say Amanda's only income is from her rental property, which is $144,000 last year. Amanda's parents say the gift purchases have been extensive. It sounded like she's going into stores, buying stuff, and just handing it out on the street. So what? I mean, would I do that? Like, honestly, maybe. But so what? So what?
Yeah,
She's making
agreed,
$144,000
Kevin.
a year on her rental property. $2.8 million in
Like,
real property, which is not going anywhere.
She
has
might be
$3 or $4 million
behaving
in
erratically,
cash, I
but
guess.
she's
So
not
if she wants to buy
unable
jewelry
to
for
take care of
someone and give it to
herself.
them on the street, so what? Don't you buy Gatorade and give it to the homeless person on the street? Isn't that a nice thing to do? It's your money. If you want to buy something and give it to somebody, I don't give a shit. Why does the court have to get involved? Who does the court think they are? We the people are being told how to spend our money by our
Yeah,
government.
no, her parents are like,
TMZ
she's
is
spending
supporting
all
it
of our
like it's a
money.
key thing to do. I'm not okay with
We
it.
have
The
to put her in a
takes a
conservatorship and
backseat to
stop
Amanda's
her. Like, it's
involuntary
her fucking
commitment.
money.
TMZ broke the story. Her doctors just got a 30-day extension, which allows them to hold her in Pasadena psychiatric
These
facility.
parents
But
of
what
these
did Lena
child
Yovanovitch
stars are
tell
so
us?
fucked
You
up.
can put someone in a conservatorship only if they are in holding while you file the papers, either in a jail, court-ordered treatment,
The only ones that are okay are the ones that don't push their kids into acting and only let them do it if the kid is like badgering them to do it.
Lima told you on Soft White Underbelly how to do it in front of millions of people.
The way that you get somebody that doesn't want to get help into treatment is through something called an LPS conservatorship. It feels like a betrayal to that person, but at the same time, Amanda's in a safe place now. She had passed away. It's been a really, really big shock for us.
Wait, what?
October 10, 2014, the temporary conservatorship is still going on, and Amanda is put in yet another involuntary
Who was that lady and what did she just say?
She had just arrived in LA and went directly to a
Hey,
hospital
Fairy Dust, how's it
LA,
going?
where doctors placed her in an involuntary psychiatric hold.
So yeah, it has this
Kanye,
little
he
loom,
was on
and
a
then
world tour.
the scarf comes out.
Oh, international.
I don't know how to
tour.
like
It wasn't
actually
until he
knit or
was in
crochet.
driving distance
I
at
hope to one day learn.
UCLA Resnick Psychiatric Hospital.
But yeah,
that
this is
he
a
was
nice
all
way.
Of a sudden
It's not
exhausted
hard on the
and
hands.
dehydrated and needed to be hospitalized against his will.
But like a good introduction to working with yarn and everything.
They put you on the bed.
Also, we're watching an Amanda Bynes conservatorship video.
Was being treated for sleep deprivation when his doctor reportedly called 911 saying he was psychotic.
What does this article say? Just arrived in LA and Amanda went directly to a hospital where doctors placed her in an involuntary psychiatric hold. She thought a car service was taking her to the London hotel where her parents and their attorney were going to meet her. In fact, the parents had made arrangements with the car service to take her to a Pasadena hospital instead. Same thing that happened to Bam Margera. This lawyer, Tamar Armanak, was waiting with the doctors at the Pasadena hospital. TMZ says we're told the doctors placed her on a 5150 psychiatric hold where she'll be held for 72 hours. Now remember, this is already after she's in a conservatorship for a year. She needs another hold? Well, if y'all weren't able to figure it out in that year, how she doesn't need a hold, then maybe you're not the people who need to be in charge of her life. Now here's how the hold went down. I have another article. Amanda Bynes' ruse for psych hold created by Britney Spears' bad guy. It says, TMZ reports, the person
How is that
who
not
tricked
kidnapping? I mean,
Amanda
for real.
Bynes into flying to LA, where she ended up in a mental ward, is none other than the man who some say created life-threatening peril for a then unstable Britney Spears. Now, listen, everybody got a lot to say about what happened during that time with Britney Spears. So I don't know what Sam Lutfi's involvement was with Britney Spears. I do know he is a first-hand witness who saw everything up close. But this is widely given as the narrative that he was doing all kinds of crazy things to Britney that ultimately made her need a conservatorship. If you hear her parents tell the story, that is what they will tell you. TMZ has learned Sam Lutfi, who Britney's parents say recklessly medicating her before she was eventually strapped to a stretcher and taken to a psych ward in 2008, contacted Amanda Thursday and convinced her to sue her parents. He got her to fly to LA so he could hook her up with a lawyer. Here's what Amanda didn't know. Lutfi was secretly working with Amanda's parents, and it was all an elaborate ruse to lure her out so doctors could place her on an involuntary psychiatric hold. We now have more clarification as to how Lutfi pulled it off. He told Amanda her car would be making 2 stops. First, to the lawyer's office in Pasadena.
So that guy has to be a sociopath, yeah?
In West Hollywood, where she would confront her parents and tell them about the lawsuit. She never got to the London because the driver went to a Pasadena hospital, which looked like an office building. Amanda thought she was going to see the lawyer, but when she walked inside, she was surrounded by hospital staff. TMZ broke the story. Amanda was placed on a 72-hour psych hold, which can be extended for 14 days. We're told during that time, her parents will
Dina with the raid.
Lutfi, who
Welcome, friends. How's it going? I'm Bun. Hey, MB, how are you? Let me get a shout out for Dina. How was your stream? What were you up to? Nightbot? Nightbot, can we get the shout out? Nightbot, are you with me? Well, all right, we'll do this one. That one. Follow Dina. Oh, there's an ad gonna start. Let's not do that right after a raid. How are y'all doing? Why did Nightbot not do it? Oh, there she is. I don't understand. Did I do it wrong? I didn't do it wrong, but whatever. MB had the right touch. Nightbot is acting erratically and needs a conservatorship. Nightbot, your behavior is alarming people, and I don't think you're... I think you might need to be placed on a 72-hour hold. I'm sorry, we're watching a Amanda Bynes conservatorship video right now. That was good, Crunch. Nightbot had a brain freeze? I don't know, right? That was so weird. I was playing some Ultra Slow Muncher, then some Shenmue. What is Shenmue? Is that a hack or is that a game? Yeah, we've been trying to find stuff to watch while I'm knitting, and it turns out I like the stuff that's kind of dark. I'm cute and cozy, but I want to watch the, like, dark side of Blink. Nothing much. What's Shenmue with you? It's an old Dreamcast classic. Okay, it sounded like it was a game, but it could have also just been a hack I hadn't heard of yet, so I wasn't sure. Maybe not too dark, though. Let's not watch the Doggers one. No. I don't want it to get too dark either. I agree. There's a certain level of darkness that I enjoy, but I don't like it to get too dark. Well, not true crime. I more like what it was really like behind the scenes of da-da-da, or like the rise and fall of da-da-da, or I don't know, the first one we watched was like the tragic life of Brittany Murphy, which was really good, but also sad. Kind of the precursor to the Yakuza series. Okay. Shenmue walked so Yakuza could run. I got you. Well, fun. I hope you had a great time. Everyone, please go follow Dina. We love Dina in this house. Shenmue's kind of cooler in some ways, though. Okay. I haven't really seen any Yakuza before either, though. I'm probably saying it wrong. Knowing me. Well, we're loom knitting. We're making scarves for Christmas gifts. I have 4 completed. I'm working on the 5th one. I just started it today, so this is how far I've gotten in 2 hours, I guess. Have I taken a break? I have, okay. I guess I could put the video back on. I wanted to pause this so we could welcome the raid. But now I'm just knitting and it's silent. A huge collection of minigames disguised as action adventure? Oh, interesting. Oh, I love this. The scarf. Okay, this is close to being over.
Has always
and
said
then maybe I'll
he was
take a
actually
break after
protecting
that.
Brittany is a hero in the eyes of Amanda's
Thank
parents.
you, MB.
We're told they're going to.
I'll show you the ones I've made too.
But Sam Lutfi said that Courtney Love actually told him to write an article on XO Jane to show his side of the story. So what is Sam Lutfi's side of the story? We're on the Wayback Machine now. Sam Lutfi's story as of October 2014, and it's called "It Happened to Me." I'm Sam Lutfi, and I'm trying to help Amanda Bynes. Don't believe everything you read. So there's a picture of Courtney Love Love and Sam Lutfi. Leave it to Courtney Love to always stand up for
Really
me. is the
soft,
caption.
fuzzy yellow
if you
one.
read anything in the media right now, I'm described one of two ways: shady.
The one I'm
or
making right now will end up
slick-volley.
looking like
Putting
this.
aside the racist and anti-Semitic problems of those two words, there is also one other huge issue with them. They are absolutely dead wrong. And there's a picture of him and Britney Spears together. I know what you have read.
teal?
Don't believe it, is what the caption said. I've worked in Hollywood for a long time, and over the years, these experiences have led me to see what happens when too much fame and too much money can sometimes get the best of celebrities. I'm a problem solver, and I care about helping people get out of what may seem like some of their more difficult
Thank you. I thought they were such
which is
fun
why
yarn
you've
colors
seen
when
me
I saw them in the
associated with some of the
store.
more famous celebrities.
There's a
when they
couple
are
that
in
I'm
their
going to do
most
that are like
trying
gray and
hours.
black.
Britney Spears, Courtney Love, and now Amanda Bynes.
The
There's
black
a
one
tweet
for
from
my
Amanda
goth
here that
friend,
says you feel like a
and then the
brother
gray
to
one
me, Sam
for
Lutfi. Thank you, love.
Grandma,
Also
who probably
intertwined
prefers
with
neutrals.
all of these women is a lot of media scrutiny and much wrangling over money, control, and influence. True. So it makes sense that my name has been dragged through the mud more times than I can count. People fight dirty in Hollywood. They do what they need to do to come out on top and to claim the seat next to the most powerful. He says this has never been my Emma. I'm a person who loves a good comeback story. I consider
thank
myself
you.
somewhat of a
Those
comeback,
are so
and I'm
sweet.
also not afraid to get dirty in the process. If I need to be slandered in order to help other people get better or to help their reputations get better, I have absolutely no problem with that.
Britney's former nanny. What kind of person is this Sam Lutfi?
I was gonna try to censor a few things since it's CNN and not TMZ, but as I said, low life loser.
It's never been about me, it's about them. So then there's a tweet from
Scraps.
Courtney Love to Sam Lutfi, or a Facebook post. Good job with
Was the
Bynes,
Grink there
Sammy.
too?
That one needed your help. Quite heroic, actually, how you're always helping strays. No, you cannot have my cat. So Courtney Love seems to call Amanda Bynes a
That was
stray
actually not a
cat
typo, by the
here.
way, just
Then
an
she
inside
says,
joke.
"I need a
Oh, well, I
mulberry
didn't get
purse,
it.
a Rick Owens slip
I'm not
dress, and
inside.
a t-shirt, and a Miu Miu wallet. And if they have that dress, I want it. Just a heads up. Tins is awesome, and all is well on the Eastern Front." Then Sam said, "Thanks, Senorita. Been a long week." Sam says, "Courtney asked me to write this in order to help stop some of the misinformation campaigns that have been non-stop over the last few weeks, as Bynes has been more in the spotlight than ever. All I
It was
can
just
tell
for me,
you is
really?
that
Oh.
Amanda is getting the help she needs, and
That's
that I am
fine.
working closely with her and her family to ensure that we can move on from the tabloid sensationalism of her breakdown and instead concentrate on what a rare, talented young woman she has always been and continues to be." Then Courtney Facebooks at Sam Lutfi again. "Thanks for all you do, dude. I think you should answer that thing, and I also always have your back. In almost 7 years, you have done nothing but get me to where I am now, and you did it against all odds and on your own. They can quote me on that." And then Sam goes, "Amanda is a beautiful, amazing, and very strong woman who has been through a lot. So are Courtney and Britney. Like me, they are also survivors." Then there's a text message from Courtney Love pictured here that says, "Sam has been an enormous help to Bynes. He was wrongfully
Why is
depicted
Courtney
by
Love
Lynn
involved?
Spears that is under appeal presently as she lied. He has been helping me for almost 7 years and has never once done anything out of line or weird or wrong. He's only helped to get me to where I am
Oh my
today.
God, my
Now
ad manager
happy,
just
healthy and sober and acting again. Quote me on that."
Went
Then
away?
Sam says, "Call me whatever name you need, but please leave these women alone." Amanda then returned from the mental institution and immediately took to Twitter, saying, quote, "I'm going
Okay,
to court
closed
today
it
with my
and
lawyer to
opened it
prove
again.
that I am more than capable of handling my personal life and finances, and I am enraged. I got released from the
Okay.
hospital that Sam Lutfi and my parents arranged to send me to because my dad is humiliated by what he has done." Amanda said that on Twitter on the Friday morning. She went on to say, "The police filed a report against my dad. I am not
What's
able
going on
to
with
be in the
this?
same room with him. He is a sexual predator and he should be in jail." In other
Okay, I
messages,
messed this up
Amanda
by doing that.
repeated she's capable of taking care of herself, and she accused her parents of wanting to take her money. Whew. Well, I did not know all that stuff about Sam Lutfi, Courtney Love.
Why is it
Amanda
this weird
Bynes,
pop-out
who was
ad manager
accused
now?
Of putting Amanda, tricking her.
I'm so
I did not know
irritated.
any of that stuff, but I do know that
Okay,
Sam
now it's
Lutfi
fixed.
has told people before, Britney and Amanda's conservatorships are very
That was so
different.
weird.
Britney didn't need it, but Amanda, don't go meddling around in that one because that's a different story.
That was
Now,
weird.
seeing these allegations, Sam, you know, let me know what the deal is with this. I see that you have written your side of the story, which I tried to tell, but it's on the Wayback Machine. So if there's updates to this story, Sam, let us know, and maybe we'll be able to update it. Until then, I'm just glad Amanda's free. It seems like it was a lot of people who thought they knew better than Amanda what she needed. And that's just the pattern that we keep seeing. A bunch of people, even well-meaning people, who think they know better than the person in the situation, than the person whose rights, bodily autonomy, and freedom is implicated. You never know better for someone else what they need. No matter what your intentions are, you should never trick someone into forcing them into help. It's ethically and morally abhorrent.
It's really
and
fucked
I don't
up.
think that it is in harmony with how we're supposed to be treating each other on this planet. That's all I have for today. Come back soon. I'm sure we're gonna have all kinds of BJ Investigates and That Surprise Witness TV specials coming at you, flying at you at the speed of sound. And yeah, facts ain't defamation. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.
Okay, we will take a break and let this ad run because my ad manager is all fucked up. And then we'll find another video to watch from her that's just the right amount of dark. Okay, I'll be right back.
Well, you're top 10 in my heart. Thanks. I mean, really number 1, but just top 10.
Oh, Baja Blast booty.
Can someone clip that, please?
Got that Baja booty, bitch. Like, Sue and Amanda both just kept falling off at the very end. It was so funny.
I'm glad that was just a duel with me and Amanda, so you guys could just sit and comment.
Why did they do this? We're just safe here. Oh no, we're not. There was. I didn't see that there was anyone outside. I was like, why'd they set it up like this? You can just stand here the whole time and be safe.
We are getting some quality minigames out of this last turn. Can Amanda roll the third?
Same as being there, but okay, I think we're getting that more consistent at least. No, I landed on that like a fool.
Oh, no, that one's a tricky block. That one's a regular one that doesn't spin.
It's a trickster?
Yeah, Slop got you on that one.
Slop. Slop, I thought. How can I make the horsey like me? Mount. Soothe. Soothe, 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 soothe. It's okay, horsey baby. It's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Nay, nay, nay. Yeah. It's gonna be alright. Can we go maybe? Oh, that's a good horsey. That's a good, okay, because we could hit it farther. It's not a 5-footer, you're just happy to see me. Oh my god. I mean, the 3-wood goes farther. It sounds like it wouldn't, but it's how you use it, you know? I fucked up the shot. I fucked up the shot for that joke, man. I did a fucking double backspin.
What he's doing.
He's like, hold on, Bun's here? One sec.
He's like, thanks for the raid.
Yeah.
Alright, we're good.
Literally, I come in on a raid with someone else. I hope Bun's here. No.
Yes!
Oh my god,
Shit Talk Kez beat the level.
Suck it, Kez! We love you! What? Oh my god! Oh my god!
You did it!
All you have to do is shit talk Kez and you'll get it! Oh my god. Oh, these are the silliest mistakes. Fuck! That was the weirdest way I've ever said fuck, but okay. No!
You did it!
Oh, I did it!
No, just keep going, just keep going. Just about a couple seconds.
I'm so sorry for your ears. I fucking did it!
Good job, baby.
I
Good
did it!
Did it,
I'm so sorry, I keep screaming it. What the fuck? It took so many days! Oh my god, oh my god! No! How did I do the same thing again? I get so nervous that I just choke. I'm so disappointed. That should have been it. My heart's racing. Racing. I don't want to tell you what it is. $160, but now it's down to $149. Ah! Ah! I didn't die by the shell that time! Oh, a peep, a peep! Oh my fucking god! Come on, bud. Get her, get her, get her. Come on, come on, come on. What?
Bud.
Fuck yes!
Look at that. Goddamn. Fucking shredded.
The first time back.
Goddamn. Also, of course,
I'm gonna fucking cry again.
the second I switch out my fighting type, I get a nice grass type.
I tried this so many times. And then I just stopped. I went back. I just went over to Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oof, Blizzard
and then
Warrior.
I leveled up enough that I fucking kicked this bitch's ass the first fucking try.
Oof, that was risky. I did not realize that was gonna be fucking life orb of bones. So.
Last night, about 15 minutes after midnight, as we saw, there's a boat out on Cord Lake. In that boat, she met. One of those men shot the other with a pistol. And the shooter was Edgeworth. And like, yeah, spaghettification! It's called spaghettification! Lava's new! The laugh I laughed when I heard about that and then learned it was called motherfucking spaghettification. I just thought that was wonderful. So that's my space knowledge for the day. You can call me Space Vixen today, basically.
That's motherfucking spaghettification.
Can someone please clip that so I can send it to her, actually? Oh my god. I'm gonna die, but it was worth it. The one that was like... that all the kids do. It probably is the default one. But then we can also floss. I just don't know if I can do it in this space. Hold on. We'll try it. I'm hitting the chair, but... Oh, I'm hitting everything! I can do it faster. I just can't. Oh, well, I had the mushroom. That thing switches on his head. His
rolling its eyes.
Okay, I'm back. Hi, friends. Thank you so much for the raid, Amy. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry I was on a break. The crochet fairies are coming. Oh my god, that's so sweet. Look how cute this little emote is. Stop. I've never seen a crochet emote before. That's so cute. Oh, I love that. It was bad timing. I'm so sorry. I probably had like just gone on the break. The ads probably just started running. I'm so sorry. Hi, Noko. Welcome. Oh, got a Dipka's 18 plus. Very sweet of you. Please feel free to come back when you're 18. Always appreciate people who leave on their own so I don't have to like ban and then you can't come back, you know? Yeah, sorry about that, but thank you for respecting the rule. Agreed. Star, welcome back. Sorry, I thought someone shouted you out already, but thank you for the raid. Yeah, no, that's okay. I think it's because we got 2 raids kind of close together, so. Here, let's give a fancy shout out to one of these ones. I'll give you a follow too. So I wish I could actually crochet. I tried to learn once and I felt a little too dumb to do it. So I'm gonna try to learn again soon, but right now we're doing some loom knitting. So basically use this little guy and then the scarf comes out. But it's been a good way to like get used to working with yarn and get a little more comfortable with it. You use this little hook for it. I do have a bunch of crochet hooks that I bought because I thought I was going to be able to just learn how to do it right away. But maybe one day. And then we are heartbreak this. We're trying to find something else that we want to watch. Virtual reality hell. That's weird. The Web, Lou Taylor, Jackass. There really is a lot on BAM, apparently. Nickelodeon. A lot of Ariana Grande, Kanye and Kardashians. Mr. Beast the movie. Like, I like this person's videos, but I don't think I care about any of these other videos. We will see. No, this sucks. I was really hoping that we would want to watch more videos from her.
Heartbreaking news today about former talk show.
Were there any good ones over here? All right, we're going back to deep dive.
Paris. You have recently said that you never want Lindsay Lohan's name spoken in the same sentence as yours. Harris, say 3 nice things about Lindsay Lohan.
They want more.
Lindsay Lohan, she's a firecracker.
I did just watch something about this on Hulu.
She's beyond.
There being a lot about Bam is not that surprising. I like didn't know he had a conservatorship and stuff. Maybe we do have to watch some of his videos. Oh wait, Vex, I think I missed something you said during the... I do have a webcam, but I'm not crafting right now, and the cam is super old, but you can see me in the kitties pick in Discord. I also am not wearing my glasses, so it looks weird to me.
they went to bed and left you in the room, and I'm like, you didn't even like send her up.
Okay, you look more normal without glasses than I do. My eyes are like small and squinty.
Yeah.
She totally party crashed.
Yay, Vex face reveal. Well, if you want to craft with me over the weekend, you're welcome to, and we'll try to figure out how I can show like Discord on the stream. I have money outside.
Are you being serious? Just saying a fact.
Yeah, that'd be so much fun. You could probably use the study cam. Or maybe, but you can angle it down on the tripod.
Juicy tracksuits, flip phones, and mega socialites stealing each other's boyfriends. This was young Hollywood's MO in the early 2000s. And today's deep dive subject was the queen.
He had money outside of MTV. He was a pro skater and did CKY with Ryan Dunn, who didn't make
started
it.
out as BFFs. 23-year-old Paris wanting to show 18-year-old Lindsay the
I
ins
forgot
and
he
outs
did
of Hollywood
CKY.
stardom, friendships, and boyfriends. But as Lindsay discovered the Los Angeles party
Interesting.
scene and subsequently
Okay, yeah, now I want to watch
cutthroat
the BAM
social
ones after
scene,
this.
Paris and Lindsay would be
There were like
friends
4
in
parts
opposite
though.
directions,
That
quite
just means
literally
we have
becoming
content to
friends
watch.
with each other's arch enemies, and eventually even girlfriends to the same guy.
I remember
Once
this.
girl code was broken once, the young Hollywood scene became a free-for-all.
Oh,
This
boy.
would explode into the longest-running feud from the early 2000s, and Paris and Lindsay would fight tooth and nail for the heart of Greek shipping heir Stavros Niarchos. From posting lost dog posters with mugshots on them to stealing $10,000 worth of designer clothes and threatening to burn them, nothing was off limits. Paris even hacked into Lindsay's sidekick. But then again, Lindsay did go sleep with Joel Matt.
You're gonna give it away.
No, you're right. So sit back in your juicy tracksuit and make sure you charge your Sidekick LX, because we're hopping in the Mercedes-Benz SLR
Not the
McLaren
Sidekick
with
LX.
Lindsay, Brittany, and Paris. And it's gonna be a very bumpy, sexually tumultuous, and glamorous ride through the year 2007.
He said sexually. That's good.
To start the story off, we need to go back to February 17th, 1981.
It's good
the
because
day
they kept
future
censoring it
starlet and
before, not
modern
because, like,
royalty. Paris
that sounded
Hilton
weird.
was born to Richard and Kathy Hilton, as in the second biggest hotel chain in the world. Growing up in a life of
What's the
luxury,
first
the
biggest?
Hiltons would raise Paris in the
Marriott?
billionaire circle of Manhattan, New York. 5 years later, a few boroughs down in the Bronx, Lindsay Lohan would be born to Dina and Michael Lohan, who were on the opposite side of the spectrum, often struggling to make ends meet. While Paris was being taught rigorous manners and being sent to boarding schools against her will, a
Boarding
3-year-old
school is so
Lindsay
crazy
Lohan
to me.
was getting started in the acting world, booming across 60 different television commercials and making a major name for herself as a toddler. This would transition to Lindsay booking the TV drama Another World in 1996 and being discovered by Nancy Myers in 1998. Nancy truly saw Lindsay's star quality and booked her for the 2 main roles of what is now known as one of the most iconic movies of all time.
Still insane to me that they used one girl for 2 roles
signed
instead
to
of
a
twins for
deal
1
with
role
Disney,
so that they
and
could
she
work
would
longer.
absolutely explode on the scene in the new millennium, releasing
Like,
such
that's how
hits
good
as
she
Life
was to them.
Size and Get a Clue. But her next era would be
Get a
her
clue.
golden one, and it just so happened to line
Nothing you
up with Paris Hilton's golden era as well. See, after
Wow.
sneaking into
Forgot
her
about that movie.
grandparents' house with David LaChapelle and making waves with her photo shoot, Paris booked a Fox reality show with her longtime friend Nicole Richie called The Simple Life. Now, we've already detailed the rise and fall of Paris and Nicole's friendship along with The Simple Life, so
Well,
be sure
I
to
haven't
check out our
watched it.
video on the real story behind Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie. Needless to say, 3 weeks before The Simple Life was about to premiere, news broke that a scandalous video of Paris Hilton hit the internet.
One Night in
that
Paris.
she never consented to being released or even remembered filming. The Simple Life
That's
would
really sad.
debut to much
I
fanfare.
didn't realize she didn't
as would
remember
Lindsay
filming it
Lohan's
either.
new classic Disney movies Freaky Friday with Jamie Lee Curtis and Herbie Fully Loaded. Lindsay worked with Tina Fey on the cultural classic Mean Girls, but little did Lindsay know how much the movie would mirror her life.
Wait,
As in
that's what cult
2004,
classic
Lindsay
means? Is
Lohan would
cultural
make the big
classic?
move to Los Angeles, California with her roommate Raven Simone, and one of the first
Literally
girls to
blew my
introduce
mind just now.
themselves and show an 18-year-old Lindsay Lohan around.
I always
was
thought
the
they did that because that's how they
23-year-old
made the original
Queen
Parent
Bee
Trap with Haley
herself,
Mills.
Paris Hilton.
I don't know. I never
Paris
watched
took
the original
Lindsay
one.
under her wing, picking her out the perfect sidekick so she could stay connected to all her new LA besties, and even taking her
But
shopping at her
that would
favorite
make
store,
sense.
Kitson. Paris and Lindsay would hit the town. And
But at the
start
time, we
partying
always
the
knew
night away.
twins to
Lindsay
play one
felt
role,
like she had a
you
true
know?
friend who could look out for her when she needed it. But little did Lindsay know what web she was about to be tangled up in. See, Lindsay befriended both Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie. But Paris and Nicole's friendship would sour after Nicole allegedly showed Paris's tape at a viewing party for her night on SNL, laughing with all their mutual friends over Paris's private video. This caused Paris to distance from Nicole and would actually cause Lindsay and Nicole to grow closer together.
Oh, that's weird. Like, if she would do that to her best friend, what would she do to you, her new friend?
Get in, loser. We're going shopping.
Yeah, I always thought it was more like a cult following kind of thing, you know?
Named Paris Latzis. They immediately fell madly in love, getting engaged just 5 months into their whirlwind relationship, and had even planned out their whole entire future, which included 2 children that they wanted to name Paris and London. At the time, Paris and Paris were the it couple that the tabloids loved to hate.
They were both named Paris and they wanted to name one of their kids Paris? Okay.
Paris's 24-karat engagement ring that was simply too heavy to wear.
Guess you gotta lean
or
into it.
Gossip columnists predicting the end of what they believed was a PR stunt
Yeah.
instead of real love. Now, Paris Hilton wasn't the only celebrity falling in love with the Greek shipping heir. Around the same time, a then 19-year-old Mary-Kate Olsen debuted with her new man, Stavros Niarchos III, one of the heirs to the multi-billion-dollar Greek shipping company Niarchos Ltd. If you've seen the second part of our series on Mary-Kate and
We
Ashley
have.
Olsen,
Watched that
then you
yesterday.
unfortunately already
Or
know
the day
what's
before,
coming.
actually.
On October 2nd, just 4
Don't
months
remember.
after getting engaged, Paris Hilton announced that she was breaking off her engagement to Paris Latzis, whose family allegedly didn't approve of her. Within hours of Paris's announcement, publications would begin speculating that Paris Hilton was already in a new relationship with Mary-Kate's boyfriend, Stavros Niarchos. The duo had been spotted out multiple times together partying in Hollywood. Onlookers said that Paris and Stavros danced, took shots of tequila all night long, and were caught kissing. Sadly, Mary-Kate Olsen would find out with the rest of the world that she was being cheated on and that her relationship was over. Her heart was completely crushed after reading the tabloids.
Mary-Kate.
Now, Mary-Kate is an extremely private person.
She didn't deserve
so
any of
her
the shit she
heartbreak and
went
the
through
affair
either.
being plastered all over the media would end up being the catalyst to her decision to drop out of NYU.
Mary-Kate Olsen, with no sister in sight, graces the January cover of W Magazine. Right now, Mary-Kate is all about breaks. Her indefinite study break from NYU, her Manhattan break and subsequent move to LA, and getting through heartbreak from a bad breakup with Stavros Niarchos.
I remember this from their other video. They thought they were so clever saying break so many times.
After Mary-Kate introduced them. She says, Paris and I always had nice things to say to each other. Now I guess you can tell we're not talking. But she is talking about Stavros. I miss him and I love him and I don't speak with him anymore. It's a hurtful and a painful subject.
Mary-Kate's always really been with someone, and she's really never been without a boyfriend, and so she's having a hard time dealing with the idea of being alone.
From October 2005 to April of 2006, Paris and Stavros would be photographed at every major Los Angeles hotspot, making out and dancing together. However, on May 2nd, 2006, tabloids began speculating that Stavros and Paris had broken up. The very next day after those reports, Stavros Niarchos was seen at a club, dirty dancing and sticking his hand up the skirt of none other than Paris's friend and fellow socialite, Lindsay Lohan.
Lindsay, please.
This sent shockwaves through all of the gossip columns
That's like
for 2 reasons. Number 1, Lindsay
double
broke world
leftovers.
code by partying with her friend's newly ex-boyfriend. And number 2, Lindsay herself had been in a very public relationship with the Pink Taco owner and founder, Harry Morton. Lindsay and Stavros would get a ton of public backlash, but the scrutiny certainly didn't stop them, as for the next couple of weeks, the duo would be spotted over 3 times partying together. Once at Butter,
3 whole
once at
times.
Bungalow 8, and they even went to an Elephant concert together on May 17th, 2006. On
Yeah,
the
no, that's very
same
strange.
Day, while Lindsay and Stavros were enjoying the concert,
People that are like very
Paris
fucked
would
up
seemingly
and
begin
forget that there's
exacting
others
her
around them, I
revenge on
assume.
Lindsay for taking Stavros as her new man so quickly after their breakup.
It was
and
probably on the dance
publicly
floor.
humiliating her.
Lindsay Lohan has got the stinkiest, sweaty, orange anyone has ever seen. I haven't seen it.
Paris, do you agree with him?
But it out freckles, it's orange, and it smells like diarrhea.
Paris,
Ew.
do you agree with him?
We think she's a fire crotch. Or we know.
Are we going to the parking lot or are we going?
I mean, we don't think that. We know it's obvious. Red hair comes from inside her. The truth is, her movie bombed, and her is orange.
Who even is this guy?
Lindsay's movie bomb? What's her name?
Whose movie bomb?
Fire Crotch's movie bomb. I think she's worth about $7 million, which means she's really poor. It's disgusting.
I guess if you're worth 7 million, you're poor. So what does that make the rest of us?
I wouldn't her. I wouldn't her with my shrink. Starlet, is that what your necklace? Smelly. Henry.
I can't imagine like being this age and like having my like weird feuds with my friends just be like public like this.
And she has freckles coming out of her vagina. And her
She has freckles coming out of her vagina. Like, what even is that to say? What kind of thing is that to even say?
Paris Hilton's
What do you even mean?
publicist, Elliot Mintz, would blame the incident entirely on Brandon, stating that his words did not reflect the views of Paris Hilton. But
I mean, she didn't tell him to shut up.
Damage was done. This fire crotch comment would follow Lindsay to this very day, even making it into the new Mean Girls movie. Talk show and radio hosts alike would rip into Lindsay's hygiene and body hair any chance that they got.
That's
Lindsay
so
did
fucked
respond
up.
to the infamous video on a few occasions throughout her career.
Wow.
The first being in an
A weird thing, yeah, for
where
sure.
Lindsay revealed she hadn't seen the video yet, but was aware of it because Paris and Brandon started prank calling her, saying this same disgusting comments. Lindsay boiled the situation down to Paris needing to, quote, think before she acts. Obviously, she's very comfortable making videos. Shots were officially fired, and the feud between Lindsay and Paris was only
She said,
getting started.
bitch.
The next scandal
You can
would
play
be
this game.
much harder for Paris's publicist to explain away. In July of 2006, someone had apparently hacked into Lindsay Lohan's BlackBerry, sending out harassing messages to people on her buddy list. Lohan's representative told the New York Post that the messages sent were disgusting and very mean. Everyone had thought they were coming from Lindsay, but they weren't, and that they had lawyers looking into the situation. The representative then speculated that some people think Paris may have been involved in the hacking, as the wording of the messages
Probably.
sounds, quote, very familiar. Paris Hilton's representative Elliot would respond denying
God forbid
claims,
someone have
saying
body
they were,
hair.
quote,
Yeah.
silly,
Well, in the early
untrue, and
2000s,
unfortunate.
it was
However, the company Paris
one
was
of the grossest
allegedly
things you could do, I
using to
guess.
hack into Lindsay's BlackBerry disagreed.
Celebrities have also been tempted by spoof card. One case involved Lindsay Lohan.
A few years back, Paris Hilton was using our technology to access a whole bunch of Hollywood celebrities' voicemail, including Lindsay Lohan, and we had to terminate her account for misusing it.
After this, the feud would continue to heat up. Lindsay went to Butter, a celebrity hotspot in Manhattan, before going
I just
down
can't
the
imagine
stairs
because
to
I
the
was
party
wild
bus.
at this
Lindsay was
age,
warned
and
by the
like
owner that Paris
I
Hilton was
just
there.
I feel
She
really
said she
bad
didn't care and
that
continued
their
to
lives
the
were just
party.
under the microscope
Well,
like
when
that.
Paris saw Lindsay, she immediately went off in front of everyone, grabbing Lindsay's arm, saying, quote, I can't believe you called Stavros. After the confrontation at Butter, Paris seemingly wanted to get back at her ex-bestie. That's when reports started surfacing that Harry Morton, Lindsay's on and off again boyfriend, had been seen spending the night at Paris's house. A friend of Lindsay's told reporters that although she and Harry aren't currently dating, Lindsay loves him and this news is devastating for her. This would inevitably cause the public catfights to continue. The next being at an Us Weekly after party. Paris would was seen yelling at Lindsay that the reports about her hitting on Lindsay's ex-boyfriend were untrue. A few weeks after that fight at Teddy's, an LA nightclub, Lindsay would confront Paris again over her ex-boyfriend Harry Morton spending the night at Paris's. But confronting Paris wasn't enough. A still furious Lindsay was ready to get back at Paris in the best way she knew how. And that's when TMZ reported that Lindsay and Stavros were seen making out in a club for the first time in months. This would infuriate Paris. Lindsay knew just how to get to her and push her buttons. And she was playing Paris like a PlayStation. Speaking of which, that brings us to our next chapter.
In 2006, Sony was gearing up to launch their 21st century gaming console to the
I have millions of
masses.
people watching my every
And who
public
better
move. I
to
do this
promote
shit
the new
too.
PS3 than
Like,
newly found tech icons
I feel like that
Paris
type
Hilton
of
and Lindsay
behavior is
Lohan.
very
Before
typical
social
for
media,
like
big tech brands often
19
relied
to
on
like
celebrities to be
23-year-olds or
spotted
whatever.
using their technology, either in music
And I just
videos, at an
cannot
event's red
fathom
carpet,
everyone
or
knowing
out and
about all of
by the
it. Like,
paparazzi. Devices like the BlackBerry or the Sidekick's popularity can largely be attributed to celebrity endorsements like Paris Hilton and Lindsay Lohan. Whether Sony knew the pair were feuding and wanted to drum up some drama and press for their event is unknown. But this was the moment Lindsay finally snapped. And it would
I
be
didn't do
the
anything like
word
that.
heard
Well, if you
across
partied,
the
you did.
Well, Lindsay. Wait, with Paris, try Lindsay. Lindsay, where are you, Lindsay? Yeah, that's enough.
Paris, get cut.
I'm sorry, Lindsay, what? The what? Lindsay, Paris is the what? Is the cut?
Lindsay immediately retracted her statement, her assistant in the video clearly saying she's joking.
Why is Paris the cunt? Sorry, Lindsay, why is Paris the cunt? We got you saying a second ago. Tell them dirty gates in the tank. Paris is your friend. Lindsay loves Paris. No.
But she would double down on Paris later, showing paparazzis a bruise and claiming that Paris spilled a drink on her.
What?
Hey, Lindsay, does it bother you?
You got a bruise from her spilling a drink on you? I would have been the most boring person to follow around in my early 20s.
Thank you. This is a picture
I-
of Paris Hilton, and I'm saying this on tape. She hit me last
glad
night
no
for
one
no
was
reason.
following me
Apparently
around.
at a friend's house, and I didn't know she'd be there, and she hit me.
I was maybe
All over me.
not
And it
making the
hurts.
best
It's not
choices
okay.
then.
And I'm sorry for everyone that thinks I'm crazy.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Which is why when I met Sio, I was like, what did I do to like deserve someone so nice to me?
Photo taken of all time. And no, I'm not exaggerating.
I know,
See, in
but
fall of
I
2006,
just
Paris Hilton would befriend
wasn't
the
always
one
the
and
best
only
person, I
princess
guess.
of pop.
It's Britney, bitch.
They would start partying
We
together
wanted
and
to
even
become
going
better
out on
people
the
for each
town.
other.
Britney began attributing
because of
her
each
new
other.
style to Paris, and they would begin dressing
For ourselves,
up
but
every
because of each
single
other.
night. With Paris Hilton by her side, Britney Spears solidified herself as a true socialite. And her music would begin reflecting it. Britney Spears' nights out with Paris
Britney's
Hilton
on the
were
scene
a
now.
huge inspiration for Blackout, Britney's most critically acclaimed album in the overall pop music Bible. On November 28th, 2006, Paris Hilton and Britney Spears went out to the Beverly Hills Hotel to a mutual friend's party. When they decided to leave, they knew they'd be swarmed with paparazzi, but they were still in for quite the surprise.
I just want more.
None other than Lindsay Lohan showed up to the hotel, and Paris would hold her hand to the fire and make her tell the truth.
So Paris, did you hit Lindsay?
You got a ticket, you got a ticket.
Ask her, she's right there.
Ticket.
Lindsay, tell them the truth.
Me too. What's going on, Lindsay? Tell
Paris,
us.
never. Lindsay, she's my friend. Everyone lies about
Lindsay.
everything. She's a nice person. Please, leave us alone.
So your friends?
So that video statement earlier today was wrong?
Waiting in the car. She never did that. She's a good girl. She's a nice person. I've known her since I was 15. Please, stop
Lindsay, right here.
make us hate each other.
Ending in the holy trinity of 2000 socialites stumbling in to Paris Hilton's Mercedes-Benz SLR McLaren, creating the most iconic paparazzi photos ever captured. Now, what
I knew exactly
really
where they were
happened
going with
night
that.
has been contested in recent years. Both Paris and Lindsay reflecting on the night very differently. See, in 2017, Paris would divulge that Lindsay Lohan was actually never invited to hang out with them at all.
It's like Charlie's Angels.
Lindsay, did she like hit back on this at all? Did she say anything?
Well, actually, it was just Britt and I out, and then she just like
chased us to the car and got in. She wasn't invited.
At what point do you say to Lindsay Lohan, I'm so sorry, babe, you're gonna have to get out?
You're not on the list.
I mean, I think she's doing well in Mykonos now, so.
Yeah, sure.
You all went out for a night.
Well, Brittany and I went out for the night.
You and Brittany went out for the night, and then did Lindsay like crash, or she was just around and she?
Yeah, she totally party crashed. Like, we were all at the Beverly Hills Hotel at the bungalows, and we were in an after party, and then Brittany and I wanted to leave to go home.
Right.
And then she started like chasing us.
Lindsay did.
Chasing
Yes,
you?
And then squeezed in the car. It was literally a two-seater SLR, you know, that sports car. So she just like squeezed in. And I didn't want to humiliate her in front of all the paparazzi and be like, get out of my car. So
Yeah.
I was like,
Went
whatever.
along with it.
Yes.
Then when you pulled away, did you,
Brittany's
like,
looking at
drop her
Paris
off?
like, what the fuck? Why am I like on the middle hump of your car? I didn't realize it was a two-seater. That's so funny.
To sleep, and then I don't know. Lindsay probably went to another
Let
party.
herself out?
I don't know. There was no Uber back then. So she
Wait,
probably
Radio Andy? What the fuck is that?
Wow. So literally, and Brittany was sleeping over that night?
A podcast?
Wow. You can envision
I had no
day
idea
in
Andy
your
Cohen
life
had a
in LA
podcast.
10 years ago where you would have like called a cab from Paris Hilton's
Well,
house?
do you think she hang glided from the
we
Hollywood
were at the
Hills?
Beverly Hills Hotel.
Oh, you were at the Beverly Hills Hotel. She was kind of acting like they weren't having it and that you came back with the house with them and they went to bed and
I
they
haven't
left
even
you
seen
there.
her in years.
Do you remember that night?
No.
You don't?
No, I'm kidding.
Right.
Yeah, I do.
You do
but I just
remember that
haven't
night.
seen her in years, and that's not the story. So let's just pass on.
Right. Well, let me ask
I'm not
you
here
this.
to talk about Paris.
I know. But she made it seem like she didn't even know how you got home that night.
Maybe she
was
doesn't
like,
remember it.
There
End
you
of
go.
story.
Right. Okay. I was like, well, she said they went to bed and left you in the room, and I'm like, you didn't even like send her, let her go.
There was no Uber back then.
I don't like the idea of Lindsay Lohan calling a cab. You know what I mean? I don't like.
And Lindsay was asked about this. She simply answered with, I've never had to crash a party in my life. I'll leave it at that. Everything finally seems civil between Paris, Brittany, and Lindsay. However,
Fuck this
Paris
guy.
had an
Who,
Uber reverse
Andy?
card up her sleeve, as
Love
she
Andy.
would shock the entertainment world when she took Stavros Niarchos.
Andy's
back
not great,
as
but I
her
love him.
boyfriend. All after he was with Lindsay
Can't
during
be
their
hating
break.
him.
Do you ever wonder, like, who else is fucking your man?
I'm not here to talk about Paris. Okay, but proceeds to ask more about Paris. That's literally his job, though. Like, he runs all of the Real Housewives reunions and shit.
Causing news publications to speculate.
So I think he's
whether
just
or
really
not
used
they
to
were
like being like,
engaged,
okay,
but
but
there was major trouble in paradise.
and then asking the
Early in
question again.
2007, various reports that Paris and Stavros were getting into
I'm an Andy
screaming
apologist,
matches at the
apparently.
club began making their rounds. And on March 2nd, 2007, Paris Hilton and Stavros Niarchos
Ooh, I'll check.
would publicly break up again, ending their breakup.
Sorry. You can be like, ew, fuck this guy. That's totally fine.
That Lindsay Lohan was at a nightclub seeking out
What
Stavros,
channel? Art?
and they were even seen leaving together.
The summer of 2007 represented new beginnings for the It Girls of Beverly Hills. Paris had a new boyfriend, Lindsay Lohan and Nicole Richie were becoming best friends, and Britney Spears had just gotten divorced and released her new single, Gimme
Ooh,
More.
cool.
Now, when asked about Britney's divorce on the red carpet, Lindsay Lohan responded,
The wings are not attached. How are they there?
In terms of what?
She just announced yesterday she just filed for divorce.
Oh, I didn't even know that actually. That's bad of me. I'm sorry, but
Doggone
that's none of my
indeed.
business.
Are you surprised?
I really don't care, to be honest.
Awesome, thank you.
Britney Spears is not. I mean, I've met her twice.
afterwards, Britney Spears
They're not
seemingly
glued down,
showed
I
Lindsay
see.
back in a paparazzi video.
Well, wait, how are they there then?
Oh my god, like, yeah.
This might be a stupid question, but
So we can believe the rumors, right?
like,
I knew, like, right?
they can't just be floating there.
What do you think of Lindsay Lohan? Brittany, what would you like to say to Lindsay Lohan? Thank you, Brittany.
Lindsay may have had a few things to say about Britney.
They have
However, when it came to
pins. Okay,
Paris,
thank you.
Lindsay wouldn't say a word. In fact, she pleaded the fifth on David Letterman when asked about Paris's legal troubles. Speaking of legal troubles, there were tons of those to go around in the summer of 2007. Lindsay Lohan would be arrested on 2 separate occasions for drunken driving and was ordered to attend a rehabilitation facility for 45 days that specialized in substance abuse and various addictions. Paris Hilton was then caught driving with a suspended license, which violated her probation from her previous DUI. She would then be sentenced to
I thought that said
45
Paris Whitney
days
Hilton.
in
It said Paris
Yeah, it's a couple of
Witry
days before you
Hilton.
headed off to jail.
Witry?
How are you feeling? I'm scared, but I'm being strong, and I'm ready to face my sentence.
Must be like a
and
family
I hope
name.
That this can be an example to
Weird
other
middle
young
name.
people and the decisions they make, and
Because it was spelled like Whitney, but with an R instead of an N.
I heard that to make her feel like more comfortable in prison, the guards are gonna paint the bars to look like penises.
Sarah Silverman,
I just worry
please.
that
Such a
she's
pick
gonna
me.
break her teeth on those things.
I was in possession.
What did you possess?
Cocaine.
Paris Hilton exiting now after serving 23 days behind bars, serving a 45-day sentence for violating probation. You see Paris now?
I'ma put you on tonight. I'm gonna be bad. Go ahead, set it off.
Do you think Paris is going to come out with different warning?
I think she's loving this. I wanna be bad. I wanna be bad.
As Paris was released from jail and Lindsay Lohan entered her alcohol monitor bracelet era, they both met up for a Malibu beach party to celebrate their newly found freedom. They had even appeared to be friendly again, letting bygones be bygones. But there was another
Bygone
friendship that would be
indeed.
blossoming during this time. Nicole Richie and Lindsay Lohan started to become really close friends, and they both had one thing in common, which was on and off again feuds with Paris Hilton.
Lindsay, Paris, and Nicole. It doesn't get any hotter than that. It was an ex-enemy reunion in Hollywood last night. Our girls, Paris, Nicole, and Lindsay all together again.
This is my best friend, so I'm here to see her.
Well, I love our money exchange, and I love Nicole, so I'm a supporter.
82 minutes. Nicole Richie in and out of jail in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, Lindsay Lohan's stay in the slammer will last one day.
These young women that are racing around LA, drunk driving, crashing into things.
Nicole Richie reportedly weighs less than 97 pounds. Could that have anything to do with her gal pal Lindsay?
Why is she so
down Hollywood hotties,
light?
Lindsay Lohan and Nicole Richie have a problem? No.
I am here with the star of Mean Girls, the star of Kirby Fully Loaded, Lindsay Lohan. Wait, la 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 la. Are you gonna perform tonight? Are you gonna sing? I'm tired of really I'm sick of being followed. I'm glad you know the song. You look really skinny, I have to tell you. I mean, you look really skinny. You look really skinny.
Ew, that was how they were complimenting each other? That's so gross. No, like she's way too skinny. They both are. Oh no.
I'm probably not gonna eat because I'm so anorexic and everything, right? This room was flying round. They try to take my crown.
She's like, I'm not anorexic, I'm just on a lot of
Lindsay ended up getting
coke.
closer to Nicole than she ever had been to Paris. They became each other's accomplices. Sometimes
I mean, if you're in that life, you have an eating disorder. I
like
mean,
when
yeah, pretty
reports
much.
surfaced that Lindsay
Whether you know it or not.
stole $10,000 worth of clothes from model Lauren Hastings. Lauren filed a police report for
You
the
might think it's
incident,
normal
and
'cause it's
when
all you've
Nicole
ever
Richie
known.
got wind of this, she was not
As like a
happy.
child star
Nicole
like
snatched
that.
Lindsay's BlackBerry and typed one of the most scathing messages in pop culture history, starting with, quote, "Are you okay? I know you have nothing, but Jesus fucking Christ. Are you so desperate for new clothes you're willing to file a police report to get some? I'll go to Goodwill for you and pick out a nice pair of pants for you to wear and split open because you're getting so huge. If you're going to do
Wow.
drugs, at least have something to show for it. Lose some damn pounds and get a life. You're delusional and pathetic and embarrassing. Next time you write Lindsay, you'll be dealing with the wrath of me. Consider this a warning." Signed, Nicole Richie. P.S. Blow a horn. By this point, Lindsay Lohan and
She
Nicole
wrote that to
Richie
Paris?
were clearly besties, which meant Lindsay's newfound friendship with Paris wouldn't last long. And it didn't. On August 15, 2007, less than a month after their reconciliation, Paris Hilton would post a lost dog poster with Lindsay's mugshot at her Hollywood Hills home, reading, "Lost dog. Have you seen her? Age 3 in dog years. Weight
3 in dog years. Stop.
dilated.
Shit like this reinforces it? Yeah.
Freckled. Breed.
That was really bad.
Coke carrier.
Both
My
when they
dog
were
was
like
last seen on the
complimenting
morning
each
of
other for
July
looking so
24th,
skinny, and then
2007,
like
chasing cars in Santa Monica. She will answer to the call
body
of
shaming
Lilo,
someone over
L
text,
Square,
like, oh, I'll buy you
Loho,
pants
and
that you'll
dime
just rip
bags,
out
2
of
for
because you're getting
$10.
fucking
She was
huge.
also
Like,
last seen
really?
carrying her favorite toys, a little white bag we call her doggy bag, and her favorite black ankle bracelet. Please come home. All the change in my couch will be offered for the information leading to the safe return of my dog. 2 months after the dog poster incident, Paris Hilton would be spotted at the Grove movie theater in Los Angeles on a super secret movie date with her ex-boyfriend, Stavros Niarchos. The ex-couple would be spotted again a week later at nightclub The Green Door. The relationship between Paris and Stavros seemed like it might be back on. Sparks may have been flying between the two, but Stavros' family reportedly felt very negatively towards Paris and her family. Reports emerged that the Niarchos family disliked Paris so much that they threatened to cut Stavros off financially if he continued to date her.
Oh my
now,
God.
remember, Paris had already dated other Greek shipping heirs prior to Stavros, and even more reports began emerging that the families of the shipping heirs joined together against Paris to make sure she didn't marry any of their sons.
Oh my
This
God.
seemed to be the trick as the battle for Stavros would come to a final boiling point. It was reported by the New York Post that Paris showed up to Hollywood hotspot Crimson looking for Stavros Niarchos. He was there, but apparently wanted nothing to do with Paris. Well, instead of telling Paris this, Stavros decided to call up her frenemy, then left the party before she could find him in order to meet up with Lindsay Lohan.
Wow.
However, Paris wasn't ready to give up on Stavros. She was persistent. Later that week, she showed up at his hosting gig for the Art Basel Festival.
Like early
attempting
2000s
to
media was
distract
absolutely
Stavros
fucking
from
awful
the
for
date.
beauty
Paris would
standards being so
allegedly
out of touch
follow
with
them from
reality.
nightclub
Yeah.
to nightclub, even hitting the dance floor to get his attention. After this, Paris and Stavros would be spotted out
Absolutely.
together just one more time in
Like I
December
said, I think I only came out of it
2007. But this
unscathed because
time,
I was
it would
already
be the
skinny,
true end of their love story,
eating no matter
as
what
this
I
family's
wanted
threat truly
or
appeared
anything
to
I
scare
wanted,
him
you
away
know?
from the Hilton Hotel heiress, and they would never be photographed together again.
As the iconic year of 2007 came to a close and 2008 began, rumors of a relationship between a 22-year-old Lindsay Lohan and
Yeah,
a
it was really
31-year-old
bad.
DJ named Samantha Ronson began circulating. Now, Samantha Ronson was open with her sexuality in the early 2000s, but Lindsay truly wasn't allowed to be. She had already been deemed by the general public as a sex icon, and even when she came out with Samantha and confirmed their relationship, news publications refused to refer to them as a couple. They were simply, quote, best friends. But when Ashley Olsen made the mistake of saying hi to
Maybe even
Samantha at
roommates.
a party, Lindsay would viciously protect her relationship, telling Ashley to, quote, keep your 15-year-old full house ass away from my girl. Lindsay would join Samantha for her DJ sets, and they would go out on double dates with Nicole Richie and Joel Madden. Now, this is very important. Please remember this specific fact. Lindsay and Samantha's relationship was clearly passionate. However, things would get downright nasty when one night in May 2008, Nicole Richie would receive a text from none other than her estranged friend, Paris Hilton. Reports emerged that while Nicole was at home with her and Joel Madden's newborn babies, Paris saw Lindsay Lohan cozying up to Joel Madden during his DJ set.
No.
After receiving this news from Paris, Nicole attempted to call Joel, but he wouldn't answer. She reportedly threw her phone against the wall in a fit of rage, and photos began surfacing of Lindsay and Joel cozying up together. While Joel Madden and
Men
Nicole
love
Richie
to be
seemed relatively
disgusting, right?
unaffected by this
After they have a
entire
baby with
ordeal and would
somebody.
actually go on to get
Or like while the
married,
person is
same couldn't
pregnant.
be said for Lindsay Lohan and Samantha Ronson. They were constantly
I don't know what it
fighting,
is.
having full
They're like, all right, gotta spread the seed even more.
Sam, what's going on with you and Lindsay right now?
Like, I don't get it. It's so common.
No.
I'm your girlfriend. No, who's this other person here? You know her. So why are you yelling at her to stop? Because you made her touch me, and where were you? Okay, this one has to go. Don't talk to me like that, Sam. She's on my property. I don't know her. I want her out. And you should call a cab. You and both.
Tabloids were constantly speculating that they were breaking up. As 2009 began, there seemed to be a new headline about Lindsay
You
and
sure do. I also
Samantha
don't get it. I
fighting
mean, I do
every
get it. The
day.
explanation
Lindsay
is always
cooled
just
some
their
of the
shit.
breakup
Yeah.
rumors down after she
I
visited
think I
a
just like
synagogue
wish
with
I
Samantha in
psychologically
March of
understood what was going
2001,
on
and things
in their
appeared to get
heads.
pretty serious. Lindsay
Like,
declared
what is
she was
it
converting
about
to
that you just had a
Judaism with
baby or
Samantha.
that you're
However,
pregnant
on
that
April 5th,
makes you want to
2009,
cheat?
Lindsay Lohan would receive one of the rudest awakenings of her life. According to close friends of Samantha Ronson, Samantha had been trying to break off her relationship with Lindsay for months. But every time she would bring it up, Lindsay would threaten her own life. On April 5th, Lindsay Lohan was staying at the chateau with her sister Allie and her mother Dina. One floor below their room, Samantha Ronson was hosting a party for her sister. The only catch? She hired 5 security guards and gave them simple instructions to keep Lindsay Lohan out. Lindsay would attempt to attend the party, later claiming to publications that she didn't even know her and Samantha were broken up, and that when she was denied entry to the party and escorted off the premises, she was completely shocked and flabbergasted. This was Lindsay's final straw. She hadn't just lost her girlfriend, she'd lost her final friend. Samantha Ronson wanted nothing to do with Lindsay Lohan. Paris wanted nothing to do with Lindsay. She even made it a point to party with Samantha Ronson after Lindsay's breakup with her. Even Nicole Richie wanted nothing to do with Lindsay. Lindsay had just been photographed canoodling with Nicole's fiance and father of her newborn baby. In fact, Nicole was invited to Samantha's party that Lindsay so desperately wanted to attend. And when Nicole passed Lindsay crying outside of the club after she'd been broken up with, all Nicole did was roll her eyes at Lindsay and say, "Uck." Lindsay was truly at rock bottom and all alone, telling Us Weekly at the time, "It's absolute hell. I feel so alone. Everyone's turned on me. I'm just really hurt. The whole situation is sick." Even calling it her real-life Mean Girls scenario. At least that was just a movie. This is my real life. A few days after the breakup, Samantha changed the locks on the Hollywood Hills home she shared with Lindsay, and Samantha's family saw a restraining order against Lindsay.
There is a lot going on, but it's not true.
But it's not true, which is why, people can read, I guess there's the, Us magazine right now, you're on the cover, and people can read whatever.
Oh yeah, I'm so alone.
Yeah, right.
I'm an honest person. I have no problem telling people what's real and what's not.
Okay.
I think even if I'm staying home, they'll find some sort of story to write about me. I mean, there's been horror stories about me. That whole night was just, it was really tough, and I just, it came out of nowhere. And Samantha and I are friends. We're talking, we talk, but
You are friends?
Yeah.
Okay. But
or when you don't know you're breaking up. It's really weird.
Did you not know you were breaking up?
I had no idea what was going on.
Okay.
I just hadn't seen her in a week. She disappeared.
Cheating? No, you weren't cheating.
I don't believe in cheating on someone.
You don't
Why?
believe in cheating, so you didn't cheat. Okay.
No.
And what about the restraining order? Is that?
Oh,
did
yeah,
did
that's gross.
I have no idea.
You didn't know that?
What am I gonna do?
Well, and I guess you can't,
I must have lived so many,
there's a certain amount of time that you can't have sex after having a baby. And men are like, but I need my sex.
It's something that you aspire to have coming into the industry. When you act, you want to be in magazines. You want
Yeah,
people to
okay.
know you are. And
That
go
explains
see your
it.
movies and you're an entertainer. So I'd rather have it than not have it. It's my life.
I never eat my breakfast. Oh my god, I'm the worst.
That I don't know and care about me enough to say things that are true or aren't true. I think that's kind of a nice thing. It's comforting in a way. I don't know what life would be without it at this point.
I've been really bad about wanting to eat lately.
This would mark the start of some of the worst years of Lindsay Lohan's life and the end of her golden era. During this time, Lindsay would have no friends and would start her social circle entirely anew, mostly filled with therapists and doctors, as her world would truly take a turn for the worse. All was quiet between Paris and Lindsay for 2 years. Not a single word spoken to each other as they went through their respective scandals. However,
No, I meant
on
I
May
bought
6th,
breakfast and then
2011,
never ate
Paris
it.
just had to say something about Lindsay's
You know
theft
what I mean?
case on her 2011 reality show, The World According to Paris.
Can I have your ring? And I'm gonna tell him that I'm not. I'm not supposed to be in rehab. No,
Like, I got a breakfast sandwich and I
If I were
didn't eat
Lindsay,
it.
I'd be stealing the earrings, not giving them away.
The joke was included in a promotional clip for the episode, and as soon as it started airing during commercial breaks, Paris issued a statement labeling the joke as thoughtless and unnecessary. This was a major change of heart for Paris. And in July of 2011, Paris actually extended an olive branch to Lindsay by inviting her to the Malibu Beach Bash she was throwing. Lindsay surprisingly accepted the invite. This reportedly was so surprising to Paris's party guests, they actually gasped in awe at the sight of Lindsay. The room was very tense, all until Paris got up and hugged Lindsay, seemingly finally ending their years-long feud. Lindsay and Paris would see each other a few times in passing over the next 2 years, but would seemingly cut off all contact in 2013 after a bizarre Miami run-in between Barron Hilton, Paris's brother, and Lindsay Lohan at a nightclub.
I had no
Barron
idea
sued
that they had a
Lindsay
brother.
after
They always
accusing
just
her
talk
of
about
ordering
Paris
her
and
friend,
Nikki.
Ray Lemoyne, to beat him up.
Oh, there was a
leaving him
follow
with
10
deep
minutes
cuts
ago. I
and
missed
bruises.
it. Hi, welcome.
His little brother jumped by Lindsay Lohan's pals? According to TMZ, such is the case.
If you're at a party and the sun comes up, chances are there's probably some room. And there definitely was, we know, in this case.
There was also blood in the room because Paris Hilton's little brother, Barron Hilton, got his face bashed in by Lindsay Lohan's alleged boyfriend.
And Harvey, this is how everyone found out about this and alcohol-filled party. The cops showed up, and the reason the cops showed up, and I will give you Barron Hilton's side of the story, this is what he told law enforcement. Basically, Barron Hilton was one of the kids that was partying with Lindsay at this after party, and at some point during the next day in the early morning, Barron got into an argument with one of the people staying at the house. He claims over the fact that everyone was talking crap on Lindsay Lohan, that she wasn't in the room and they were all talking about her. It
I can
somehow
still
got
feel the
back to
toxins
Lindsay,
coming out, but it
and
was
Lindsay
good.
ordered one of her thugs to attack Barron Hilton, and that is exactly what happened. Barron got punched in the face. You can see, we have a picture of the cuts on his face. He got pummeled in this house, and according to Barron, he tells cops that it was all over the fact that he talked bad about Lindsay. We even have video of Barron confronting Lindsay and telling her, "How can you let this happen to me?" And Lindsay's responding.
Get over here, get over here. I'm harassing you. Look at him.
We talked to a rep for the puncher, that guy Ray. His rep says that he started ushering Barron to the front of the house to try and get him to leave, and Barron was trying to, argue with him to say, I'm gonna stay, and then he said, do you know who I am? And he said, no, I don't know who you are. And when he tried to say, oh, I'm a Hilton, all that kind of stuff,
I have an ad coming up
he said,
in a
I
few
don't
minutes.
care,
I
you
can
need
take
to
a break
leave.
too.
And he says that Barron got crazy on him for it, pushed him, and that's why he punched him, had nothing to do with Lindsay.
One person who's desperately seeking revenge? Well, Barron's famous older sister, Paris. She commented on an Instagram photo of Barron looking worse for wear, saying, quote, "They both will pay for what they did. No one with my family and gets away with it."
I mean, as you know, there were all those tabloid stories about Barron Hilton that came out. Can you just explain?
I'm not going to explain. There was a lot of things that were said, some things that happened between other people. And because I had been a guest at the house a few days prior to stuff going down, my name was involved in it, which is what it is. I mean, it's really frustrating because I didn't have any part in it, so that really bothered me. But
this video has like 10
so
minutes
I
left.
I moved to a hotel, and that's when it was relaxing. I just they keep going with the story, and if I feel like if I don't just say something, then this shuts everything up.
Yeah, I think if you say something, still bring it back up again, don't you?
It's on page 6 today.
Why is
So
that
it's on
all
page 6 right now.
sped up so much? I did? Where? That's weird. Why did I do that?
That brings us to current day. Over the years, Lindsay Lohan,
I literally just
Paris
hovered
Hilton,
over
and
it. That was so
Nicole Richie
weird.
have independently visited Andy Cohen's show, Watch What Happens Live, and haven't been shy about recounting their old drama. The first being Nicole in 2014.
Okay, my question's for Nicole. When was the last time you texted or talked to Paris Hilton or Lindsay Lohan?
So which one? Because there are different answers.
Oh, okay. Well, how about both?
Paris is somebody that's been in my life since day one. The short answer is I haven't spoken to her in a while, but we are very good friends, and I love her and love her family and have a lot of respect for her.
Very good. What about Lohan?
Haven't spoken to her in a while.
Fast forward to 2017, Lindsay Lohan would get a show called Lindsay's Club, which she would promote by inviting Paris, Britney, and Beyonce to her club in Mykonos. Paris was the only one of the 3 women to actually respond, saying, quote, "I just have the residency in Ibiza, so it's okay. I doubt that Britney or Beyonce are going either." I think that was a little bit random, but you know, trying to promote the club over there or whatever.
Will you be watching Lindsay Lohan's new reality show? Before I can even finish the question, Chris shouts out the show when it comes out. No. No.
We're a little too busy.
Any advice for her at all about how to make it a success? Stop.
This seemed to remind Paris Hilton of Lindsay Lohan's mere existence, as months later, at the end of 2017, she wouldn't shy away from talking about Lindsay.
And are you two still really close, you and Britney?
Last time I saw her was at her show in Vegas. She just looks hotter than ever.
I wonder if I hit the scroll thing on my mouse.
Lohan? Do you ever see her?
While I hovered over it.
Were you two ever pals?
Yes.
You were.
And that sped it up.
Was that like a famous falling out? No.
Just back in the day we were friends, but just like
I
one of those
don't know, I
people
can't
that
figure
just
out how
don't
that would have
really trust,
happened.
And I only like to be around positive energy and good people.
Right. She was too much drama for you. Yes.
Good vibes only.
In 2018, when Paris was asked if Lindsay was invited to her wedding, Paris had this to say.
Lindsay has been trying to make a move back to the U.S. Is she invited to your wedding?
You don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all.
Okay. But if Lindsay ever got married, would you want an invite to her wedding?
Pardon?
Would you want an invite to Lindsay's wedding if, you know?
No, I'm very busy.
Okay. You guys aren't really like good friends anymore.
I don't have drama with anyone, but I just choose to not surround myself around certain people.
Yeah.
A few days after this, Lindsay released a statement.
Well, like, it's also very common to, like, not hang out with people you used to party with in your early 20s anymore.
It's dead. 1 month after this,
And, like, to not want to associate with them anymore. Like, that's very normal.
This account reposted the iconic video of Lindsay saying, Paris,
Ask me how I know.
Paris typed, then deleted a simple 2-word comment, quote, "pathological liar." When confronted about her deleted comment on the red carpet, Paris would double down.
That's hot.
Another thing that's got a lot of people talking is a pretty interesting comment you made recently on social media about Lindsay Lohan. You said a pathological liar. Was that a joke or were you being serious?
Just saying a fact.
It's the facts. All right.
Fact of life.
At this point, Paris was on an anti-Lindsay press tour, going podcast to podcast and revealing more than she ever had before.
Get caught up in the scene where you could possibly Lindsay Lohan yourself into it?
Oh, I don't even like to have that name in the same sentence as me.
You gotta spill some tea. Why does she freak you out?
Who?
Lindsay. Did you guys get in a fight?
She just, just certain people are just very negative energy and you just can't trust them. And I don't like girls who are not girls. I love women to support each other and just...
Do you think she's jealous of you?
I'm not saying that.
While Paris was spilling her truth, Lindsay was living it up in Dubai. We actually already have an entire video on Lindsay's meltdown in the Middle East.
Kim wrote back, what's
yeah, I almost watched that one and then I was like, eh.
Accent.
So be sure to check that out. Now, Lindsay would fly back to the US to appear on Andy Cohen and give her side of the story. Well, kind of.
Well, let me ask
I'm not
you
here
this.
to talk about Paris.
I know, but she made it seem like she didn't even know how you got home that night.
Maybe she
was
doesn't
like,
remember it.
There
End
you
of
go.
story.
The next year in 2019, Paris would go back onto the Andy Cohen show, which meant more drama was inevitably going to happen. She was asked to say 3 nice things about Lindsay Lohan, and her response will forever be remembered.
Paris, you've recently said that you never want Lindsay Lohan's name spoken in the same sentence as yours. Paris,
So he just did it.
Say 3 nice things about Lindsay Lohan.
She's
3?
beyond.
Okay, that's one. That's a pretty nice
She's
one to say that
beyond.
she's beyond.
Lame.
Erica's there?
Okay, all right. Okay.
Yesterday you were on Watch What Happens Live. I love Andy Cohen.
Love.
It's always crazy when you're pleading the fifth. You answered all of them, Paris. I was like, you are a boss
I
girl.
don't
My sister told
know.
me, she's like,
It does that
"You have to
automatically,
answer all of them.
so
It's so lame
I'm
when
not
people
sure.
plead the fifth."
So, do you even give a if Lindsay comes back and says anything?
You know, I was really nervous to go out in the show because it's my first time on that show, and I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know what he was going to ask. And I
He
really,
looks so fluffy.
at that moment, I didn't even know. He's like, say 3 nice things. I didn't know what to say.
Huh?
And I feel bad now because, like,
That's
whatever.
I mean,
it's beyond.
So if you don't have a nice thing to say,
I didn't know what to say. But then I talked to my mom last night after, and she taught me, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all.
Oh, so you would have had to plead the fifth on that one?
Yeah.
So you won't tell me if you had to write a song about her, what that song title would be?
I wouldn't even write a song about her.
It's not worth it.
It's beyond.
Any regrets this morning?
A little bit.
A little bit?
I wish I did plead the fifth actually on the whole thing about beyond embarrassing and lame. I honestly was so nervous. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't think of anything nice. Those are the only words I could think
the
of.
question was, say 3 nice things about Lindsay Lohan. I mean, that you didn't need to plead the fifth. You could say, like, she has long hair. She made some good movies.
I know. I wasn't. You know, when somebody does something really bad to you and is not a good person to you.
Right. It's hard.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
You know, but
well,
I'm sorry for calling
haven't
you
looked
beyond.
since being live, you know.
What does that mean, beyond?
Well,
like it could beyond. It could be like, oh my god, that's so beyond. Or
Okay, I got it.
I thought beyond was good.
It can be.
It can be, or it can be not good.
Yeah.
Afterwards, Lindsay Lohan would be asked about Paris on an international talk show, and she pulled a Mariah Carey with a layer of her new religion.
We played something the other day. I was horrified. It was something Paris had said about the you and the Britney and the her days. That would have been disappointing to hear. Paris Hilton. She said something about.
Who's that?
This question feels like name 5 interesting facts about yourself. Yeah, I'm the worst at those.
But that would have pissed me off because you guys were thick.
I should just have like a note in my phone with ones ready to go. 2 truths and a lie.
I have no problems with anyone.
So I don't have to like think of things on the spot.
I'm a very loving person, so I mean, if it's going to be good press for someone else, even in a negative way, then I'll pray for them.
Now, from the years 2019 to 2021, Paris
Like it's a
Hilton
shitty
would
question.
truly
Paris didn't
experience
fuck
a
up there. Yeah, no,
renaissance,
Andy definitely set her up there.
claiming as the it girl of the new millennium. Now, when it comes to Lindsay, with how far she fell from
He's a
grace
fucking
in
reality
2010,
TV producer. What do you
truly
expect?
Nobody, especially not Paris, were prepared.
He'll never
for
make me
the
hate him.
Renaissance.
Okay,
First,
unless-
Lindsay would get engaged in 2021 to Badir Sharmas,
Yeah.
and Paris actually wished the best for her engagement on her podcast. This is David.
Unless
Later
he does
that
something
month,
really
Paris would
shitty,
confirm to
but-
the world that there was, quote, no bad blood between the two. Lindsay was
I don't
truly
think
on
that
the
doing
up and up
cocaine
and
with your
would make
employees
her
is that
return
big of a
acting
deal
in the year
if everyone's doing
2022
cocaine.
On Netflix's heartwarming Christmas classic, Falling for Christmas. And she'd
I
even
would die.
reprised a role in the new Mean Girls musical movie. And interestingly enough, in the original cut of the 2023 Mean Girls movie,
How is there still
Megan
time
Trainor
left on
references
this?
Lindsay's quote, Y2K fire crotch.
We don't care. We're gonna take a break.
Wait. Did I not fucking save the game?
Yes! It took so long, dude! They're so sweaty! They're so sweaty! I can't touch you!
I can't touch you.
My heart is racing! Oh my god!
Beat the boss.
Jody! Jody right outside my house. Jody baby, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, suddenly the ring is tiny, but it fits around her whole body. Just enough that she can't get out. Gwa ha ha ha. Crashing the wedding, Mario. That's tacky even for you.
Everyone hates crashing.
No crashing. Number 1 rule. Okay, last night was.
I have an idea. Google's put an egg on frozen pizza.
But oh, I could hear that one coming from a mile away. I didn't know what it was. Whoa. Oh, the mines. Oh. Stardew horror game confirmed. Bun speed. Probably don't need that. Probably don't need that. Legs said hi. Oh, CO saw legs. CO saw legs. Legs is our favorite dog. We love a good legs. Usually we see him in the car, but when CO goes for a walk at work, sometimes we get to see legs. It's not too hot out. We do see legs in the window. Saw Dunkaroo's cereal. What? What? I don't know how to feel about this. Does it have frosting? I can see why that would make you think of me, though. Absolutely, 100%. Bun written all over that. Wait a minute. Are my bushes out of season now? What bushes are in season? Bushes. My bushes. No, I spent so much time planting the in-season ones and they're already out of season. You're telling me?
Across munchers.
Oh, he's a good boy when he walks across munchers. You're right. Okay.
Oh, he's a good boy.
Okay. Oopsie, I was. How are you? How is your stream? What were you up to? Shit is going again. You don't have any time to welcome anyone.
It's instant retry.
Fucking shit. I missed slow retry. Give me an exit option. Okay. No, he threw me away. He threw me away. Whoa! No, we can't even bop. We can't even bop. Get the fuck out of here, you little bitch. They do like a little... Are they trying to twerk when you say what a shame? Oh, what a shame, here's some booty. Oh my god, I thought I was dead from that lava!
Carefully hit the info boxes because I don't remember which one you have to do.
You wish to anger me. Let me go.
Justify? Do those do damage? I thought they just kind of held you in place. Yes!
Good job.
Woo!
How is this possible?
As bitch, second clear of the night. We gaming. So we've gotten one heat on Fist. Liam has barely talked to me all year since she's been in the future. Sleeping in the future. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm like
Also,
this.
y'all, I need you to know.
Yeah, bread too.
We got churros tonight. And they're great.
Liam, I'm still in the past. Happy NB every new year.
Alright, baby bun, you got nowhere to go but up.
We will
went through.
Yeah, I know, but I gotta say bye, my friend.
We went through a very important, special journey together. We have to have our goodbye. Thanks for being my friend.
Yeah.
The end!
Well, that was like a perfect game to
Well,
play
now
for
I'm
this.
crying. No, I miss my friend. We're not even gone yet. Well, bone certified good game.
That was adorable.
I didn't think. I'm so sorry. You could have just let us to our No!
Why'd you spit it out?
I didn't mean
Why'd you spit it out and then just jump right on it?
Hey, that was my first death of the game, okay? I feel proud, honestly, that it took that long. I was trying to throw it back out to where it was. Same as being there, but... Okay, I think we're getting that more consistent at least. No! I landed on that like a fool!
Oh, no, that one's a tricky block. That one's a regular one that doesn't spin.
It's a trickster?
Yeah, Slop got you on that one.
Slop! Slop, I know.
Whatever did you do? Gwahaha! Sorry. Yeah, that was me.
The clip show's getting good. I said poggers. I never said poggers. Poggerino. So heavy. Pogception. Right here. It's too much. Vibes only. I'm sorry, I've only messed up in the game 11 times from vibing too hard to the music. That seems false. I don't know how many we were at that like made me make that a command. No, I jumped too hard like a fucking bitch. I'd love to just get rid of this fucking thing. Jesus, Kevin! No, the cars do not crash into the boxes. I tried to throw bread in the street. I mean, okay, to be fair, it's a very pie-like cake, but a very cake-like pie. So it's like if there was a Venn diagram of cake and pie, cheesecake would be in the middle, is my answer to that. I had that ready and I've never thought about this before. Like...
You did have you had a prepared response for that.
Theo can tell you I've never said this in my life. Like, I've never had this ready in my life until I just said it now.
Like, you had a prepared written statement for that. And I don't entirely know how.
But it's not called cheese pie because that would sound fucking disgusting. For some reason, cheese... Psychology of religion class. I took a psychology of religion class years ago, like my first semester in college. Actually, that was a quarter because it was at UCSC. But that one was fun. Or that one was psych and religion, though. I don't know. Ah! That's what I was talking about! Jesus fucking Christ!
Mario sat down. Is he sleeping? Metroid Dread is where I finally decided I had enough of the Joy-Con drift. I went pro after that. It's not. I can't do math that fast on stream. I'm really not like as terrible at math as I make it sound, but like I cannot do math on stream. Oh shit. I'm getting a weird P speed right there. I just didn't want you to think that like I magically did that math so fast, because like while I would love if people thought that about me, it would not be true. What the fuck you're supposed to do after that, but I shall jump in. Shall jump in.
Like me, for instance.
Jinky, how are you? It's so great to see you. I hope you're having a good night. Hell yeah, got a peeb. New peeb. We got the Shelly.
But I don't think we could do that. We just
Jump and slide on surface again.
Oh.
It turns.
Okay.
Oh, well, I
did it wrong too.
Huh. A crab, right? Alert, alert, we're at a boss. Okay, I'm back. Brittany and Justin or Hillary Duff coming up next? Well, we haven't watched one on Shia LaBeouf.
From Good Charlotte, right? Yeah. So rock star. I mean, he was older. He was a lot older.
He's Joel again.
Going to the jailer and he's sitting there and he's like, I'm liking
Thanks,
that.
Vex.
Like that. It was just like a little creepy and a little
Who is
weird.
this guy? That's the thing I'm wondering. How old is this guy?
So we had to make out in front of our director in his trailer.
What about Paris Hilton? Is it true we read here in the UK that she shoved you on a red carpet? Is there any
Also,
truth
sorry I
to
was a
this?
little bit late coming back. I ate my breakfast sandwich. I reheated it.
Hey, I'm Joel.
I'm Hillary.
And you're watching
Dial up.
TeamPeople.com.
Yeah.
You're 18?
Yeah.
You've been with Joel for how long?
Probably 2 years. He'll tell me if like I did something too crazy.
You decided to bet on her.
Yeah, I bet on her. Yeah, exactly. And I won.
Hillary Duff right after she got out of bed with Joel Madden.
You heard about Joel and Hillary Duff?
You're 16. You're 25. That is disgusting and illegal.
I mean, that is illegal for sure. And disgusting. I don't understand. Oh, Jessica Simpson won? Oh, Mila Tequila. I remember her. I watched Amanda Bynes' video from her years ago. I don't know why I remember the name, but... Is this too loud? This one feels really loud.
Hi, I'm Shelby.
And I'm Jake.
Welcome to Deep Dive, where we dive into told and
I don't know.
untold
Let me know about
stories
the audio.
with extreme detail.
Now today we are hopping in a time machine and uncovering the dark side of Hillary Duff's career.
Her predatory relationships as a child,
And how her own sister's pop career was completely sabotaged by the queen of the scene herself.
Paris Hilton.
We also want to take a moment to thank you all for 140,000 subscribers.
Thank you for
We're
believing
at
in us and always being so
548,000 now.
supportive. We truly couldn't be living our dream without you. Whenever we are beginning
Oh, that
this
sounds like a
deep
good
dive
plan, Vex.
investigation, we crawl every
Happy Pizza
single
Friday.
corner of the internet to find the truth. Sometimes that means going to websites
What do you like on your
we
pizza?
don't know or
What kind did you
necessarily
get?
trust. And that's where Surfshark VPN comes in. Surfshark keeps us safe by encrypting our browsing history, our device
sure it
hardware
does.
details, and location. This is data a website would immediately have access to without a VPN. Surfshark VPN is the most affordable way to keep yourself anonymous online at just over $2 a month. But internet safety isn't the only benefit of Surfshark VPN.
Yeah,
I'm getting ready
DoorDash
to make
has
a big
been
move from the US to overseas. Using Surfshark, I
hit or
can
miss, but
instantly set
mostly
my
miss
location to the US so I can
lately.
still stream all of my favorite shows. This service allows you to literally travel the world
But some pizza
virtually.
places are
Check
having
the link in the
DoorDash like
description
help
box
them
and
do
use our code
deliveries now,
DEEPDIVE
which I
for
found
83%
horrifying.
off and an extra 3 months for
But
free.
why pay people an hourly wage if you don't have
Surfshark
to?
does not cap the amount of devices you can
Capitalism.
use. So for just $2.49,
In a nutshell.
you can keep all of your devices safe and stream any show from anywhere in the world.
2007 represents a complete shift in American pop culture. The 90s were lingering, but the 2000s were on the upswing. The year prior was pretty insignificant, but 2007 was all about innovation and pushing forward. European electronic music was blasting at every club. Paris, Lindsay, and Britney were being exploited in every grocery store checkout line, and photos were being captured that were going to be remembered till the end of time. Even though 2007 was a culture-defining year, behind the lights and flashing cameras are stories of superficial friendships, stolen boyfriends,
Avril
and
Lavigne.
sabotaged pop careers that didn't make it into the news. Behind the scenes, the girls were fighting tooth and nail to
The
sustain
girls
their
are
spot on the
fighting.
social totem pole, and they were beginning
could
to
be
fall
kissing.
off one by one. It all started in the year 2004 with 16-year-old Disney Channel star turned pop sensation Hilary Duff. Being a celebrity meant something entirely different in 2004 than it does today. Back then, there was a separation between the public and celebrities. The only thing we saw were official programs released on TV, music videos, or pictures through the lens of a paparazzi. This created a strong partition of separation between celebrities and their fans. As the tabloids chronicle, celebrities were falling out of touch with what people wanted and relate to, but not Hilary Duff.
She's been described as the world's most powerful teenager, but she acts just like the girl next door. So what is it that's attracting Hilary Duff to her legion of followers?
I don't know. It's kind of a weird question, to answer about yourself. But I know with the TV show that everybody really likes Lizzie McGuire because people can relate to her, and they've gone through the exact same experiences of trying to fit in at school and trying to find out who you are, and that kind of like adolescence, beginning to be a teenager kind of thing, and being embarrassed by your parents and having an annoying little brother and stuff like that.
She represented the everyday girl, and kids really connected with that. Not only did she have a
Riki's with
boardroom
Alfredo
of
sauce
Disney
on thin crust. Ooh, that sounds
executives curating
good.
her every move to relate to kids her age, but she also didn't flaunt an unattainable lifestyle. This approach proved to be a massive success, and Hilary Duff was rocketed off to heights the children entertainment world had never seen before.
Hilary Duff is really poising herself to take over this entire tween market that used to be dominated by the Olsen twins.
Maybe they're ready for something different.
And Hillary stole the Olsen's market share by grabbing their business guru. In 2004, she hired Robert Thorne, the former puppet master behind the Olsen twins' billion-dollar Jewel Star Entertainment Group.
Hilary Duff's manager, Robert Thorne, actually did a really smart thing by taking the business model that he used to popularize the Olsen twins and basically applying it directly to Hilary Duff.
Yeah.
These odds behind the curtain. If you look at Hillary pre-Robert Thorne, she was big. She was making a couple millions of dollars out there. But you want to know what? With him by her side, she's making tens of millions. This could be the next billion-dollar tween empire.
Already, she sold 3 million records and had a #1 album.
But it's just like, how can we, as grown-ups, make money off of this teenager's popularity?
The hottest teen star in the business.
That's what it always is.
Hilary Duff is cornering that special little tween market and is making a fortune.
Please welcome Hilary Duff.
As the final episodes of Lizzie McGuire were airing, Hilary was at a crossroads in her career. She was doing more movies like Raise Your Voice and A Cinderella Story, but was also leaning into her pop stardom, releasing one of the most prolific albums of her career, self-titled. Her Disney days were clearly numbered, due to Disney's 4-season cycle, but also due to her new image. And she was working harder than ever before. Now, if you've watched our series, The Disney Channel Machine, then you know Disney Channel is known to place extremely unrealistic expectations on the children children they employ. From the intense media training they are put through at young impressionable ages to the overly happy persona they are forced to put on in the face of predatory adults. Disney Channel stars have always strived to be the pinnacle of what parents believe a child's role model should be, and Hilary Duff wasn't just an example of this. She was the blueprint.
And you're 16 in?
In like, let's see, 3 months in September.
How many
so
days?
A little more than that. Actually, I was counting down a couple
Oh, I
weeks
know you
ago.
were. Every one of us did that.
I bet it's like 160 days now. So.
160
yeah,
days.
I'm such a dork. I can't believe I'm counting down.
Okay, and then often the stars, you know, there's a lot of gossip about who the stars go to the premiere with.
Yeah.
Yeah, so who'd you go with?
I went with a bunch of my friends, actually.
Yeah, and who else?
There's a picture of it.
Yeah. You didn't think I was going to do this without a picture, did you?
Yeah. I
see.
went with Aaron Carter.
I see.
Yeah.
And? And you can either answer my question or do a pratfall.
We're really good friends, actually. He's great, and we went to the premiere together. And
How good?
We're really good friends.
Are you an item?
I don't know. You have to ask him.
No, I'm asking you. He's not here.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Well, I would. That's why I'm asking. I wouldn't ask otherwise. And about 25 people over there.
I think she doesn't want to answer, sir.
You know, it's really hard because we're always out of town. We're always working, but he's really nice, so. He's gonna dig and dig.
Well, you're blushing a little bit, so
yeah,
that answers the question. All right. Well, big star, and good luck with the movie.
Thank you.
The Lizzie McGuire movie, I should mention, produced by our parent company, Disney. Thanks for being here. Nice to meet you.
Thanks for having me here.
How good a friend? Oh, no.
Shut the fuck up, old white man.
She joined us in the studio this morning with some fans we brought along. I don't know if you knew that. Here they are. Can't get enough of you.
You guys say hi to the camera. Let's
say hi to the camera, guys. You guys are all on camera now. Here you go.
I like awkward laugh. I feel so bad for her.
Fine. Congratulations on, you know, the fact that 31 million people watch your show on Disney Channel, that you get 375,000 emails a day, and now you're going to do singing as well.
Yeah.
Aren't you just happy?
But the people want to know.
It's so cool. I love singing too. It's like, you know, it's so different from making movies, and I love the whole thing. It's great.
Whether it was to line her parents' pockets or further her own career, there was no doubt that Hilary Duff deeply cared about her reputation.
Hilary Duff's mom, Susan, was hell-bent on making her daughter a star when she took on the momager role.
Hilary Duff is a prime example of the mom moved out to California, had to leave the dad behind, and really dedicated herself 100% to making a career for Hilary.
Susan is sort of the ultimate stage mom at this point in Hollywood. She is very demanding.
It makes me sad sometimes to see articles come out. Like, they'll say something like she's running her career. Well, I'm 15. Who's supposed to run my career?
Any normal teenage mistake would be magnified to the utmost extent and may even affect her and her parents' income.
Following the first Lizzie McGuire movie, Susan Duff made outrageous demands. She wanted cell phones. She wanted a producer credit. She wanted a back-end deal for Hilary.
They were negotiating for the sequel, and she was asking for everything under the moon, and finally the studios just said, forget it. We're not going to work with you.
And the sequel never happened.
I was a little shocked. I really loved doing the character Lizzie McGuire.
Susan's hard-nosed tactics
your mom was
also
too
ended up
demanding.
scuttling her
That's
daughter's
so
chances
shitty.
to get the role in Confessions of a Teenage Drama Queen.
Which went to her arch rival, Lindsay Lohan.
She was supposed to get that role?
When she began coming for her fellow Disney pop girls next,
Damn,
her
dude,
audience
your mom
was
tanked your
shocked, to say
career.
the least. It was a perfect opportunity for magazines and the news to write exploitative headlines about a young girl and cash in. Oh, and not to mention, it all began with fellow Disney actress and the star of Parent Trap, Lindsay Lohan. Hilary Duff was deep in her relationship with fellow teen pop star Aaron Carter. Due to Aaron's appearance on Lizzie McGuire and a proximity to the Backstreet Boys, and Hilary Duff's mega celebrity status and airtight brand, they were the names in everyone's mouth. Hilary was the Disney golden child. She was, after all, the beginning of the first wave of new generation Disney Channel stars. This still didn't stop Aaron Carter from dumping her, only to publicly get with Lindsay Lohan. However, this was short-lived, and Aaron dumped Lindsay and got back together with Hilary. Think very regular, mundane teenage drama at the highest stakes possible. Thus, Lindsay and Hilary knew what needed to be done to remedy the entire situation with Aaron. The only option was to begin showing up to each other's movies movie premieres to steal the spotlight on the red carpet.
Drag it out when we headed to the bar. Shade all the way to the mall. Drop to the ground and fall. Collect that house, how many girls do you got on call? No flaws on me, I'm fierce, see. I'ma give you that cat and walk, yeah, when I come through. I'ma give it that cat and
Lindsay Lohan really just fighting with everyone at this time.
Lindsay loves Aaron Carter. Hillary loves Aaron Carter.
Like, for
at
what?
the same time. Hey,
A
Aaron,
dude?
you may want to get out of the way, because you're in the middle of outrageous celebrity feud number 29. Lindsay Lohan versus Hillary Duff.
Lindsay Lohan and Hillary Duff are having a very serious fight. I mean, these are two very serious artists.
Good thing we just
They're
watched the whole
both
video
very
about Lindsay.
talented. One of them looks like a horse.
Chelsea Handler?
And just kidding. What's their feud about?
Lindsay had
Chelsea Handler?
first dibs. She briefly dated Aaron in 2002, but according to reports, Lohan found out Aaron was also seeing Hillary.
Why would anybody fight over one of the Carters? Is my real question.
Thank
That's
you.
like fighting over one of the Backstreet Boys or one of the 98 Degrees.
Lindsay broke up with Carter, but Hillary didn't stick with him for long. A short time later, Hillary attended the premiere of Lindsay's movie, Freaky Friday. Lindsay retaliated by showing up at a party for Hillary's movie, Cheaper by the Dozen.
I love how they like get back at each other by showing up at each other's red carpet
Right?
events,
That's just
with one of
support.
their ex-boyfriends.
According to the San Francisco Observer, after Hillary went to the Freaky Friday premiere, Lindsay wanted to retaliate at Hillary by showing up at the Cheaper by the Dozen premiere.
That's what they
And
just
so
said.
Hillary Duff's mom reportedly tried to have Hillary's rival Lindsay Lohan 86th from the Cheaper by the Dozen premiere after party. The two young actresses have always hated each other ever since they found out they were both being played by the same guy. Pop runs Aaron Carter.
Hate the
An eyewitness
dude!
told the New York Post that Hillary flipped when Lindsay showed up at
Like,
the
and she
party
got
on
back with
Sunday
him,
night
but
and
hated
told her
her?
mom to make
No.
Lindsay disappear.
That
Susan
was
Duff,
really
Hillary's mom, instructed Hillary's
what
bodyguard to throw
girls were
Lindsay
like at the
out.
time, though.
When Lohan resisted, Hillary and Susan grabbed a Fox exec who just happened
Not
to
that
be
they're not
walking
like that
by
now,
and
but I do
insisted
think
he
we've worked
show
harder
Lindsay the
to
door. But the
try to
Fox
move away from
exec
that at
refused
least.
to pander to the childish demands of a
Since then.
17-year-old diva and her overbearing mom. He told the Duffs Lindsay was invited. If you are not happy, you can leave.
The feud accelerated in 2004. Hillary was co-starring in a Cinderella story with Chad Michael Murray.
Now this is where the story gets majorly problematic and predatory. Chad Michael Murray, a 22-year-old actor, played Lindsay Lohan's
Why did they
love
keep doing
interest
this to
in
young
Freaky Friday
girls?
while she was only 17.
They did this
years
to Mary
old. He
Kate with
also
like a
played
21-year-old
Hillary
when
Duff's
she was
love interest in the
14.
Cinderella story when he was 22 and she was only 15.
You caused a huge controversy, which is at the Freaky Friday movie that you're in premiere, and you were in this movie with Lindsay Lohan. At the time, Lindsay Lohan having a feud with Hillary Duff, you bring Hillary Duff as your date to the premiere. Pandemonium breaks out. It was just, it was like a riot at the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Things went crazy.
I'm not up to date.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
You,
I mean,
oh, you knew? Didn't you know? I'm 58
Maybe.
years old, and I knew that you can't bring Hillary Duff to
Conan's
Lindsay Lohan's
58
premiere.
there?
You can't do it, ladies. You can't do it.
Was he joking?
I have no excuse, man.
So you did it, and what happened? I mean, first of all, a lot of guys would probably dream about being between a cat fight with those two. You know,
Someone Google how old Conan O'Brien is right now.
Each other? Was there anger? Was there?
We had to get comfortable for a kissing scene, so I took her out.
Who's we? Which you?
Hillary and I. We were doing Cinderella story,
right?
And Freaky Friday was premiering, so I had to get comfortable, and we didn't know anything about each other. We just started. And so I took her to the premiere, we're hanging out, having
58
friends,
at this time, though, that he was doing this interview?
I found out that they're, terrible enemies, and I get
Like
a lot of
15 years
angry
ago?
handshakes
He's like
and
70?
Smiles my way. And
What's an angry handshake? I'm curious. Is that when they
squeeze?
They squeeze really hard. I've tried to do that to people, but I'm so weak that no one knows I'm doing it. I'm like, yeah, nice to meet you too.
He's 61, so he was not 58 here.
Those 14-year-olds, they got a grip. Yeah.
Interviewing Chad Michael Murray about Cheaper by the Dozen.
Well, I got a funny story for you.
Tell me.
So
Okay, yeah, Theo just looked it up too. Thank you.
Like prior to, I decided to take.
Normally I would look it up, but I'm showing my Firefox window right now. That's what we're watching the video on, so I just show the Google window.
Big intense kissing scene. The scene, the climactic point of the movie, and well, I thought I was in trouble. The big climactic part of the movie, and so our director wanted us to be comfortable kissing. And I was like, oh, he's like, come in my trailer. I'm like, I'm in trouble.
I almost skipped one.
And he brings us in the trailer, and he goes, okay, guys, So I want you to be really comfortable kissing, so go. I'm like,
ew.
now? He's like, yeah, I want you to make out right now. Well, he didn't give us like 10 minutes, because that's just weird. And so he leaves, and we're like, okay, hey, how are you? I'm Chad. Hillary, pleasure to meet you. Love your work. You're doing great. Congratulations, sweetheart. Anyway, finally, it goes back 10 minutes, and we have to kiss, and he's just like, that was great. It was great. And so that was pretty much my story. So we had to make out in front of our director in his trailer.
Yesterday on the
Definitely
show,
not
we
weird
had
at all.
Mr. Chad Michael Murray on the program. And he was talking about how he had a kissing scene with you in Cinderella's story, and that you guys, he never got specific, but he said there was a little trouble with the kissing scene, and you guys had to work on it. And I thought, well, I know nothing about the movie business. How does that even work?
Well, what happened was, like, we had been working together for 3 days. It was like the very beginning shoot of the movie. We had never met each other.
And you just start to work with each
Right,
other.
and we have like this really big kissing scene, and it's in front of like a bleacher full of like 300 people, a crew, everything, and it's like really specific because it's like supposed to rain and everything, and there are all these problems, and the director wasn't happy, and so he's like, well, let's go into the trailer and practice. The director says this, and I'm like, okay. We go into the trailer, and he's sitting there, and he's like, I'm liking that, It was just like a little creepy and a little weird.
Who is this guy? That's the thing I'm wondering. How old is this guy?
I'm not sure. He's a really nice guy, but it was
Oh, I'm
just
sure he's a
little-
really nice guy. Oh, I want to see you two teenagers kiss. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hey, do that again. Yeah. What would you have done if at some point the real director came in and was like, who's this guy? Get out of here. I'll be back, and ran away.
From here, it only goes downhill, as according to Lindsay even called Chad to spread rumors about Hillary.
According to Hillary, Lindsay called Chad and said awful things about her.
Sure, Lindsay did say some things about Hillary that may or may not be true, but who knows? Maybe Hillary did sell human organs on the Central American black market. Maybe she didn't.
What?
Hillary told the press she was hurt, but ready to make up.
However, soon Hillary and Lindsay would reach a major boiling point, and it didn't have to do with adult actors or Aaron Carter. It had to do with Lindsay's controversial episode of Saturday Night Live.
Of course, you might also know me from the pages of Us Weekly as the girl who's always fighting with Hillary Duff. Yep, that's me too. But Hillary and I are not mad at each other. We were in a fight because we both dated the same guy, and the whole thing was very high school. But we're both over it now, and to prove it, I invited Hillary Duff to be here with me tonight. So come on out, Hillary.
Stop.
Okay. Anyway, I'm glad we're clearing things up.
I agree, Lindsay. Our whole feud is so yesterday. So yesterday.
Stop.
So yesterday. I'm just a bird that's already flown away.
Okay, great. Hillary, I just wanted to say right to your face that if I ever did anything to hurt your feelings, then I'm sorry and I apologize.
Oh, thanks, Lindsay. And if I ever sent out a mass email to everyone at the Disney Corporation saying that you were addicted to laxatives and that your hair is a weave, then I'm sorry too.
Wait a minute, you did what?
I'm so glad we made up.
I'm sorry, Lindsay.
It's okay.
I'm sorry you had to see that. And happy birthday in advance. I know from a website that I frequent, you turn 18 in 63 days and 25 minutes.
Thanks.
Aw, man, F you! You're gross, Parnell!
Hey, when do you turn 18?
Never!
Oh my god, this is gonna get me into more trouble.
And more trouble it was, as after Saturday Night Live aired, Hillary Duff had more to say.
It's made Duff a prime target for fellow Teen Titan Lindsay Lohan. Now the girls dish on the field.
When I heard that Lindsay was going to be on Saturday Night Live, I knew she was going to make fun of me.
You might also know me from the pages of Us Weekly as the girl who's always fighting with Hillary Duff.
I wasn't honored. I don't think it's an honor to be made fun of on Saturday Night Live.
Our whole feud is so yesterday. So yesterday. So yesterday.
We didn't do anything derogatory towards her. I'm not here to talk bad about her like she talks bad about me all the time. And I just knew that it was going to happen.
I'm sorry if she felt offended, but I thought things were cool. So, Hillary, I don't want to start anything again.
Hopefully now it's done. Hillary Duff is tough enough to roll with the punches.
You
and
indeed.
punch lines.
And listen, there's someone else I've been feuding with. 'Cause I said
Point
she didn't like
flex.
your fans. Avril Lavigne. Yeah, F you, Dove.
first crack in Hillary's Disney Channel armor was showing, and the next girl to attack was pop rock icon Avril Lavigne. Avril represented the antithesis of Hilary Duff. She was rough around the edges and confrontational, whereas Hilary was sort of the goody two-shoes Disney girl. Both were such big stars, a feud was bound to happen, and when it did, it centered around their fans. Avril spoke out and dissed the people who take inspiration from her style, telling people who dress like her to, quote, get a life. Hillary's fans were younger, and her team's plan for her relied heavily on her fans wanting to emulate her style and fashion. Needless to say, Hillary called Avril out publicly for the entire world to see.
It totally me off. It's not her
Okay, it's in the channel.
Tell me
You have 4 bun buns.
Oh. Treat my fans. She was giving a quote
baby bun buns
that was false that I didn't even say. Something like I don't like that people dress like me. That's not true at all.
Avril continued on her tirade against Hillary, saying she's such a goody-goody and such a mama's girl. And
Thanks
according
for
to
hanging out
Newsweek,
here
when
so
asked
much.
if she's ever met Hillary, she sunk down into the couch and mumbled, no. Then in a mocking, sugar-coated voice said, but I'm sure she's really nice and really sweet. I'm sure she's all smiles. But a week later, things got even more tense as Avril continued on to a radio show to combat Hillary. According to the Daily Dish, Avril told Hillary to go screw herself, saying, I'm like, who are you to talk about me? You should know better. Don't talk trash with me. This magazine even alleges that Avril then proceeded to destroy a picture of herself because she, quote, didn't like it. So jump 2 years into the future and things start to get confusing. According to HillaryDuffNewsAndPictures.com, Hillary and Avril were hanging out at Hollywood Club LAX, so that's why they were in the same place at the same time. The fans guess they still hate each other. Hillary eventually addressed this long-standing feud to People magazine in 2008, saying, I said something about how she didn't like her fans dressing like her and how she should appreciate that because it's a compliment. She called me a goody-goody. Everyone is trying to prove who they are and their positions, so I'm the good girl. She's the bad girl, or the party girl. Sarah Jessica Parker doesn't take her clothes off, but she's not a good girl. Adult actors don't get tagged like we do.
In response, Duff swung back through a spokesperson who said, quote, Hillary's remark was blown out of proportion and she is sorry for that. Although she has never met Avril Lavigne, she is a big fan of her music.
So who do you want to see slimed?
Hilary Duff.
Hilary Duff? I hope I don't get slimed.
Our correspondent Lauren Mayhew found there just might be some truth to Avril's feud with Hilary Duff. It all started when Hilary said that Avril needs to appreciate her fans more.
I didn't like what she said. It was none of her business. Right. And she has no place, and she can't say anything.
Hillary's career was really heating up now, as all the tabloid headlines and drama was contributing to her success and icon status. However, behind the scenes, a real feud was beginning to brew. She didn't know it yet, but the entire scene was about to blow up around the closest person in Hillary's life and ruin her very own sister's chances of being a pop star forever.
Due to Hillary being one of the biggest child stars of all time, her sister Haley Duff began to garner some minor notoriety. She started taking small acting roles including Boston Public, Chicago Hope, and Nickelodeon's Amanda Show starring Amanda Bynes.
What?
However, during the beginning of her career, Hillary began the metamorphosis,
was on the Amanda Show?
no pun intended, of actor into pop icon. So on paper, it only made sense for her sister to venture down a similar path. However, that path would be filled with stolen songs, lawsuits, and the biggest roadblock of all, Paris Hilton. The year 2004 was in full swing, and Haley Duff was busy. She had made an on-screen appearance in Napoleon Dynamite and had just released the cover of Our Lips Are Sealed with her sister Hillary. Haley was now preparing for her solo pop debut, and she had the perfect single called Screwed. What Haley didn't know was that this title would prove to be more accurate than she thought, as she was about to be royally screwed over by the heir to the Hilton throne herself. Paris Hilton had also been working on her first ever studio album, and her debut single was set to be released around the same time as Haley's. Little did they both know they recorded the exact same song titled Screwed to debut their music careers. At the time, it was even the title to Paris's debut album. Now, debut singles are very important.
Who fucked them over like that?
Signed artists, especially two pop artists like Haley and Paris, as they both had pre-existing audiences before venturing into the pop world. This would be be the world's first impression of their music, and they both wanted it to be perfect. Paris started talking up the song in interviews, telling the Las Vegas Review-Journal, "It's about a girl who gets screwed over by a guy." But once Hailey realized they were releasing the same song, she did everything in her power to block Paris from releasing it. Hailey Duff told USA Today, quote, "Paris has talked to the people who wrote the song, and I think it's all under control now." However, that couldn't be further from the truth. Paris was not going to let Hailey get the last word. In August 2004, right before Hailey was set to release her debut single, Paris's demo of the song Screwed would mysteriously leak to a radio station.
Radio on the JoJo Kid Show, it's Paris Hilton with a song called Screwed.
Hey, they should put this underneath her video.
Paris's spokesperson is quoted saying, "It's not something we put out, it's a leak, and that's really disturbing."
How do things get
Hilton
leaked?
doesn't have a release date for her album yet, or even a distribution deal in place, so the release is too early to promote the record. Everyone was hearing Paris's version first, and getting the first taste of what they could expect from Paris's first pop album. Rumors began flying, some even suggesting that Paris had filmed a video for the song with David LaChapelle, but Hailey wasn't giving up quite yet. According to an MTV News article at the time, despite the leak of Paris Hilton's version of the song Screwed, Hailey Duff is plowing ahead with her plan to include her version of the song on her own upcoming debut album. Since Hailey is the one who procured the first rights to record and release the song from both of the songwriters and from both of the girls' publisher, Hollywood Records. However, the damage had already been done. Hailey's debut was effectively ruined. This leak would not only stop Hailey from releasing her version of Screwed, but it also put a complete halt to her album entirely and effectively killed her career in pop. This allegedly sparked legal troubles behind the scenes and was one of the reasons why Paris had to delay her album for 2 years. When Paris's album finally came out, self-titled Paris, Screwed was featured prominently, but it wasn't the same Screwed that leaked on the Orlando radio station years prior, leading many to believe that she needed to switch it up completely to be able to use the song. Some even speculated that Hailey had a writing credit on the song, thus forcing Paris to completely redo the song from the ground up.
Let me ask you about how this all started, because I mean, it was a couple of years ago, I guess, that we first heard that a record was in the works, at least a record in some form. And I believe, wasn't it Screwed with the demo that you'd first brought to the label? Is that right? So was that the first song you worked on?
Screwed is the first song I recorded, and that's still on the album. I completely redid it, and it's totally different than how I first did it. But in the beginning, I was doing a whole rock album, and
with Rob Cavallo.
With Rob Cavallo, who's an amazing producer. But then, I don't know, it wasn't my thing. I didn't, I liked the rock music, but it was more like the club music. So when I met with Scott, I just threw all those songs away and started fresh and came up with a whole new sound, and it's just more me at this record.
So you stole that from her for no
know
reason.
What Hailey Duff's version of Screwed sounded like, but shots were fired from Paris's end,
Hmm.
and their years-long feud was only getting started.
Nicole Richie and Paris Hilton's Simple Life empire only continued to grow, and Paris Hilton had fired one of the first shots. However, Hillary and Hailey wouldn't take this lying down. As Hailey was sifting through the shattered remains of what her pop career could have been, her and her sister were plotting their next move against Paris. According to People magazine, Hillary and Hailey Duff were teaming up to channel their inner Hilton sisters by starring in a movie called Material Girls. Material Girls was about two wealthy sisters who are both heiresses to their family's cosmetics fortune. They are given a wake-up call when a scandal and ensuing investigation strips them of their wealth, thus giving the movie kind of a Green Acres, now The Simple Life type feel.
It's quite funny. It's just about two sisters that have a lot of money, and they kind of don't take life too seriously because they have no troubles, and they end up, something goes wrong with their company that they inherited, and they kind of lose everything, and so it's kind of riches to rags and how they deal with it.
Now, filming was set to begin in 2005, causing Hailey and Hillary to embark on a press tour. This press tour would only add fuel to Paris and Hailey's pre-existing feud that was started only months prior. And the questions from the press tour would rope Hillary Duff into the feud as well, as when she was asked in interviews if the movie was based on Paris Hilton, Hillary wouldn't deny it.
Do you identify with
your characters? Are you the wild one in real life, or how did you decide who was going to play who?
She's very. We didn't have to decide. We read the script and
we just knew.
We knew, like, she's Ava, I'm Tansy. It worked out perfectly. And we don't really relate with them in real life because we have totally different personalities. But I kind of am the more responsible one, and Haley's the one that
It's like our relationship, but it's exaggerated.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, we're so close in real life. We're best friends, but definitely the characters that we have to play in this movie are.
They're just a little more like over the top than we are.
But it's funny watching these girls that have not really respected anything in their life or never had to work for anything, so they don't appreciate it. Watching them go through life and deal with everyday problems that people deal with on a daily basis, but watching them do it is kind of a catastrophe.
You've got a new movie out called Material Girls. So what's it about?
It's fun. It's about two girls that are very wealthy. They just kind of bumble through life and don't really have many real challenges to deal with.
Has it got anything to do with these two?
Maybe a little bit.
You've worked hard for your fame and what you have. What do you feel about people like those fame-hungry tarts? Well, they are. I'm sorry.
How do you really feel about them, Charlotte?
Well, a lot more strongly, actually, but I toned it down for the lawyers.
That's very nice. I don't know, it is hard to see someone that doesn't work as hard that gets rewarded in the same sort of way and then doesn't really appreciate it.
So you agree with me?
I do. I said it much more politically correct than you did.
You did, definitely.
Hungry tarts.
Hungry tarts.
The feud between Paris and the Duff sisters was about to reach a major boiling point, as around the time of filming for Material Girls, it was reported that Paris Hilton had shoved Hilary Duff at a red carpet event.
You're such a lovely person, Hilary. The times I've met you always strike me as being very sweet and loving and caring and blonde and young and rich. Anyway, so I was surprised to hear that you've got some beef going on in your world, namely with a Miss
No,
Kelly
you're not going to
Clarkson.
ask me about with Kelly Clarkson.
Do you have? Is there beef with you and Kelly Clarkson?
No, I love her music. No, she's really nice.
Anyway, what about Paris Hilton? Is it true we read here in the UK that she shoved you on a red carpet? Is there any truth in this? I know. And
I've had enough of feuds, and I'm just keeping my mouth shut, but you guys can assume what you want, however you view her. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. But...
I was going to say, for what it's worth, you know, you're amongst friends here. I thought she was the most boring human being I'd ever had the misprivilege of interviewing.
Really?
Now, this wouldn't be the end of the Hilary and Haley versus Paris Hilton feud, as later in the video, we are going to get into how this caused a chain reaction and would blow up in a way no one was expecting.
Now let's rewind back to the year 2004. At just 16 years old, Hilary Duff was at the height of her career, and despite some teen feuds along the way, she had managed to keep her reputation spotless. So when rumors emerged that Hilary Duff was spotted on a date kissing 25-year-old Good Charlotte lead singer Joel Madden, the public was completely shocked. Now, you would think the public surprise would come from the age difference, considering Hilary was a minor and Joel was in his mid-20s. But back in 2004, the public seemed more concerned that Joel, a quote, tattooed bad boy, was outside of Hilary's good girl branding. Despite multiple spottings of the unlikely couple kissing and paparazzi photos of them spending time together, both Hilary and Joel would continuously deny their relationship to the media, stating that they were just friends.
There are boyfriends, possibly?
There's
Right.
not a boyfriend right now,
There
no.
isn't?
I mean, I've had boyfriends before.
You have? What, you're just 16? You had him when you were 15?
Well, didn't you have a girlfriend when you were 16?
Hell no.
Was there any, I mean, 16-year-olds have boyfriends or girlfriends, whatever.
Not in England. You know, they're just starting to do things like, you know, drink and...
What? At 16?
Oh, yeah, it's... You just be careful while you're here. Yeah.
But, I don't have one right now. I'm really focused on my career, and I don't want to date anybody in the business. And then...
Oh, you
it's like,
don't?
No.
So it's going to be difficult for you then, isn't it? Because everyone you meet, you're going to think, oh, they're just like me because I'm Hilary Duff, the pop star.
But I don't meet too many people, because I don't go to regular school, so I don't meet, like, normal guys.
Did this speed up again?
At the NMBA, Hilary Duff performed as well that night. Yes, Hilary Duff. And now there's a lot of, I don't know if there are rumors
Why is
going
he doing
around.
this?
Well, Hilary's a good friend of mine. We hang out when we're in the same town, and I guess people saw us hanging out and they wanted to start rumors, but it's all good. We're friends.
People thought it was odd that you came all the way up to Toronto just to be part of the MMBAs.
That's so strange.
You know, taking some time away from the recording and stuff like that.
Yeah. But Much Music invited me to the NMBAs.
Have you heard about Joel and Hilary Duff? Are you serious? I'm 9 years older than her. Perfect. She's 16. You're 25. That is disgusting and illegal.
With Hillary being 2 years away from the legal age of consent in California, publicly denying their relationship was more than likely to protect Joel from getting into legal trouble.
Duh.
According to MTV News, Joel, a full-grown adult, would even get in the middle of Hillary's ongoing teen feud with Lindsay Lohan. All the feuding teen girls from Hillary to Lindsay and Avril attended the 2004 Z100 Jingle Ball. Hillary and Joel were backstage as both were performing that night. Lindsay Lohan's then 8-year-old little brother Cody and some friends approached Joel as huge Good Charlotte fans. Cody proceeded to ask Joel for an autograph, but Hillary allegedly told Joel that Cody was Lindsay's little brother. According to witnesses, Joel demanded Cody get his mother, Dina Lohan. Dina was described as outraged when Joel demanded her daughter Lindsay apologize for her actions against Hillary. This backstage argument brought Good Charlotte fan Cody to tears, where he ended up yelling at Joel that the Simple Plan guys are probably nicer and started chanting Simple Plan as he and his friends ran off.
Stop.
Aside from the media reporting that Joel, a grown man in his mid-20s, had engaged in some teen drama, Hillary and Joel were able to keep their relationship completely out of the media for almost 2 years. It wasn't until 1 to 2 months before Hillary's 18th birthday at the 2005 VMAs where Hillary and Joel would walk on stage hand in hand, confirming the almost 2 years long relationship speculation.
My boyfriend Joel here has introduced me to a lot of music that I had never listened to before that I absolutely love. Like Morrissey, Rancid, AFI, The Murderers. I always get that wrong.
It's okay. Hey, live from Hotel Victor in Miami. It's the Killers. So you're 18?
Yeah.
She said the murderers instead of the killers. I can't.
Probably 2 years.
I have to tell you, if I were to look at the two of you separately on paper, I wouldn't have ever made that connection.
Don't you think that's a little small-minded?
Yeah.
I mean, look at
I do.
It just goes to show that, like, the whole world, I'm sure, says that or has said that, you know?
But wouldn't you understand how people would read a magazine? They'd see you, they'd see him, they go, they're opposite.
Of course. Of course. But if you know, everybody thinks he's like some big, bad rock star in a band, you know, and he's not anything like that. He's been sober for like 2 years.
Are you surprised that you have been in such a serious relationship for a long time at your age?
I mean, I take our relationship really seriously, but honestly, we spend time together and we try to spend as much time together as possible because we want to, but we're always apart.
There might be a rumor about you guys getting engaged. Is that true?
Oh my God.
No, I'm just wondering, because I need to know.
That, Ryan, you're so funny though. No.
Have you guys thought about a serious future, or are you just living in the moment?
No.
In typical 2000s relationship fashion, Hillary and Joel, dubbed Jillery, would go on what is essentially a media tour promoting their relationship. They were even intertwining their businesses as Joel and his twin brother, Benji Madden, were working alongside Hillary on her next album, Dignity. Hillary was still 17 and landed the cover of the magazine 17, where she would spill the quote, truth about her and Joel Madden. Hillary and Joel even landed the cover of People magazine with an exclusive photo shoot.
Hey, I'm Joel.
I'm Hillary.
And you're watching TeenPeople.com. Hey, I'm Joel.
Hi, I'm Hillary.
You're watching TeenPeople.com.
Quiet down, we're rolling! Ready and action!
Hey, I'm Joel.
I'm Hillary, and you're watching TeenPeople.com.
We give each other, we will like tell each other though, like we're really honest.
Yeah.
He'll tell me if like I did something too crazy, or like if he wears, you will. He'll be like, he's like, you can wear it, you look good. He's like, it's a little weird for me though.
Yeah.
Like and I'm like.
Same way though.
But I tell him.
We like fashion together. Right. It's like something we share.
But Joel's
so you like to control what she
the
wears.
Person that I think a lot of people think he is because he's like in a band, you know.
Right. Yeah, they think
I'm like, come on, let's go out.
Yeah, I'm not scared of you. Well, that I don't understand that because I'm just like.
What did I ask you the other day when you were at the ATM?
She asked me. I guess I went to the ATM or something, and like a lady kind of like was like, you know, backed away or something. She's like, "What is that like when you walk up to an ATM or you go somewhere and someone like kind of like scoots away because they're nervous or something?" I'm like, I never notice it until she notices it for me, and she's like.
I'm like, you scared that person.
Yeah, and I have no idea, but because I don't think it like that. I'm just the most normal, low key.
He is.
Like sit at home, watch TV, and like you know, she's kind of made me a little more social. Like, come on, come out and hang out with my friends and stuff. And I'm like, okay, you know, but.
I think people would think it was the opposite way around.
Yeah. Like, come on, Hillary, let's get on a motorcycle and ride into the sunset to a raging party.
He's always one in the car. Put your seatbelt on.
Yeah, I'm like, put on your seatbelt.
In the joint People cover, they spoke on the age difference. Hillary saying despite the 8-year age gap, that Joel could act like a teenager at times, and Joel said he knew the public would have their opinions, but he only cares about what his mom thinks. But he also let it slip that if he had had a daughter Hillary's age, he would not let her date a man his age.
Oh, good to know. I haven't gotten Domino's in a while. We haven't really gotten most pizza in a while. It's been hurting our tongues.
Look at you two in your jeans
But very
and
good.
your little tops here.
Yeah, but we know
Nice
better.
tops anyway.
These tops, we call them tops.
So how you doing?
I'm pretty good. How are you guys?
Oh, great. You got a big birthday coming up, don't you, the end of the summer?
I do, yes.
When is
it?
The 18th.
18, Hillary Duff. Hillary Duff about to become a woman.
A woman?
Yes.
I don't understand. Like, does it just happen like on that day?
Yes.
Like
Yes, that
instantaneously?
day, yes.
Well, suddenly you can vote, which is exciting.
But not for another like 3 years.
Oh, that's true. For you, yeah, I became 18 in an election year, so it was very exciting.
Same.
It was a big deal.
So how are you going to celebrate your birthday? Have you thought about it at all?
I don't know. I've been traveling all over, so I think.
Well, it's not like Mary Kate and Ashley's 18th birthday where they were like counting down until they were actually the owners of their own company. You know?
Is he a rocker from the group Good Charlotte?
Yeah. I love.
Joel Madden. Is
I heard that was your favorite band.
It is. I love Good Charlotte.
No, I love Good Charlotte.
Yeah.
No, so great.
How did you meet this guy?
I met him through a mutual friend.
Was it a blind date?
No. Who knows? Maybe you've never even been on a date.
I don't know. I don't mean a blind date. It means, you know, like...
The pizza was good. The pasta option I got was not. Oh.
So you liked him, huh?
Maybe.
I see. Okay.
He is cute. I've seen.
Are you afraid that if you talk about your
do I need to
relationship...
get jealous, Regis?
Yeah, a little bit.
For some reason, I thought it was a
Starring in
pizza.
new film, huh?
Yeah, Material
Like a
Girls.
buffalo sauce mac and cheese pizza.
Oh, here comes the assistant, too. Full of Duff girls are everywhere. We had Heather Locklear on the show earlier this week. We talked about the movie and the whole premise. Kind of cute, you know. You play your daughter.
Just kind of.
No, I mean, you know,
it's very
extremely cute.
Big, just like my boyfriend.
Totally.
Yeah, just like your boyfriend. And you. And your sister. And your mother, all right? And she's a single lady, and you're kind of worried about her and concerned, and so you dream up this imaginary secret admirer for her.
Yes.
And he gives you tips on what would make the perfect boyfriend.
Yes.
Right. And so, she didn't tell us how it ended, but I'm kind of hoping they get together.
I am too.
Although he's your uncle now.
My uncle, no, he plays my best friend's uncle
plays your
that
best
owns
friend.
a restaurant, and I
Right.
get all this advice from him, and I'm like, maybe that's him.
That was her uncle, that would make them brother and sister, and that would be
That's
weird.
a little creepy.
That would be
That's
a
what-
movie with a different kind of rating.
Exactly. That's just what I thought about, yes.
Actress and as of yesterday, an adult. Hillary Duff celebrated her 18th birthday in Hollywood, and we were there for all the fun.
Big 1-8.
It's so exciting. My sister's 18. I can't believe it.
It was a family affair at Hillary Duff's 18th birthday party at Hotspot Mood in Los Angeles. Not only was her sister Haley there, but main man Joel Madden's brother showed up too. Joel's twin Benji played DJ,
I think Regis is
while
dead,
Haley
yeah.
came to grips with being the older sister.
It like makes me feel old because she's
You were
my
close.
little
No,
sister.
you.
I'm like, she's not supposed to be 18 yet.
Okay, chill out, Haley. You're only 20.
Not that it really
So
matters.
let's talk presents. What do you give an 18-year-old multimillionaire?
I got her this really amazing, like, it's like a Celtic cross and it's a big Chanel necklace that's beautiful. And there was only 2 that came into the U.S.
What did her musician boyfriend get her?
A lot of things.
I got a good birthday from Joel.
Yeah.
I got a really great, like, Louis Vuitton jewelry case that's like a trunk almost. It was really, really cool.
Hillary arrived to her party on Joel's arm, looking very grown up in a red Stella McCartney dress. Around her neck, an evil eye necklace, perhaps to ward off any uninvited guests.
So, anything special you did for your girl? I mean, it's a big birthday to remember.
I like threw her a little surprise party. I brought her home and I had like a cake and balloons, and it was just me and her. I like sang her happy birthday and like, you know, gave her all her presents and stuff.
Tough to buy something for someone who has everything. Okay, now, yeah?
John, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Is this just me or does Joel look like he's 47 years old? And he's going to, okay, maybe it's just me. Maybe
I don't know. We got one more story, though.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
Hillary
Sorry, I'm
type.
confused.
Hillary-related news.
Yeah, I can't believe this. How long ago did you have your birthday?
It was in September, so the
September.
28th.
Oh, my God. And you turned?
There's an ad about to start. Let's just take a quick break.
Have a Mona cosplay that I haven't done anything with. Should get on that. Is that the thing? I was supposed to do that with my eyebrows. But like the fun game of maybe she was born with it. Maybe it's PTSD. Yeah, feel me? I just walked so slowly over to the...
Why is Pete chugging behind me so bad? Ah. What? How did that one smash all three of us?
What? How
That
did
was
Peach dodge
impressive.
that one?
I don't know.
What the fuck was that?
That was impressive.
I call bullshit on that one.
I call computer bullshit.
That was fucking stupid. I watched the replay.
The car parked next to me, and the girl's like, oh shit, she's bringing food back. I've never seen so many videos in my life. Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I reading those zeros right? If I... Nice sweats, oh my god. Thank you for the 10,000 biddies. What? Oh my god.
Okay. All of the hype. Hold on. All of the hype in the chat. Okay. The points have been flexed. We're posting it in Discord. Woohoo! I really should have given it its own channel. I wish I did. I wish that I did. Thanks for that point flex, Dan.
Hold on. Wait.
Where do I bring it? Thank God it was you for that part. Here?
It doesn't matter.
Oh. Thank God it was you! Oh my God! Oh my God! How did we get that? Holy fucking shit!
And you wanted to go to the bathroom.
I want a double high five! Give me a kiss! Woo! And you wanted to... What? Bring, you know. Cammie's here too. Crunching Cammie. I hope you're having a great day. Talia, and I saw Zorio's here too. Hi Zorio. How is everybody doing? Oh, Cammie, you're lurking a bit. Prince 201. Him. Oh, isn't he so cute? I think he's even smaller than the Pikachu. I haven't actually
Stream, I'm fun. Thank you to anyone who stuck around. The clip show is honestly a great way to introduce you to my content. So, we're happy to have you. Hope you enjoyed. Splee, thank you for being here. Like, I was actually gonna try to start at 11 and you were here at 10:59. Like, you knew. I didn't even announce it. I love that. CO, Llamas, Queen!
There once was a girl named Queen.
Hi, I am here. And now I don't remember if I even started the timer or if it was just really over. I'm not sure. Slim!
Air used to be free at the gas station. Now it's $1.50. You know why?
I just like spit everywhere. One moment.
Maybe. Oh, it's Goofy. Yuck, yeah.
Oh, he's terrifying! Mr. Von Karma, is the prosecution ready? Fool. You seriously think that I would stand here were I not completely prepared? Sir, just answer the question. You don't have to be all dramatic about it. Please. Right, my apologies. You're making the judge apologize to you? He's the honor!
So it's like 3 a.m.
I'm not exactly not working. Vaccine. I don't know. All of a sudden, the sass is back. This necklace is like not working for me right now. I need to just take it off, I think. Oh no. Get your name added to the paper chain. We'll just pretend that you can see the paper chain. Okay. Now people know. I don't know where to put it where you could see it right now. Secret waterway! Secret waterway! Anyway, I guess there was a song for it.
Similar to Secret Tunnel, but not quite Secret
Oh my god, is that what that was based off of? Stop!
She hasn't even seen Avatar yet. She knows Secret Tunnel already.
Oh! Oh my god, I couldn't figure out why I had no sound. Now it's so loud. Why is it so loud?
have fun. I knew you could do it.
He didn't kill me.
They were just meant to scare you.
Little desert island with some mountains. Ah! Ah! There's vines everywhere. Okay.
You only have to get it one time. It's the consistency that matters. So, very, very good point. Fuck.
Okay, we're back. Sorry the clips got weird for a minute. I don't know what happened, but I fixed it.
So, but you've been in show business a long time, haven't you?
Since I was like 7.
Yeah, I
6 or
appreciate
7
that
when I
celebs
really
now
started, so I
don't
guess-
just let
11
these
years, for
people
God's
walk
sake.
all over them
But
as
see,
much.
it's gone by so fast. It doesn't seem. I feel old. Like I feel older than 18.
I get why back then they had to, though.
Yeah.
Or they felt like they had to.
Let me ask you a question. You can't, the drinking age is 21, so you don't drink. You're,
No.
you're 21. So what do you do? Just watch people drink when you go in there?
Exactly.
So you would like the designated driver?
We actually had a driver that night,
Uh-huh.
but yeah, I guess I am the designated driver many nights.
Yeah, well, good for you.
My boyfriend actually doesn't drink.
Now, this is the third time you've referenced your boyfriend. Shall we show people?
You just happen to be asking questions that involves him.
Okay, I got a picture of you and your boyfriend here.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
Now, honest to God, why are they applauding? Why do you think they're applauding there?
I don't know. It was very silent for a while,
Yeah.
so I got really nervous actually in my stomach.
No, I
for a
know. I
second.
think a lot of people were concerned for you.
Really?
But the guy's all right, isn't he?
Yes.
He's in Good Charlotte. Is that who he's?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. And how long have you known him?
For like 2 years. So
How did you meet?
through a mutual friend.
And does he have more tattoos?
Than just that arm?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow, like everywhere, huh?
I don't know. I know the other arm. Nice try, but the other arm.
Hi, Hillary. Good Charlotte have got a huge punk rock following. Have any of Joel's fans ever given you a hard time?
Yes, actually. It's cool. You know, when I see a lot of people show up places where I'm showing up, they'll have like made sweatshirts on or like wristbands with the brass knuckles or, you know, Good Charlotte stuff on, which is cool because I feel like, oh, they like me too, which is good. So a lot of them I think like me, but a lot of them, like once I was at a show and some girls threw like 2 pennies at me and I was like, what?
Did they?
Are you crazy? Yeah, it was crazy, but like you have to just accept the fact that if you're gonna be with someone that's in the same business you're in, you know, there's guys that have said something to him or like, you know, you just kind of deal with it and laugh it off. But
well, that's good. As long as you're both happy, that is the main thing. Now, you're such a lovely person, Hillary. The times I've met you, you always strike me as being very sweet and loving and caring and blonde and young. And...
Hillary would go strong for one more year, but in the end of 2006, Hillary would end her almost 3-year-long relationship with Joel Madden. Hillary said the split was amicable and they were on speaking terms. However, just a few short weeks after the end of the predatory relationship, Joel was already showing off his new relationship with Nicole Richie very publicly.
You've written a song about, supposed to be about Nicole Richie and your ex.
I know. You know, I got an email on my BlackBerry about that.
Is that not true? Is that not true?
It's not true. I wrote all the songs, you know, before I even knew. I was in Bulgaria filming a movie, and so I found out that my ex-boyfriend had a new girlfriend really soon after we broke up. Like 2 weeks after they had already been like out and doing this, so I was like out of the loop.
So you should have done a whole album on it and really given them stick.
No. And the songs aren't about that. There's a song on it called Dignity. It's called Where's Your Dignity, and it's about just kind of living in LA and how so many people there don't really care to have dignity, and they just treat people with no regard. And you know, if you have the hottest handbag, you're like, it's the coolest news, and there's a war going on.
Nicole's first task is to get 4-year-old Miranda dressed and ready for a school picture. But first, she wants to clarify a few things with Dad.
So what look were you thinking for her school picture? Like Courtney Love-ish?
No, maybe more like,
Marilyn Manson?
Hillary Duff I was going for.
Like teenage Hillary Duff or Hillary Duff right after she got out of bed with Joel Madden?
Hillary was embarking on her PR tour for her new album Dignity, which was to release in March of 2007. And of course, the question on every late night talk show host's mind was if the album was about Joel Madden.
So, are there a lot of songs about the breakup with Joel? Is is the CD dealing with that a lot, or was that after the CD was completed? You know, they want to know. People want to know.
I mean, yeah, of course. There's songs about the breakup, you know, but there's also songs that are about being in a really happy relationship. So it's kind of, it has a lot in it for everyone. How about that? Deals with a lot of different emotions and
whatever. How about that? Sure. Whatever you want. So it's about being in a relationship and being happy, and then afterwards dealing with the aftermath of that.
Yes.
I'm guessing.
I mean, there's other subject matters on different songs, but there definitely is a lot about that.
Right. So now you're single, and are you dating?
I'm not dating.
How come?
I think I'm a bad dater.
Dating is hard, isn't it? It's really hard.
I mean, it's so awkward, you know? Like, where am I going to meet somebody? Like,
here? What do you want? What are you looking for? Because I'm good at finding love.
You know what? I'm actually, the last thing, like, I was in such a long relationship that last thing I want right now is to be jump into another one. It's nice just to find the confidence, you know, and want to really open yourself up and let people know what you're feeling or going through or who you are, you know.
And lash out at ex-boyfriends as well.
That's right.
Some of the lyrics, let me just read if you don't mind.
Uh-oh.
I can't get your attention. I'm so sick of it. I've got something to say to you, so shut up and listen. Who is that directed at?
You know what? It's so funny that you picked that song because that's called Outside of You, and it's the only song on my record that I didn't write.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Who did the guy who wrote it? Who was he thinking of when?
You know what? Actually.
Maybe he was talking to you. It's a dangerous thing, though, to get in one of these lyric kind of battles with someone else who's also in the band. You don't, you know, it may be not. Do you ever think like, oh, maybe I shouldn't put this in there, or maybe this is a little much?
It's scary, like I said before, just because I'm used to kind of closing myself off and not wanting everybody to know everything about me. And with this record, you know, it's really personal, and so much of it is, you know, about my family, or I did make the record half in a relationship with someone and half not, which covers a lot of emotions.
Yeah.
And
you don't want to wind up getting in a feud, because like look what happened to Biggie and Tupac, for instance.
That's right.
How weird was that to read about when you released your album and everybody's like, oh, this song's about like Joel and this song's about
I guess these
this
things
person.
from like TV interviews just get
Yeah,
fast forwarded like this.
Yeah, it's awkward, you know? It's like, oh god, he's gonna read that and think I'm like, hate his girlfriend or something.
I haven't touched anything, and it does look like it's fast forwarding.
And also, like, I just want him to be happy, you know? I care about him. I want him to be happy. And I do. But, like, there's a song on my record that's called Chip Moment, you know? And the song is about my parents and, like, something that my family went through that was very personal this year. That was hard, you know? And the song is done in, like, a really fun way. So you can't tell how serious it is, but it is. And people were saying it was about
Why
her.
is it sped up like
when I put
that?
it together, like, my record was finished.
Yeah, but
so,
even when I read it, I'm like, that doesn't make sense.
I would
People
make
make up lies, Hillary.
You know, see that? See what we have to go through?
It's not fair sometimes, is it?
It's just, they put you up against people.
Oh, that makes sense.
Negativity, and I worked hard on my record. Like, I don't want people misinterpreting it to make a good story, you know?
Did you ever doubt the lyrics?
I don't watch enough YouTube to know or care.
Yes. You know, there's
before
songs
now.
about, of course everyone talks about, like, the breakup songs, because they think that's the most interesting thing to talk
Star.
about. There's a song about me needing to like work on myself. There's a song about being interested in this older man. Like it's all over the place. Just like every feeling I had within making this record, and it's just weird that they want to point
I
out
kept
the negative
thinking that
things
like the
first.
settings on my
Everyone's focusing
player
on everything, but you have to be
changed.
positive, right?
Not long after the release of Hillary's album, Joel and Nicole Richie would be in the
Yeah, that
spotlight
makes
and the talk
sense.
of every major magazine.
But there was something new in her life, a new boyfriend, Joel Madden, confounding mix of rocker, Bible reader, tattoos of Jesus on his arm. He had to choose whether to stay and refused to be an enabler of anyone's addiction.
It would be no question, because I don't have time for that, you know, and at this stage in my life.
So what did you say to yourself?
I said to myself, well, you can walk away.
What are you
now,
making?
and it's a great time to walk away because you have a reason. You could say,
What are you making?
Nicole, it's been great, but
Babe.
you know, this freaked me out.
What are you
or
making?
You could go with your gut, and you know, my gut.
Sorry, you didn't
with
even
Nicole
look
has
at me,
always
so I didn't
been-
think you heard me.
She's a great woman. It
So
was-
you decided
Okay.
bet on
Well,
her.
you
Yeah,
literally
bet
had
on
two
her, yeah,
headphones
exactly.
in and there's a
And
fan on, so I
that's
thought
what
you
I
didn't
did,
fucking
and
hear
then
me.
I won.
Sorry.
As you'll hear in a moment, together they would decide to change her life and her plea. And there was another reason.
Well, I'm not even
Are you
hungry. I
pregnant?
literally just ate a breakfast sandwich. I don't know why you're making food.
We are.
Well, you didn't even ask me. You just started
I'm
turning it
almost 4
on.
months.
She found out with home tests, 5 of them.
Baby, I'm
It
not
took
hungry.
me- It really took me a long time
You didn't even ask
to
me.
really for it to sink in.
Like, if
I
you're
actually
hungry,
didn't
eat something, but
even
I'm not hungry.
really
Okay.
believe it until
I'm not-
I heard the heartbeat.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying you
So
don't have
you're
to
going
wait
to the
to
courthouse
eat.
together on Friday.
I just don't want to eat.
You knew jail
Okay.
would be coming.
I don't
with
know
this
what
change
about
of
right now.
plea. 4 days?
4 days. And
Is
I
4 days in jail too little?
Well, then why did you start making food?
It's not really up to me. I got the same sentence that
Oh my
anybody else
God.
gets on a second
Okay,
time.
next time, please just communicate with me. Because if
Afraid?
you're not even hungry, then why?
Afraid of the unknown.
Okay, I don't, it doesn't
not
even matter. I
really
don't care. I don't know
afraid
what's happening in this
of
stupid video
jail,
anymore.
Like it's something that I can't handle now.
She's doing what she has to do. You know, she's paying her debt.
Like,
to,
there was no
you know,
point in
she
turning that
did
on.
Something, and now she's got to answer for it, and that's what she's doing.
And if I could personally apologize to every single person that has lost a loved one from drunk driving, I would. I never took it seriously before. And as horrible as that sounds, I owe the baby my life.
Hillary and Joel would be
I have no
spotted
idea what that
together
was.
one last time in 2009, a couple years after their breakup, in a New York City restaurant. Their rep said they were still friendly and were just catching up. They wouldn't be until 2015, where Hillary would
Are you, like,
really
giving him my
open
stream
up
right
more
now?
about her relationship to Joel in an interview with Cosmopolitan
Okay.
magazine.
You have
And
Barb
Hillary
open over
was
there.
inappropriately asked about her sex life and virginity. Referencing Joel, she stated that when she was a teen, she had a 26-year-old boyfriend, so you can make assumptions about what they were up to. She opened up further that her relationship with Joel was all-consuming and very serious at such a young age, stating that the breakup wrecked her for a good year and a half. This sparked articles to come out questioning why we were so okay with this relationship in the early 2000s. Is it because Hillary was regularly treated as an adult even though she was actually a child?
I'm 15 years old, and I think people look at me and think that I'm more mature or older than I am.
Do you miss being a 15-year-old?
Of course I miss it. I miss, when all my friends are going out and I'm like, oh, I'm working, I can't.
If a 25-year-old Joel Madden had attempted to date a 16-year-old Hillary Duff in today's world, the general public, with hopefully the correct law enforcement, would have labeled Joel as a predator and Hillary Duff as his victim. While
Well,
Hollywood
yeah.
often defends predatory relationships and attempts to sweep them under
I
the
don't know
rug,
why
one
it
thing
was just
remains
so okay at
unchanged:
the time.
California's age of consent.
The early 2000s were filled with feuds ranging from Paris versus everyone to Joel Madden and the statutory law. But one feud would outlast them all. Haley Duff had bared the brunt of many, many feuds, but she still had one more to take, and it had to do with a pre-famous Kimberly Kardashian.
What?
Haley messaged Kim saying, "Hey Kimberly, so I'm really tired of all this bad blood between
On
us. The only
MySpace.
reason we even know each other is because of Paris. And of course, she tries to stir things up because she doesn't like me and wants you to be on her side. I'm not writing this message to slam her though. Anyway, I just wanted to say sorry for whatever I've said about you. I know there's been a lot of miscommunications and stuff, and I think you're a really nice girl, and that we could end up being good friends. We should go out and Cosmos together sometime. If you ever feel like it, sell me. You can get the number from Adam. Peace and love, Haley."
Sell Tell
Kim
me?
replied
Stop.
saying, thanks for the message. I'm glad you want to be friends. I'm really tired of all this shit and drama. I'm a grown woman and I've been feeling like a little kid again. I know I shouldn't have called you a stupid c***. It was mean, but I just did it because Paris told me to. I was desperate for attention, but I finally ditched her and I'm becoming my own person. Anyway, would you want to go see AM Spin at Ledoux next week? Hope you write back soon. She ended it by saying, don't listen to Paris. She's a stupid lesbian.
Oh my god. What?
Now, Haley replied saying, I know, the drama has gotten really out of hand. I'm a grown woman and I can't stand it. I just want it to be gone. This isn't high school and I forgive you for calling me that. Anyway, I'd love to see AM Spin. What time? XOXO, Haley. Then Kim replied saying, yeah, I forgot. I don't hang out with horses. Plus I'm busy.
What?
Now, Haley posted these screenshots on MySpace and wrote, this is why you should never move to Hollywood. This place is full of arrogant, immature, and offensive bitches who can't hold their liquor and can't keep their legs closed. On that note, the early 2000s were a wild, wild west for pop culture. From fights between pop stars and actresses over teen heartthrobs to predatory relationships right in the public eye. One thing's for certain, there's many more stories to be told.
I did not know she became the highest paid DJ. Okay. This is going way too fast to even read it.
You recently went on a double date with your husband and your ex-boyfriend, Joel Madden.
Yeah.
Is it important to you to stay friends with your exes?
No. I do enjoy being friends with him now. 100%, but I don't need to be
What's
friends
this
with
weird
all
lie
my
detector?
exes. This is very situational.
That's true.
And my sugar daddy. And my sugar daddy.
You look so beautiful. Like,
I'm so happy you're here.
Oh my god. This is so beautiful. It's such a beautiful night. Oh!
2 years in making my first record were the longest 2 years of my life because you have other artists coming out.
Then we can do the
and you were even signed before them, you know what I
Britney
mean?
and
You see all
Justin
these
one.
people coming out and you're like, wait, that's supposed to be me. You know what I mean? So it was kind of frustrating to like sit back and watch everybody else do their thing, and I all of a sudden felt the pressure of having to be just as good.
Everybody was just harping on me gaining some extra pounds.
This is the photo that they, I think, started the whole thing, right?
I never wanted to share these like things that were happening. I was a preacher's daughter. Like I was a virgin until I got married.
Do you ever wonder who else is fucking your man?
Getting divorced?
Absolutely not.
Getting separated?
Absolutely not.
It was this picture snapped in September of a solo Jessica without that sparkling diamond wedding ring.
I want to be more famous than the internet.
The waiter just took my table and gave it to Jessica Sims.
Hi, I'm Shelby.
And I'm Jake.
Welcome to Deep Dive, where we dive into told and untold stories.
If it happened,
it's probably in a deep dive.
Now, today we are
No, I literally just ate my breakfast sandwich. So I'm not hungry at all.
Starting with her uncertain childhood, Jake and I are going to get into Jessica's twisted beginnings
and her preacher father. Then me and Shelby are going to dive into Jessica Simpson's 1997 pop record deal that would quickly transform into a reality TV empire that she she shared with her husband Nick.
That would then transform into a billion-dollar merchandise and fashion empire.
However, trouble in paradise swiftly ensued.
And Jessica Simpson was left in a cluster of emotions.
Here, she would make a decision that would populate every grocery store checkout aisle for years and years to come.
And Jessica's career, unfortunately, would never recover. And that's just the beginning.
But before we dive into this brand new deep dive episode, Shelby has something to tell y'all.
If you watch Deep Dive regularly, then you know we absolutely love today's sponsor, Factor. It's almost fall, y'all, which means we're all heading into the busiest time of the year. Factor is the perfect way to save time in your day while also making sure that you are still
Due to Jessica's father, Joe Simpson.
I hate that when it's like, what makes you normal? It's like,
Okay,
I am normal.
I accidentally just clicked the wrong thing, but
Season of my show.
I'd kind of rather watch Miley anyway.
Put out, I Can't Be Tamed. Which even just the title of that, for a woman to say that she can't
Oh,
be
it's
tamed,
okay. I mean, I appreciate you looking out.
My face saying I can't be tamed.
I bought a breakfast sandwich for breakfast, didn't eat it, and
really
like
all
just
people
ate it like
want
an
to
hour
do.
ago, so I don't need to eat anytime soon.
It was all my morals, all my song, like all my inspiration. I was the one telling girls to go live their dream, not Hannah Montana.
Hi, I'm Jake.
And I'm Shelby. Welcome to Deep Dive. Last week we dove deep into the Hannah Montana story, all about how Miley was underpaid and overworked
No,
by the Disney Channel
I'm not
machine.
hungry, so I
We are going
don't.
to pick our bookmark back up at an extremely tumultuous and uncertain time in Miley
Yeah,
Cyrus's
right now.
career. Her first solo album as Miley Cyrus, quickly followed by one of her most controversial moments to date.
This would set off a chain reaction that would result in Miley's music career soaring, all while her relationship with Disney plummeted. Now, we are going to be discussing the many identities and characters of Miley Cyrus in this series. And today's sponsor will help you pick your own. Established Titles is an awesome reforestation project in Scotland that follows historic Scottish customs where landowners are referred to as with global charities One Tree Planted and Trees for the Future to support global reforestation efforts. It would make the best last-minute holiday gift, especially for those people in your life who are so hard to shop for. We chose the official title of Lady of the Deep. The first 200 people to purchase a title pack using our link will have a plot of land next to ours. Depending on how many of you want to become a lord or lady, we can have our own little deep dive kingdom and also help with reforestation efforts together. Established Titles is actually running a massive early Black Friday sale right now. Plus, if you use the code DEEPDIVE, you get an additional 10% off. Go to establishedtitles.com
This video has a million
/deep
views.
dive to help support the channel and for the perfect holiday gift for your loved ones.
Now we are going to dive into the most transitional period in Miley Cyrus's career, how the world completely attacked her, and how the Disney Channel not only threw her under the bus as a 17-year-old girl, but also how they hung her out to dry on the world's biggest stage.
Let's talk about this new album. It's called Breakout, and what I find so interesting is that this is you breaking out of your character as Hannah Montana. That's a big step.
It is, which it totally excites me that people are still, lining up just as much as they were for my character because it's such a, big thing because of my show. And here I don't even have the support of a show or anything. It's just the music, and that the kids get it and understand me and understand, the love for the art of it.
Directly after the release of
How are we
Miley's
already in
second
chapter
studio
3?
album Breakout, the general public would begin to poke, prod, and criticize Miley Cyrus at every turn. Miley was a 15-year-old child, and the media was already pushing the same tired trope whenever a child star or Disney star inevitably begins to grow up. It's almost as if they want these child stars to go, quote, crazy so they can push more news stories, more product, and overall have a larger financial gain. And Miley wasn't just a part of this, she was one of the Disney Channel blueprints. Being, quote, crazy was a narrative the media already pre-selected for Miley, so anything she'd do would be watched through a microscope, picked at with a fine-toothed comb, and broadcast on the 24-hour Fox newsroom, where various Christian commentators would rip a then 15-year-old Miley Cyrus shred by shred for all to see.
That's
Since
really
the
fucked up.
creation of Hannah Montana, Miley has been compared to the Princess of Pop, Britney Spears. The news led this narrative, consistently telling Miley not to become like Britney Spears since the age of 13 years old, attempting to frame Miley and Britney as bad role models for children.
How do you help her avoid the life that becomes the train wreck that we've seen happen for so many of these young celebrities?
Well, Miley's got a great head on her shoulders, and I think for the most part, Miley's going to make some really good choices. Unfortunately, she's going to make some bad ones.
So when you see Britney Spears and Lindsay Lohan and all that's happening for them, what do you feel for them?
In a way, I understand that it's hard. People, will say, well, you're only 14. You're not getting the same pressures as them. It's like, yes, I am. If you ain't having fun, it ain't working.
That's right. The moment that I see her not having fun and this thing becomes work and a job, then I'm going to be the first guy to say, baby doll, we got a big old farm waiting on us in Tennessee and a bunch of horses and some good dogs. Let's go to the house.
Miley, you're living here in California. You're 15 years old. You pick up the papers, and every day practically you read about another young star, some of whom were Disney stars. How can you be certain that what happened to Britney and Lindsay and Jamie Lynn Spears
Hillary's not a bad
you?
person? That's
What
good
will
to
be
know.
The difference?
For me, as I know that some people don't have a family to fall back on like I have, and that's when something greater than even that
I always thought it was
comes in,
cute
and
that he
that's
played
faith,
her
and
dad
that's
on the
what
show.
I have. For me, that's what keeps me strong.
You've got many years ahead, and you probably want to have a long career. And we see the ones who are able to do it and the ones that we've seen who, weren't. And do you think about this? Are your parents guiding you so that when you're the ripe old age of 17, you still have a career?
We were talking about it in the elevator. That is definitely something that our parents talked about before I auditioned. And our total goal to be in LA, we're just going to be a light and show that you don't have to, be all crazy and party and do all these things that all these girls are doing to be a rock star. It's all about living your dream.
I told her that she better wear underwear every single day. That's right.
The public image, like what they sold of you. Here you are, Hannah Montana, and then all of a sudden, oh, Miley Cyrus is out of control now. She's what? So then that becomes the narrative,
It's
right?
funny when people make the narrative when you become in control that now you're out of it.
Yeah. Also, you're a child star.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. We've seen this story before. And so you get stuck in that narrative too, right? Because they want you to fall down the exact same path. They don't want you to
It's a
reinvent
familiar
yourself.
path, yes.
Well, then they'll
Familiar
spell it out
story.
for you.
Just when Miley thought things couldn't get more chaotic, April 2008 would shape up to be a very difficult month for Miley, as the media would shame her relentlessly. Disney would even inevitably throw Miley under the bus to appease unreasonable parents.
Ken Baker investigates this young computer whiz who allegedly he stole personal photos from Miley Cyrus.
Take a look at this.
He may look like your average teen, but this 19-year-old is being investigated.
No, he
by
looks
the
like a
FBI.
creep.
Dubbed the Hollywood hacker, Josh Hawley reportedly broke into the MySpace accounts for Chris Brown, Rihanna, and Fall Out Boy. But his most notorious hack, allegedly breaking into and stealing from Miley Cyrus's personal email, and instead of being remorseful, he bragged about it to a Phoenix radio station.
I kind of got bored, and I just hacked her email for boredom.
Josh, who goes by the screen name Trainwreck, talked about finding racy photos of the teen when she was only 15 and posting them on the internet for the world to see, embarrassing her and upsetting her fans.
There are several pictures that no one has gotten a hold of yet, but I want to kind of save onto those and maybe possibly sell them.
While he has apparently not yet followed through on that threat, last October, the FBI raided Josh's Tennessee apartment. Our Ken Baker traveled to Franklin, Tennessee, and spoke exclusively with Josh's former roommate and her mother.
I really do think it was an overt obsession.
He's just basically invading her privacy, putting pictures up all over the internet for everyone to see that were embarrassing to her.
I think he was kind of, it seems sadistic kind of. This girl hasn't done anything to you. He felt like he had the power and that nothing could happen to him.
In fact, besides posting Miley's private pictures online, which led to her apologizing to her fans, Ashley says Josh got the stars.
What does she have to apologize for?
And he calls her.
Right? That's what I was thinking too.
Apparently he had called before because all she said was, I don't want to talk to you, leave me alone.
FBI officials here
That's
at the
disgusting.
Nashville field office declined to go on camera, but they did tell me that the investigation is ongoing, but that Josh Hawley's current whereabouts are unknown.
Despite a teenage Miley Cyrus's privacy being violated, the media would heavily criticize Miley over her private photos that were now leaked for the entire world to see.
How are you criticizing her and not the dude distributing them?
Attention. Miley and her friends were biting either end of a Twizzler. However, parents would become outraged because Miley, quote, almost kissed a girl.
Miley Cyrus isn't wearing pants and is eating a Twizzler.
Victim of a hacking.
That was hilarious.
Saying, quote, the pictures
and
of
is
me
eating
on
a
the internet
Twizzler.
were silly, inappropriate shots. I appreciate all the support of my fans and hope they understand that along the way, I am going to make mistakes and I am not perfect. I never intended for any of this to happen, and I am truly sorry if I have disappointed anyone. Now, immediately after
and
this
she didn't do anything
controversy,
wrong.
Miley would encounter one of the biggest scandals of her career. Miley would work with renowned photographer Annie Leibovitz for a feature in Vanity Fair. One of the portraits showed Miley wrapped in what appears to be a satin sheet with her back exposed. The media completely ran with the story, intentionally shaming Miley Cyrus across every grocery store checkout aisle. Parents who unrealistically expected Miley to be the perfect, shiny example of a role model would display more outrage than ever before. And this would begin the slow and complete destruction of the relationship between Disney Channel and Miley Cyrus.
It's the photograph that has launched a firestorm. The 15-year-old's provocative pose, hair wet, with only a discreetly placed sheet covering her top. The controversial photo is the cover story of today's New York Post. The Disney Channel, which broadcasts Hannah Montana, is not happy about the photos, telling us, quote, unfortunately, as the article suggests, a situation was created to deliberately manipulate a 15-year-old in order to sell magazines. Inside the issue of Vanity Fair on stands this week, the superstar is lovingly cradled by her father, Billy Ray. He was on hand for most of the shoot with famed photographer Annie Leibovitz. In this video from the set, you can see Billy Ray leaving with her mom and their younger daughter. A source on the set tells us only Miley's grandmother and teacher were there for what ended up being the last shot of the day.
And she allowed Annie to sort of, do this one picture, which at the time it didn't really seem provocative at all.
In the article, Miley said of the photo, quote, I think it's really artsy and you can't say no to Annie.
Miley had no problem with it whatsoever.
With Vanity Fair about to hit newsstands, Miley wants the millions who idolize and adore
I think you can do exclamation delete or exclamation remove.
I never intended for any of this to happen, and I apologize to my fans who I care so deeply about.
Fans and parents react after Miley Cyrus
If it's on your backlog, then do, yeah, there you go.
Hannah Montana?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of shocked. I'm embarrassed for them, actually. I would have thought she wanted to be a better role model.
I believe if that picture had been taken in her mid-20s, it would have been okay. I don't think anybody would have flinched at it, but at 15 years old, no.
It makes
Have to
her
go to
look
Walmart
like
now.
Scum. It makes her look like a little.
Gina Anselmo watches Hannah Montana every day with 15-year-old Jordan. That's why
almost
it's
done
no surprise the
adulting.
controversial pictures by legendary photographer Annie Leibovitz shocked the Jupiter mother and her daughter.
Taylor Momsen, I don't know who that is.
They made her look like she was something that she's not.
And to be honest with you,
Can't let another day pass by? Yeah. I don't know how you got through
I
today.
don't think she'd be freaking out about doing these pictures. So it's like a catch-22. I don't think it's a big deal. The girl's got her head screwed on straight. She's a superstar. Most 15-year-olds don't have their own show, aren't like rock stars. I think she's like smart. I think she's conscious.
You have to be smart about it and realize the position that you're in and that everybody's going to want to try and find the bad, But, yeah, I think it's definitely a tough situation to be in, and I've been in it before, and it is what it is, and it's life, and you go on,
Call me cynical, but does she really feel so embarrassed, or is everybody glad about all of the attention and all the publicity that this is getting?
Well, in this photo shoot, as you mentioned, she appears to be wrapped in just a sheet. So is the image too sexy for the Disney Channel star? Disney seems to think so, saying the teen was manipulated in a statement to the New York Post.
I think this is a good lesson for her to learn so she doesn't go down the path that Britney Spears went down or some of the other girls.
I have no idea who that is, Vex.
As well.
Yeah, Eric, I was saying to you,
She's
I
another
think
child
parents
Disney
should
star.
not ask any of these people to be a role model. I mean, she's a 15-year-old girl. Clearly, her parents have chosen a totally
Ooh, you're gonna get some Dominoes?
I think she's got a lot of
Hope you
talent.
enjoy,
She's very
Talia.
professional.
You should be here when you get back.
She's accelerated at that. When you're put in that life, you're not 15. You might be more like 18 in your maturity level.
I mean, I think it's very complicated, actually. I think you're right that we shouldn't look to these folks to be role models. On the other hand, she's an outspoken Christian, okay? And as a Christian, I have to say,
if somebody like that doesn't have better spiritual advisors or her parents aren't guiding her, she should keep her mouth shut about her faith. And I think that this is possibly a great lesson for her to learn, because what will happen is she does have a lot of Christian fans. They will turn their back on her, or let's hope they turn their back on her if she thinks this is a kind of a cool career.
Christians make mistakes. Christians make mistakes, and we can forgive her as Christians. Let's see what Bill?
Yeah, well, I just got to say, look, first of all, I saw women wearing less than this at the White House Correspondents'
Yeah. No doubt. I said it's like an evening gown what she's got on.
But, they were older and supposedly wiser. Look, she's 15, and what I want to know is, what was her father thinking?
Exactly.
What were her minders thinking? This is just outrageous to take advantage of her like this. And she says she's embarrassed. Look, she's 15. She should have known better. She should have thought of about that before she took her clothes off.
She should have known better?
Picture, and on top of that, people are trying to defend her, saying that she was manipulated into posing like that and taking that picture.
Cindy Lou Who and the Grinch?
She
Oh.
wasn't manipulated.
Yeah,
she
I
thought it was
don't know.
artistic. She wanted to do it. She did
That
it.
was always
But
kind of a
everyone's
no-name
giving her
actor to
crap
me.
for it, and now she feels like she has to apologize to save her career. It's ridiculous.
The photo that was
I
taken
have
of
seen
her
that, though, at
is
least.
seemingly looking topless with the sheet.
What was
wrapped
she on
around her.
Disney?
What was your reaction when
The
you
Pretty
saw
Reckless?
that
Was that
picture?
the
Did
show?
You know it was going to be in the magazine?
Oh Lord, no! I wasn't there when that picture was taken. I had just finished a movie down in Florida. I flew in because Annie had specifically asked that I would come in and do a shot with Miley. So I flew into L.A., did my picture with Miley, and then I headed on up to Washington State to play for the troops. So I wasn't there at the time. So I was surprised when I saw it, but again, stuff happens, that's life.
Yeah, but you came under some heat too because of the
Well, I
picture when
did.
you mentioned about you and your daughter.
Oh, it's a
lot of
band.
people
Okay, no, it
took
sounded
issue
like
with
a
that
band, so I
because
wasn't
it didn't
sure.
look like a father and a daughter. It looked
No
like
worries
a
if you don't
boyfriend
know.
and a girlfriend. And
I was
now
just
when-
curious if it was
but it's
something I
true, a lot
watched
of
and just didn't know the name of the
bloggers
person,
were very
or if it was
upset
like
by
after.
I say a lot of different things, but
I would have
not
stopped
respect to
watching.
me. If it is to someone else, I'm sorry if I offended somebody.
Photographer Annie Leibovitz said in a statement today, quote, "I'm sorry that my portrait of Miley has been misinterpreted. The photograph is a simple classic portrait shot with very little makeup, and I think it is very beautiful."
Every other tabloid magazine or show out there needed to run a story on that because that's what they wanted to sell in their magazine, so they made it up.
Miley, I'm very curious about, this is something that you tweeted yesterday, and so this is a screen grab from Twitter. You wrote, "I'm not sorry, F you, 10 year, hashtag 10 years ago." So you took a picture of this New York Post. Did you have this in your house? You came across it?
No, I found this because I never really keep track of the years that have gone by since something like this. And so I guess it was apparently 10 years ago. And I think a lot of things have changed. And I think the conversation has changed a lot. And I think, something that I really thought about was, sure, some people thought that I did something wrong in their eyes. But I think it was really wrong of someone to put on top of someone that this is my shame and that I should be ashamed of myself.
Well, that's the New York Post.
That's not a nice thing to tell someone that they should be ashamed of themselves.
No, yeah, but that's...
Besides Donald Trump.
But did you... At that time, did you apologize for doing that? I don't remember.
I think I did, but I'm sure someone told me
Someone
to.
told
But
you.
you know what? That's why I don't do what people tell me to anymore, because that idea sucks. So they want to know why I come on, TV shows with no shirt on. Blame them.
Do you remember who told you to apologize? Do you have any recollection of that?
I think at that time I just wanted this to go away, and I
Uh-huh.
think I also was trying to balance and understand what being a role model is. And to me, I think being a role model has been my free-spiritedness and sometimes my unapologetic attitude for decisions that I feel comfortable with. And in a day, it's like anything else. For me, when this photo was taken, and I know this will probably get turned around too, but when this photo was taken, my little sister was here on set. She actually was sitting with Annie Leibovitz taking photos too, and there was nothing sexualized about this on set, and it was everyone else's poisonous thoughts and minds that ended up turning this into something that it wasn't meant to be. So actually, I shouldn't be ashamed. They should be.
There were now visible cracks in the relationship between Disney
I have an
and
ad coming
Miley.
up.
Miley felt as though she was under a microscope, and everything she did was being blown so out of proportion.
Oh, and this is a long
Another thing
video.
Miley's
Jeez,
learned
look
in
up
her short
that.
career is when you're a Disney star with an image built on innocence,
being bad isn't good for business.
And that is what kids do, and there's going to be mistakes, but you know, I am a role model, and I keep a lot of pride in that, and it's important for me to remember that, but I can't grow up and also be a parent, you know what I mean? I can't be the person that sets the rules for everyone, because it's not my job. You know, my job is to learn and to be a kid right now.
While filming season 3 of Hannah Montana, reports began coming out that Miley was ready to part ways with Disney entirely and focus on her career as a singer. TMZ reported that Miley and her dad, Billy Ray, were trying to renegotiate with Disney to complete only 12 episodes of Hannah Montana instead of the promised 24.
How long are you going to keep doing Hannah for then? You mentioned earlier you're halfway through the 3rd series now. You're filming that at the moment.
Those bubbles are so distracting that are behind you. I can't quit watching them. I look cross-eyed on the screen probably because I'm like looking at the bubbles.
So anyway.
Okay, wait, what was the question?
I can't remember.
I don't know. Whatever, watch the movie.
Disney did respond to these allegations, saying it's pure gossip, stating there's even an option for a 4th season, and quote, "We're thrilled with it, and we know everyone is working hard." And Miley herself has said she's committed to the long-term success, as are we. However, Miley told E! News an entirely different story, saying this could be the last season of Hannah Montana, stating she has acted on the show since she was 12, and the heavy workload, including that she shot, quote, 2 seasons in one last year.
Now, I've got a quote that I love, something along the lines of, I like to think of myself as the girl that no one can keep their hands on. Now, is that like your personal life, or is that more your career?
All of the above. I don't like being like contained in any way of, I feel like you need to explore. Something for me is like I never want to feel like at the end of my life that I was stuck in one little small bubble. I want to do things that that some people only dream of doing and never really get out there and do it. I don't want to be anyone that gets too stuck in, you know, feeling like, you know, I'm someone's little puppet. I never want to be that way.
2008 was an extremely difficult year for Miley Cyrus. Despite her workload being heavier than any 15-year-old should experience, she also had to deal with headline after headline completely ripping her name apart. And the people who were relentlessly shaming this 15-year-old girl weren't her fans at all. They were unfortunately adults.
So we were excited. We wanted to perform together no matter what. We were planning it before we even knew if we were going to get a perform or not. We were like, we just have to go to the Grammys together or something because it's such a cool event. And so a lot of stuff happened when I was 15, so this song is really appropriate for me, and it's cool. We love it.
On October 5th, 2008, in Anaheim, California, the entire Disneyland park was shut down for Miley Cyrus's sweet 16th birthday party. All guests except VIP Disney Channel stars and people who purchased a $250 ticket were booted from the park. So the official Miley Cyrus celebration
Not how much it costs to go to Disney. Anyway.
For the world's biggest teenage star, the world's biggest Sweet 16
Or like
party.
on top of
Over
their park ticket.
5,000 of
An
Miley
extra
Cyrus's
$250.
fans helped celebrate with a giant birthday cake, thrilling fireworks,
And happy birthday!
and a parade of stars all rolled into one of the world's biggest playgrounds, Disneyland.
2009 was going to be another huge year for Miley. The Hannah Montana movie was finally hitting theaters. Miley was working on her EP, The Time of Our Lives. And she even scored a role in the Nicholas Sparks movie, The Last Song, where she would meet her future fiancé, Liam Hemsworth. And on top of all of this, Miley was set to embark on yet another massive tour. However, much like 2008, 2009 would be filled with controversies and the media relentlessly going after Miley. The Hannah Montana movie was released April 2009, grossing over $155 million at box offices. The movie was a huge commercial success, and Miley's song The Climb from the film was also massively successful, hitting number 4 on the Billboard Hot 100. However, Miley was ready to expand her career outside of Disney. Now remember, it was reported that Miley didn't want to finish filming all 24 episodes of season 3 of Hannah Montana. Billy and Miley were trying to renegotiate her contract.
Miley loved A Walk to Remember, and then Nicholas Sparks was one of her favorite authors, and she very much wanted to do a movie in that vein. So Disney called our company.
Oh, I know Jenny
and said,
Humphrey from Gossip Girl at
She made A Walk
least.
to Remember and said, do you think you can find her a movie like this? And I was like, well,
But
there's
I don't
only
understand
one
what
person
that would
to
have to
call,
do
and
with
that would be
Disney.
Nicholas, and Unfortunately, he was about to write his next novel, didn't know what it was going to be about, and I think this is the first time that an author has ever written a book that was actually a vehicle for an actor.
It would appear Disney pulled some strings to help jumpstart Miley's career outside of Disney. And in return, Miley would finish out season 3 and potentially season 4 of Hannah Montana, as the franchise was still at the height of its success, ranking in hundreds of millions of dollars. Miley's
ranking in? You mean raking in? Okay. On that note, let's take a break. CO's gonna get started on their stream, and we'll be right back. Go try to get first in their stream.
God, I'd like to tell everyone about a new kind of tour available. Starting today, residents can go on a boat tour to uninhabited islands. Ah! It's Captain. He's gonna be here. He's gonna be here, and I'm gonna cry at his sea shanties. I'm unsure if I was prepared for the emotions.
I've always wondered. Oh, here's the hole. Can't show that on Twitch, sorry.
Oh my god.
Oh, there was a plunder chest on here.
Whoa! I thought you was gonna get it. Plunder that chest. Oh no.
Oh my.
Can anyone else say something?
No.
Ram, thank you so much for looking that up. By the way, I don't know if I said thank you. I really appreciate that. So, it sounds like what I heard about the cataloging thing was definitely right. But that's good that you can potentially send it to friends. That might make me motivated enough to play a little bit more, to send it to friends. And Wiz, I hope you get the cards when they re-release next week.
Let's try this red velvet first. This is the specialty one. So this is like a cakey kind of donut, it seems. Probably because it's a red velvet cake. Mmm, look at that red velvet. Okay.
I couldn't really understand any of what you said. I think you said, look at that red velvet.
Why couldn't you understand me? My mouth was full?
Yeah.
Mmm. Okay, I like this job. They have little Dunkin' sprinkles on it. They're little D's. I'm just kind of taking bites right now. Imagine someone brought donuts into work and then it was this. Just a bite taken out of all of them. Oh no! What is this shit? Why would they? Why would they start with this scene? He keeps turning around smiling! No! That was almost in unison. Oh my god! Oh, I hate this! Why would they do this to us?
I wanted you to see that Simba is also
Mom.
traumatized.
Here's the light. An ad is trying to start? No, no, no. We are traversing light. Oh no. Oh no, there's a second one. As if this big guy wasn't enough. Oh boy, I hate them. Nope, did not heal in time. Yeah, no, this is horrible. Hate them already. No! Right there, it's on the fucking screen. I don't know how I'm supposed to speed that up. Like this? So excited. Away. Hit. Roll. Heal, heal, heal. Whack. We gotta lock on. We gotta lock on. Heal, 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 heal! Bitch! Wait, there's another guy? Nope, he got me.
I mean, big ass Bun Pat. You killed almost like all of that first guy.
I thought I was gonna get him. I thought I was gonna one-shot him. And then all of a sudden that other guy came back from nowhere.
Goddamn.
Wow. When did I get okay at this game? Dare I say good?
Bun's learning. She's evolving.
Dare I say good?
Huh? Why'd you?
I don't know. No, we were right there.
Stream, I'm Bun. Thank you to anyone who stuck around. The clip show is honestly a great way to introduce you to my content. So, we're happy to have you. Hope you enjoyed. Splee, thank you for being here. Like, I was actually gonna try to start at 11 and you were here at 10:59. Like, you knew. I didn't even announce it. I love that. CO, Llamas, Queen!
There once was a girl named Queen.
Pretty solidly lurking. And then I was gonna go to bed. And so I wanted to, like... Fuck! The table when he bumped into it on his way out. A bottle? Why was this sitting there, I wonder? Empty bottle found on a table in the employee area. The label reads sleeping pills. Bun, bun, bun! I personally say Prince 201, but I know that's how TTS would read it. Crunch, what the hell? Thank you for 2 years. I'm so sorry TTS was upset with you, but I think mine was better anyway. Okay. I did at least remember the timer. Llamas, thank you for being here, and Talia, thank you for being here before I even started the stream. I have been feeling so many feelings this morning, so to see y'all in the chat before I even got here was like... What if what we did instead... This is just a partner pooper, okay? Sue says, hope everyone's having a good evening, and I'm over here like, this is just a partner pooper, okay? Sorry, there was a box of bones. I thought maybe. Whoa! Ma'am! Nyx, you're amazing. I can't.
Ma'am!
Sorry, I thought you were gonna do. There. The light is on! Here, notice the light. What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah! Order. What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. Objection.
Do we get to know who it was when we eject them?
Yeah, it's on
Yes.
right now.
Good. That makes it way easier.
Once Fun knows the game a little better, we can turn it off. Oh no!
Okay, we gotta
Well, we lost.
Yeah, y'all lost.
Oh.
Did CO know that Bun was the imposter to help?
He did not know.
I had a feeling he
Nope.
Unless I gave it away with my.
Nope.
Carrie.
I was the only one that voted for
Did
her.
not see Darby kill me.
I literally called out both of it, but no, y'all just gotta vote for everyone else.
I am so mad at you right now.
I didn't see it.
Bun, you have to press play again for us to go to the lobby.
Oh.
I am so mad at you, Carrie, right now.
Okay, we're back. I am finishing this scarf right now, at least, so. Yay. Oops. I typed something weird on my laptop. Good job getting dressed, Talia. Now good luck braving the depths of Walmart on a Friday night before Christmas. This scarf is done. I just need to connect it. We should still be around. If I haven't, or I mean, if I've ended, I'll read CO because they just got started, so. Good luck braving the store. And I guess we'll keep going with this video.
Cyrus began filming for the last song
Miley
in the
Cyrus.
summer of 2009, where she would meet Liam Hemsworth, her co-star.
How did you wind up meeting, obviously on the movie, you guys meet before the movie?
No, well, kind of. They were casting, and so my mom had gotten it narrowed down to like 3, basically, of everyone, of like Liam's character, and then everyone's different character. So I went in and like read with them.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it was
It's
like
like
a
an
blind
arranged
date.
marriage
kinda.
or
Yeah.
something.
The more we got to hang out, the more I got to know him, and like he's super respectful and super smart, and there's not many people like that out here.
But it wouldn't be long before another scandal hit the headlines. A video taken at the rap party for the last song would create another media storm. It featured footage of a then 16-year-old Miley Cyrus grinding on a 44-year-old Adam Shankman, who is an openly gay producer for the last song. Yet again, the headlines were very quick to shame Miley for, quote, giving a lap dance where children are present.
Ew.
And for, quote, teasing Adam by opening her blouse. But
Ew.
would neglect to fully criticize Miley's 44-year-old boss, as he was the adult in this situation.
Why
But
does
the
she keep getting
controversy surrounding Miley
criticized?
didn't stop with the rap party. Miley scored a massive deal with Walmart and was gearing up for her clothing line release. Dr. Luke and Jessie J had also written a song that would alter the future of Miley's career forever. Party in the USA was written by Jessie J for Jessie J. However, Jessie and Dr. Luke decided the song would be way better suited for Miley Cyrus and her new clothing line. This song took the United States by storm, even sparking a petition by Elijah Daniel years later
Stuck
to
in
make
my
it
head
the
for
United
weeks.
States national anthem. Party in the USA quickly soared to the #1 spot on the Billboard Hot 100 and was certified 7 times platinum.
I'm a little mad at you right now.
Why?
Because you somehow got a 6-foot-tall black guy to be singing Party in the USA in his car on Lakeshore Drive.
I'm sorry. Really, originally kind of written just for my clothing line, and as like a theme for that, because it's not really the kind of like sound of music that I'm into, or I don't really usually sing like that poppy of a song.
Yeah.
So I originally just did it for the clothing line, and then everyone started picking up on it, and
Okay.
it was really cool, but it wasn't like planned out or anything. So that was kind of like, it was a pleasant surprise.
Caroline Forret out of Oswego. She would like to know about this JC song.
The Jay-Z song.
What about
Yeah,
it?
the Jay-Z song was on. What song was it?
I have no idea. I didn't write it.
That's awesome.
I don't know what Dr. Luke was listening to.
Keep it real. Fine, though.
On August 9th, 2009, Miley Cyrus performed
She
her
said,
new
"I don't know
hit
what Jay-Z
single,
song was
Party in
on. I didn't write the
USA
song."
At the 2009 Teen Choice Awards.
Our performance tonight is probably the funny, like, it's funny, but I wanted something that was like my roots, because it's all about, partying in the USA and like an all-American song. And so I come out tonight and I'm literally in like a trailer park, a blinged out trailer park. And I'm like, this is to represent where I'm from and being so proud of it, that it's got the Southern girls, but, with all the girls trying to be all, Hollywood with their big glasses and stuff and just shooing them away. And I love that. It's like, good for my roots, being able to be proud where I'm from.
For a portion of the performance, Miley gets onto an ice cream cart with a pole. She held onto the pole and danced next to it while the cart was pushed across the stage, where she then got off the cart to complete her performance. The media again was in an uproar and ran with this story. Headlines were plastered everywhere that Miley Cyrus was, quote, pole dancing at a kids' award show.
The big OMG moments from the Teen Choice Awards. 16-year-old Miley Cyrus has people talking again. This time it's for her sexy dancing at the Teen Choice Awards. While performing her new single, Party in the USA, out came an ice cream cart with a pole. Miley hopped up on it and
they maybe
should have
thought about the pole. Yeah, the
it.
non-loom
She
part.
came out as close to pole
I'm
dancing as one could
making
without
it
actually
an infinity
doing it.
scarf, so I'm like sewing it together.
Doesn't really count, right, Disney?
But that doesn't mean you want their literal peer role models to be out behaving as adults behave.
And the thing is, you're exactly right. If it were 16 and 17 and 18-year-olds watching this, that'd be, what, they've seen a lot worse. The thing is, it's 10 and 11 and 12-year-old girls who are trying, and your daughters who are, who are,
I put that through
that's
weird,
the thing.
but there's
I'm
nothing
not
I can do
shocked
about
I'm
it now.
stoned by
Okay.
it. I'm kind of like, come on. If you're going to do a kid show, if you want to do that on MTV, do it. If you're going to do a kid show, though, seriously, that 11-year-old kids are going, but you don't do that.
She actually performed with a stripper pole. And pretty sure she's only 16, so...
I'm sure she was the one who made that choice.
That was a little different.
That was a little racy, huh?
Yeah.
She's always getting herself in trouble. She's not hanging upside down from it.
No, she's not doing any turns or anything, but
Right.
I mean...
Oh, that's
You think that
okay.
was obvious? You think that was a stripper pole?
Yeah, what is she gonna play it off?
I
and say
heard
it
that
was? But this is the
who
Teen Choice
got
Awards,
Barb's
she
game,
should
and
be
that
up there
Barb was
with,
like,
a beach ball.
I'm very
like
happy.
playing a game, not opening her legs in front of the world.
Disney was asked to comment on
Yeah,
Miley's,
that
quote,
was a
inappropriate
good idea.
teen choice performance.
How many people did they have doing
A rep
it?
for Disney responded, stating,
Ew.
Disney Channel won't be commenting on that performance, although parents can rest assured all content presented on the Disney
love
Channel
that.
is age appropriate for our audience kids, 6 to 14,
Yeah.
and consistent with what our brand values are. Now, Miley
I mean,
would usually
it's to
be
be
pressured
expected.
into apologizing anytime a scandal would arise to protect the precious Disney image. The media was scrutinizing not just her
Nope.
recent performance,
Sometimes
but also what she
it's fun
wears
to
and
watch
her
you hate a
newly
game.
released clothing line. Miley was no longer apologizing and was ready to combat those criticisms.
How do you feel about the media? They're kind of, sometimes they criticize you. They give you a hard time about the whole, dressing thing, I guess.
Dressing?
Well, let me see.
The way
let's
I
see.
dress?
No, I'm sorry. Wearing clothing that is
Salad
in
dressing, yeah.
No, not salad dressing. By the way, nice boots.
Thanks.
Obviously, you guys are in cahoots.
Thanks. The colors.
I guess the whole wearing
It's my first pair
clothing
of
inappropriate for your age. You know how the media's. Have you heard that before?
No, and what I wear is no one else's business but my own, to be honest.
Why, Miley, dude?
They don't have to look at me every day if they don't want to.
I'm all about it.
I agree.
It's
Listen,
what I wear is what I wear. You
I
don't
just wanna-
see someone going to a high school and going up to each person and saying this is what you can and cannot
Absolutely
wear.
not.
It's not right.
And it just speaks to the fact that you're in the public spotlight.
Right, and obviously it's not that bad. My clothing line is doing fine and it's modest, and I'm not telling other people that they have to wear exactly what I wear. What I put out there is always age appropriate.
Miley's EP, The Time of Our Lives, would be released exclusively to Walmart. Meanwhile, she was preparing for her world tour called the Wonder World Tour.
Just 17 years old and you sold out 10 tour dates in 10 minutes. That is an incredible record, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm playing the O2 5 nights and it's all sold out, so I feel like it should just be super loud and super exciting.
This would be Miley's first tour that did not incorporate any Hannah Montana performances, and that was a huge deal for Miley. She had always had to share the spotlight with a fictional character. However, this time, the moment was all hers. The tour grossed over $67 million. And because this wasn't a Disney tour, Miley was actually paid 3 times more what Disney paid her for her previous tour.
Wow.
Oh, you like this song?
Yeah, I think I can see you becoming a woman in it. It's always the way, when someone flies the nest, Are you trying to move on from Hannah Montana?
I heard a woo after they said moving along. I wasn't planning on it until now. So I was like, yeah.
No, everyone loves
No, I love it and it's great and it's fun to dress up, but I'm kind of ready to be like, just more chill. I've been writing while I've been in London, so that's been really fun. And I'm just trying to do more music that's more myself. Today I wrote a song called Robot, and it's about like not wanting to be like exactly the form and the machine that everyone thinks you should be. So I kind of want to do this record now, and I want to do this pop album and kind of just get it out there, and that's going to be my last record for a little while of that sound. And I want to take a while to really discover like who I am and what music I want to do, because some days I wake up and I
The neck
want to be
pops
Gaga,
I've gotten
and then
today.
I wake up and I want to be Mick Jagger the next day. So I'm like, I got to decide on who I want to be and what kind of record I want to make.
Miley was beginning to put distance between herself and the Hannah Montana character and brand. She was creating revenue streams for herself outside of the Disney Channel. Between all the controversies and contract negotiations, Disney and Miley's relationship was on very thin ice. Miley wanted to take time to find herself, take a breather, and make the rock-inspired music she actually likes. However, Disney wasn't ready to let go of their cash cow quite yet, and they asked Miley to film one last short final season of Hannah Montana. This season would be completely different from past seasons, so much so that it would get an entirely new name.
Ew. Like, you're gonna be Hannah Montana
Despite
forever,
being
bitch,
vocal about
is what
not
they
wanting
said.
to act in another season of Hannah Montana,
Wow.
Miley agreed to a 4th and final season with the Disney Channel. Miley even told Reuters, quote, "I can't base my career off of the 6-year-olds. It's the 16-year-olds, the 26-year-olds I'm trying to reach for now. I have to move on. This year didn't have to happen, but we did it because we thought it was the right thing to do." Billy Ray told the publication of filming the final season titled Hannah Montana Forever, quote, "I left it up to Miley to decide. I'm very proud of her that she made what I consider to be a very honorable choice."
And we were just talking in the car that, like, I think as, like, I get older and all that stuff, I think people will start to realize that there's a lot of things that I've done that I feel like I didn't get recognized for, and a lot of it was because I was younger, and it was like, oh, Disney's doing that. But at the end of the day, Disney isn't doing my voice. Disney isn't doing all the actions that I did. I did it. And there's a lot of things that I started doing that didn't get credit for.
When did you start with Disney?
I auditioned, I just got braces, so I was 11. Yeah.
So 11.
When I first
you're gonna be
auditioned,
18. And I mean, I would imagine it feels like you've been in a grind to a degree, a good grind, but a grind to a degree, and you've accomplished a lot. And so it's not like you just started, but in a way, this is the beginning of a whole new life for you.
Miley knew it was time to move on, but not before one final hurrah with Hannah Montana. And a big hurrah it would be. The final season would be a star-studded season of Disney Channel Gold, and would represent a very real departure from the first 3 seasons of Hannah Montana.
The secret's messy, it's hurting Lil and Jesse. Now she's all, poor little Miley's in a sad, sad place. All because she has a secret. Now she's all, poor little Miley's in a sad, sad place. All because she has a secret.
I have something really important I need to tell you, and you could be mad, really mad, but I just care about you too much to not tell you that.
That you're Hannah Montana.
Please don't interrupt me. This is really. Huh?
I remember that. Hannah Montana.
How? It was that blabbermouth Sienna, wasn't it?
Didn't need any help on this one. You both have the same beautiful eyes and amazing smile. And then there's the fact that I told Miley that my dad was stationed overseas, and then 2 days later, Hannah had a concert for kids whose parents were stationed overseas.
I was hoping you'd think that was just a coinkydink.
You tell Mr. Spielberg I said thanks, but no thanks.
Oversized sweatshirt buying daddy who just said 3-time Academy Award-winning director, producer of Jaws, Jurassic Park, E.T., Men in Black 1 and 2 wants me to star in his next big blockbuster opposite of Mission Impossible Honky Tonk Tom Cruise. Say what?
Miley felt as though she had outgrown the character entirely, saying, quote, "I wanted to stop once I was 18 because it felt ridiculous. The minute I had sex, I was kind of like, I can't put the fucking wig on again. It got weird. It just felt like I was grown up. What brought it home even more was when Miley was behind the scenes at Disneyland. Quote, Peter Pan was smoking a cigarette, and I was like, that's me. That's the kind of dreams I'm crushing. Miley recalled, I'm not a Disney mascot, I'm a person. This was further conveyed through her Black Mirror appearance as the ultra-futuristic pop star Ashley O.
Do I have any Ashley O fans out here?
Wait, let's doing what?
Who has profited off of?
I didn't even know you could play that with keyboard and
Miley
mouse.
told Elle that the script was her life. She felt Black Mirror just, quote, took her life for the script. The story of Hannah Montana was one that closely mirrored her life as well. The new season would take place in a much bigger house and would only be 13 episodes long, which is half the length of the 3 previous seasons. This was mostly due to Miley's wish to grow her music career outside of the Disney Channel. Even though this season was shorter, it packed a major punch, had multiple episodes featuring Miley's godmother, Dolly Parton, and featured one of the most iconic pop culture moments to ever air on the Disney Channel. Hannah Montana taking her wig off and revealing to the world who she truly is, Miley Stewart.
I wrote this song about an 11-year-old girl who wanted to be a rock star. But she also wanted a normal life, so she pretended to be somebody else. And that was great for a little while, but she's 17 now, and life is even more complicated. And she just doesn't want to pretend anymore. Her name is Miley Stewart.
Whoa, take that, kitty cat flush in the toilet.
The Disney years also had a dark side to them, and like Miley's character often sang about, she often yearned to be an ordinary girl.
When I was younger, no, I really did want that. And now when I think about it, I always, you can't change it, you can't go back, you can't regret anything.
Best not to.
It's best not to. You'll drive yourself crazy,
Yeah,
because
crazy.
no matter what, you can't rewind as
No.
much as you want to,
No.
as much as sometimes you want it. And there's times where I'm like, would I have actually even done that now? I might say, don't do it, because you're not, that isn't gonna be who you are. But I did, and you can't let that stop you.
While Hannah Montana was filming, Miley also began work on her third and final studio album under Disney's record label, Hollywood Records. And it would be her most controversial album with Disney yet. Even though Miley's sights were still set on a rock album, she was still with Disney.
Scarf
Kept
number
Untamed
5
would
is
feature
done.
electro-pop ballads produced by Rock Mafia
Thank you.
and would become a cult classic. Even though the record was released under the Disney umbrella, songs like the title track Can't Be Tamed and Robot would chronicle Miley's struggle with the Disney Channel.
Now, I'm guessing by the title, a lot of people have tried to tame you. We did it, we kind of based this off of like a bird in captivity, which what I thought of is I was thinking.
Is that how you feel?
Well, I thought, this is the worst thing, is I would say the worst thing would be to have wings but not be able to use them.
Right.
So I said, sometimes I feel like that. Sometimes I feel like, maybe I have, these ideas that I necessarily can't use because, they contradict with what the Hannah Montana image would be, which is very, very girly, which I'm not as much so. And I want to be able to take my time, but I want to do it in the right way because they never want to disrespect Hannah Montana because that's, something that
it made you.
Grappling with being a huge pop star who had very little control over her career. Even saying she felt like she had to, quote, stand still, sell this, and hit her mark. Saying she would scream, but she's just a hollow shell. Even begging Disney, please set me free so I can feel. Stop trying to live my life for me. I need to breathe. I'm not your robot. Stop telling me I'm part of the big machine.
You've been under a lot of scrutiny, if you will, recently. We can use that.
Go ahead.
Scrutiny. Do you address that on this album at all?
Yeah, we have this one song that's called Robot, and it's about like not letting people tell you who you like shouldn't or should be, and about people that try to tell you this is what you need to sell. This is the audience you're going for. Look relatable. It's like, I am relatable. I'm like, I love when people are like, really sell this record as a 17-year-old girl. I'm like, yeah, let me go put my like
wig on and go change my face because I'm not a 17-year-old girl. Like, you know, it's like, I hate that when it's like, what makes you normal? It's like, that I am normal. So that's what this song is kind of about. Not listening to that, but just, you know, being who you are.
Miley was screaming the truth at the top of her lungs, even referencing Britney Spears' hit My Prerogative in the album cover, and recreating the video for Who Owns My Heart. The writing was quite literally on the wall for Miley and Disney, and while her character Hannah Montana was revealing to the world who she truly was, Miley Cyrus was as well. As one
this is
character's
a
career
really
came
soft
to an
yarn.
end, Miley Cyrus was getting ready to drop a video to show the world who she was, and the world was not ready.
We've got a multi-platinum recording artist with an exclusive TV debut.
Performing the hit single Can't Be Tamed from her new album, give it up for Miley Cyrus.
Miley Cyrus, wrapping up her last year on Hannah Montana, has a new album coming out Monday. It's called Can't Be Tamed.
You know that you're getting some heat for the video Can't Be Tamed.
Yeah.
Do you think it's that some people just can't, they just want you to stay that little 12-year-old Hannah Montana. They can't let you go.
Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, I'm performing a song called Robot that's off my new album too, and it's like, you know, you have to be who you are to the full.
Is it a conscious break from Hannah Montana?
People can't say, you know, oh, she's like leaving Hannah behind, because I am Hannah
making this
Montana.
too
That
tight
was
for
just
some
me with a
reason.
wig on. It was all my
First one.
morals, all my song, like all my inspiration. I was the one telling girls to go live their dream, not Hannah Montana.
The day of the Can't Be Tamed video's release would be one
Oh,
forged in
I
pop culture
bumped
history
it.
books, as Disney and
Probably
Miley
with that
would
thing
go
when I put it back
head-to-head
over. Oh, you know what? It was when I put the
Even
loom over
though
there.
Disney's label was
My
what
bad.
released the Can't Be Tamed video. After the video would drop, Disney would back down from the big release
Weird.
and completely cut all radio play for Miley. The company that owned Miley's record label was now actively sabotaging her attempt at a split from the company. Jose Mendoza, who said he previously worked for Radio Disney as an assistant in its promotional department, revealed the lengths the company went to when its squeaky clean image was threatened overnight by Miley's new look. I was working for Radio Disney at the time as a promotional assistant. Joe tweeted to his followers in a now viral message, "I'm not kidding when I say that the next day after this dropped, Disney made us cancel everything that was connected to Miley Cyrus. No radio play, no mentioning her, nothing." Some followers pointed out Selena Gomez, who was also employed by Disney and appeared opposite Miley as Michaela on Hannah Montana, didn't get the same treatment when her quote raunchy music video for Come and Get It dropped in 2013. Joe said, quote, "Years later when Come and Get It came out, even with the video, they didn't treat her like they did Miley. They wanted to make a stance that they did not accept her, Miley's, sexuality being flaunted." He continued saying, "At the time, they were keeping her image as such a young girl. And then she did this, and they had no idea what to do other than to just ban her from having any promo with us." The Can't Be Tamed release was sabotaged, and the world may never know how the album would have performed with proper promotion. This era was no Hillary Duff dignity. Miley was only getting started, but her journey was about to continue without the company that gave her her big start, the Disney Channel. The notion that Miley Cyrus was leaving the Disney Channel was clear as day now. Now, this is where Miley's schedule gets incredibly tight, overpacked, and unusual. You see, Disney is usually extremely strict with what they allow their stars to portray themselves as. Hannah Montana Forever began filming in January of 2010. Miley filmed the final episode of Hannah Montana Forever on May 14th of 2010. Only 4 days later, Miley would debut her hit new single Can't Be Tamed on Dancing with the Stars. Can't Be Tamed was released after Hannah Montana Forever was finished filming, but before it was released to the public. So even though Miley was technically done playing Hannah, her audience would still know her as Hannah Montana for one more year.
Is this phase of your life and your career over as you move on to the next area?
Well, the show still is going to air coming towards the end of this year. There'll be more Hannah Montana episodes, so that's still, you know, good for my younger audience that they can, you know, have that. And you know, there's a lot of everyone likes the show. You know, it's a family show, so it's good for the families. And then, so that's not, you know, completely over for my fans, but I'm kind of moving on to new things.
All while she's embarking on the Can't Be Tamed press tour and starting pre-production on Hotel Transylvania, an animated Sony Pictures movie that Miley was starring in. Disney Channel and Hollywood Records having this more adult album come out while Hannah Montana was airing caused news stations to tear Miley apart at every chance they could. Miley would speak out against some of the criticism of Can't Be Tamed, discussing how sexist and judgmental the world is when she put out the record.
From Disney to not so Disney. No, not quite. I mean, that's a pretty sexy video. Now, the last time you were on T4, you just starred in Disney's Hannah Montana movie. Now, since then, you've stepped things up a gear. I think it's fair to say you've become slightly raunchier. So what made you decide to go sexy?
You know, I think I've just been able to, like, grow up so much as, you know, an artist and as a person.
All those years with Disney, all those years with the Hannah Montana thing, and then you released this album and the video, you had to, deep down inside, feel like there was a little bit of risk in that.
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous, but only because I'm not scared of my fans not believing it, because my fans love me and I love them, and we have such a good relationship, and it's because of the honesty that I put into my albums. And now I feel like this record, it's just as honest as the rest. It's just from now someone that's like 17 going on 18, not 12 going on 13.
I think the first thing, it was like the last season of my show, I put out I Can't Be Tamed, which that, even just the title of that, for a woman to say that she can't be tamed, that's of all people in the world, my face saying I can't be tamed, when that's really all people wanted to do. I mean, that I think proves how sexist people, you know, still really are, and judgmental. And it is the, you know, the whole thing of saying be sexy, but our way or no.
Yeah, with conditions.
Yeah.
After the release of Can't Be Tamed, Miley would be recorded by someone who claimed to be her friend while she smoked a bong filled with salvia at her 18th birthday party.
MTV News reports that a news video leaked to TMZ shows singer Miley Cyrus smoking from a water pipe at a party in her LA home 5 days after her 18th birthday. The bong was supposedly filled with salvia, a herb that produces psychedelic properties when smoked and is legal in California. In the video, the Can't Be Tamed singer can be seen taking a couple of deep drags from the bong and then giggling uncontrollably into the video camera. The video was filmed by Cyrus's friend, who was allegedly stolen or copied from the camera.
It's a real hallucinogenic.
So, Miley's on track.
Yeah, she's on track to be a big mess. And then the dad was tweeting, of course, in public, just like, you know, the dad of Lindsay Lohan, you know, when they make these public statements.
So he's a good dad, too.
He goes, I feel like I'm helpless. Something like that.
She would also be filmed licking a rather phallic cake that she gave to her boyfriend, Liam Hemsworth, on his birthday. With that, Sony Pictures Animation dropped Miley Cyrus from Hotel Transylvania, and the movie was given to the star of the Disney Channel's Wizards of Waverly Place, Selena Gomez.
Remember Miley's Bob Marley themed birthday cake? Well, it looks like our favorite good girl gone bad really has a thing for racy baked goods. Miley celebrated her boyfriend Liam Hemsworth's birthday by getting him a cake that would make most guys feel pretty inadequate. TMZ reports the Hannah Montana star showed up to the party and started munching on the cake with no regard for the camera flashes. The 19-year-old party girl was even spotted with a Long Island iced tea in her hand. Miley's reps didn't comment on whether she partied all night long, but those photos say it all. From her party in the USA pole dance that rocked the Teen Choice Awards to her epic stoner video, the badass Miley train just won't stop. Do you think Miley's gone too far?
Miley Cyrus says she was fired from the animated film Hotel Transylvania for taking photos with a penis cake. Now, being the Hollywood Reporter, we did some digging and we can confirm that's true. The confession came when Cyrus took to Twitter on Thursday. Cyrus tweeted, I got kicked off Hotel Transylvania for buying Liam a penis cake for his birthday and licking it. Back in November 2011, it was announced that Cyrus was cast as the teenage vampire Mavis, the daughter of Adam Sandler's character Dracula in the movie. Her departure from the project came in February 2012, with neither the studio nor Cyrus's reps giving a reason for her exit. A few days later, it was announced that fellow Disney Channel actress Selena Gomez would replace her in the role. According to a Sony source, Cyrus was in fact fired because of the photos. The studio execs nervous about the starlet leading a potential animated family franchise while shedding her Disney Channel image.
Thus, her relationships with major Hollywood studios and record labels would only get more complex and volatile. For instance, even though Disney's Hollywood Records pulled support from Miley all across Radio Disney, Hollywood Records still released and promoted a second single off of the album to other non-Disney entities, even though they very publicly distanced themselves from Miley. It was a bizarre limbo where both Hollywood Records and Miley knew their time together had an expiration date. And with that, Miley's final official project under the Disney umbrella would be Who Owns My Heart. It was the end of an era, and for the next year, Miley would take a break.
You know, I did a show for a long time called Hannah Montana. It kind of, it explored two sides of the same girl. Normal by day, rock star by night. It's like the Disney Channel's version of Black Swan. I've been in the public eye for almost half my life, and I'm mostly a white swan kind of girl, but I've had a few black swan moments. I've never been arrested or anything. My scandals are more like Miley and some girl were chewing on the same Twizzler, someone took a photo, and now it's all over the internet. And, that may upset some people, and for that, I'm truly sorry. Let me put it this way. There's a photo of me being kissed by a dude, and Annie Leibovitz tried to get me nude. For those of you who think that's very crude, I'm sorry that I'm not perfect.
Jax's theme song.
I never stole a necklace or got a DUI. Never cheated on my wife like that golfer guy. So what you can see, a little boo from the side. I'm sorry that I'm not perfect. And sure, I danced on a pole and people called it sinning. But at least I didn't date a porn star and tell everyone I'm winning.
Stop.
Make a dirty tape and pass it along.
You didn't text a photo of your dong.
Don't both of these things seem worse than a bong?
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm really sorry that I'm not perfect.
Many of her fans, this was an uncertain time for Miley's career. Yes, Miley had just finished one of the biggest children's television TV shows of all time, but with the commercial sabotage of Can't Be Tamed, her departure from Hollywood Records, the split from her manager, and no plans for future music, Miley's music career was at a screeching halt. She began creating music with various independent artists, recorded a song with Snoop Lion called Ashtrays and Heartbreaks, and finally took the year of 2012 to just be Miley. Just when the entertainment industry began asking if Miley had peaked, if her career was over, a single dropped in the middle of the night that would usher in one of the most controversial, show-stopping, and iconic eras in pop music history. And Miley was only getting started.
I do feel sorry for Miley.
What do you think?
I don't feel sorry for Miley Cyrus because she knew what she was doing. This was all very calculated, and this is about Miley Cyrus distancing herself from Hannah Montana and Disney.
I think Miley's was a bigger deal because she was actually touring as Hannah Montana. So, like, she really needed to separate herself from that character in a way that other child stars really didn't have to. Oh, it's just over? Okay. Yeah, I guess so. Show me the one. I want the one. This one. Britney and Justin Love
I just know that Britney has known him since she was a little girl. I don't want to make somebody uncomfortable, so we'll just drop that subject.
It's a little too late for that, don't you think?
Oh. Justin, Christina, Britney.
Now, how long have you known Justin? A long time, right?
Yeah, since I was like 12 years old.
12 years old.
Who was your first crush?
My first crush, yeah, it was Justin. I was 12. He was my first puppy love boyfriend. His friend dared him to kiss me, so that was my first kiss.
First kiss?
Yes, he was my first kiss.
So, are you in love, do you think?
It's been a while.
The best-selling female artist of the decade.
I shouldn't have kept you waiting.
The ringmaster of the whole circus.
But I'm here now.
My hero, Britney Spears.
You know her by just one name.
The legendary Miss Britney Spears.
Princess of pop, Britney Spears.
It's
Britney Pills. It's Britney Spears. There's only one bitch. The real one.
It's Britney, bitch. I see you.
Justin Timberlake escorted her up the red carpet.
I just want to dance with you.
The princess arrived with her teen dream prince, Justin Timberlake.
I saw this text which said it's over.
Did you Britney Spears?
Okay, I did it. No.
Well, I'll give them more.
I can't imagine what it's like to have such a public breakup.
Is it frustrating to try to promote an album when all anyone seems to want to talk about is Britney?
Justin Timberlake and Christina Aguilera debut their joint tour.
I know that if I was in a relationship and something happened, I couldn't really go there. Keep on rocking.
Promised to her that I wouldn't say specifically why we broke up.
I'm single. I would date Christina.
Yeah, this yarn is really cozy. It's really soft.
She came to me and she put her tongue down my throat.
In the meantime, she told us she was giving you advice about the breakup with Justin.
Britney, bitch.
Oh, she was? Okay.
Britney, bitch.
Hi, I'm Jade.
And I'm Shelby. Welcome to a very special and highly requested episode of Deep Dive.
Now today, me and Shelby are diving into the greatest Hollywood story ever told like you've never heard it before.
And the most infamous breakup of all time. You may think you know Britney, Justin, and Christina, but we've scoured every corner of the internet
And uncovered a shocking timeline of events. One that not only crushed Britney's spirit, but forced her to get a procedure she never wanted in the first place.
What,
they
being
all may
cloned?
have been friends when they were Mouseketeers.
After 3 separate rises to fame, multiple relationships, and cheating scandals,
The 3 stars can't even be in the same room together.
so join us on the journey of just how 3 stars would shine brighter than anyone.
Only to collide into each other and make a spectacle that would be heard around the world for decades to come.
So buckle up
and keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle.
because we're covering the 90s Mickey Mouse Club pop explosion.
The rise and fall of America's sweethearts.
The greatest pop rivalry of all time.
And the countless deep web interviews of the stars ripping each other to absolute shreds.
And last but not least, Britney's revenge.
So sit back and relax because we're about to go as deep as physically possible into the world of the Mickey Mouse Club gone wild.
How many times are they going to use that sample?
Before we take it back to the early 2000s, we want to thank Dave for sponsoring this episode of Deep Dive. Dave is a banking app that is on a mission to level the financial playing field. Big banks in 2022 made almost $10 billion on overdraft fees alone. And Dave wants to make those predatory fees. So don't forget to download the Dave app now or go to dave.com/deepdive. For terms and conditions, go to dave.com/legal. Eligibility criteria and instant transfer fees apply. Banking services provided by Evolve. Member FDIC. Now let's get back to the twisted world of Britney, Justin, and Christina.
Our twisting and winding story through the early 2000s actually begins in the magical world of 1980 Star Search.
The next little star comes to Hollywood via San Antonio, Texas, Tokyo, Japan, and most recently, Rochester, Pennsylvania. And she's only 8 years old. Please give an international welcome to Christina Aguilera. From Millington, Tennessee, welcome 11-year-old Justin Randall.
Sounds like love got a hold on you.
From Kentwood, Louisiana, Star Search welcomes 10-year-old Britney Spears.
See, back in the year 1989, the Disney Channel realized they wanted to revitalize the 1950s classic kids talent show called the Mickey Mouse Club.
The Disney Channel has begun its nationwide search for talented youngsters who will become those special members of the forthcoming new Mickey Mouse Club series.
The all-new Mickey Mouse Club would search for the most talented kids across the United States and put them on a reoccurring weekly program to show off their acting, special tricks, dancing, and most of all, their singing. Disney executives didn't know it yet, but this nationwide talent search would yield the next several generations of Hollywood icons. This legendary cast would consist of actress Kerry Russell, Rhonda Bennett from the R&B trio and Vogue, Oscar winner Ryan Gosling, NSYNC alumni JC Chase as Justin Timberlake, and vocal powerhouse Christina Aguilera. But there was one Mouseketeer on the cast that would transition to a global sensation, cultural icon, and the current reigning
Imagine being like the
Princess of
one
Pop.
person on Mickey
And her
Mouse Club
name
that like
was
didn't
Britney Jean
become
Spears.
famous.
It's Britney, bitch.
See, two of the most notable cast members, Britney and Christina, were initially too young to fulfill their roles in the all-new Mickey Mouse Club.
Hey guys, you know, I'm from a small town in Pennsylvania called Wexford, but now I'm here in Orlando. There's a lot more to do in Florida. I like to play a lot of sports. I like outdoor activities, swimming, going to zoos and little places like that. Welcome to my hometown of Kentwood, Louisiana. It's a small town about an hour north of New Orleans. I feel the need for speed! Where I come from is country, and when I get back home, I start talking country again. Stuff like yonder and hey y'all or what y'all doing, stuff like that. This is my great-grandmother. Everybody calls her Granny, and you haven't tasted any seafood until you taste hers. I work the cash register and clean the tables and help the customers. These are going to be the best shrimp you've ever had.
But producers saw a true spark in them. An entire year later, Disney Channel producers still couldn't fully form their cast without Britney and Christina. Thus, they called their parents up and let them know they were making an exception to the age requirement of the Mickey Mouse Club, and that both of their daughters were to come back and audition again. Needless to say, an 11-year-old Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera were cast in the Mickey Mouse Club, and subsequently swallowed up by the Hollywood machine. The 1993 cast of the all-new Mickey Mouse Club would be deemed one of the most talented casts in the history of children's programming, and the show would become a major success. One by one, each of the Mouseketeers would leave the show to begin their solo careers. The first Mouseketeer to take the leap into the real world of music would be 14-year-old Christina Aguilera. Even though she couldn't even legally get her driver's license yet, Christina would make the huge move across the world to Japan, all to record with Robert Aleka and Michael Brown. There, the pair introduced a young teenage Christina to Japanese pop star Kizo Nakanishi, and they recorded Christina's first ever song titled All I Wanna Do.
Do you like Japan?
Oh, I love Japan. Everybody is so nice.
However, the song failed to give Christina any traction at all. The next Mouseketeers to take their shots at a career were JC Chasez and Justin Timberlake. After meeting the notorious Larry Rudolph and Johnny Wright, Lynn Harless, Justin Timberlake's mother, would be introduced to boy band con man and creator of the Backstreet Boys, Lou Pearlman. Lou Pearlman would piece together the two Mouseketeers with three other boys from Orlando, Florida, and create the cultural phenomenon NSYNC.
Hey, hey.
With the success of the Backstreet Boys, NSYNC's career was bound to explode. Lou Pearlman had the recipe to create a pop supergroup. Thus, he sent the group off to Sweden to record with Grammy winner Max Martin. NSYNC's careers would immediately take off to greater heights than even the Backstreet Boys. Britney and her parents saw this, so at only 13 years old, Britney Spears was introduced to the managers and creators of NSYNC, Lou Pearlman, Johnny Wright, and Larry Rudolph. Lou Pearlman would immediately attempt to place Britney Spears in his new girl group Innocence, an American take on the British pop supergroup the Spice Girls. However, Larry Rudolph, an entertainment lawyer and NSYNC manager, had bigger plans for Britney. Even though at the time industry executives were only looking for group acts, Larry Rudolph saw a solo career for Britney bigger than her wildest dreams. But the industry actually didn't see this at first. Labels were convinced at the time that there wouldn't be another Madonna or Tiffany. However, once they heard Britney Spears' voice, they were wowed by how flawlessly
New pics
she
of
could
kitties
deliver
on
an
Discord.
emotional and commercial hit.
When I was like 8 years old, I began singing, and I went to the Mickey Mouse Club. I did that. It was with a bunch of kids. It was a lot of fun. And I came to New York, and I did an off-Broadway musical called Ruthless. I met an entertainment lawyer. He sent me to New York.
Chooses
when I was
excuse
15
me.
at the time. And I was so nervous.
I didn't say you could take my photo.
got up in front of, a bunch of his executives at Jive, and I sang, and they signed me. So that's how I'm here today.
Thus, in 1997, Jive Records signed Britney and sent her off to Sweden to record with Max Martin. All the odds were against Britney, as this was the age of the boy band. Over the course of her 11-day trip to Sweden, Max and Britney would cook up multiple tracks that would not only change Britney Spears' life, but the course of pop music forever.
Making my first record is great. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and people really don't realize what, work goes into it. Max is as nice as he is talented. He's really a great guy, and I'm very thankful.
I don't know how I hit my stand goal, but okay.
He's great.
I'm literally sitting down.
Yeah, in Sweden, we went there and
He's an old
really
man
busy.
now. He's
We went there for
12.
like 2 days.
Oh,
We got
he's
a lot
grumpy old
done,
man. I
and it was just
understand.
great. We just, went in there and sang it. Felt good.
The songs are pop, and the vocals are so, soulful, I think. She's got an excellent voice. It's like what I heard in the Backstreet Boys, that they had, excellent voice with a bit flavor in it.
Now, while Britney was in Sweden, Christina was making some major career moves as well, sending demo tapes to every single record label.
Why are
in
they going to
Hollywood.
different
It was
countries
a
to
true race the
record?
finish line on who could get their album out first. Walt Disney Records would hear Christina's demo recording of Run to You by Whitney Houston.
I would like to thank Miss Christina. You've done the best rendition of Run to You beside myself. I thank you.
And Christina would be selected to record the official cover of Reflections for the 1998 Disney classic Mulan.
If you have little ones, chances are that you've seen the new Disney movie Mulan. You may have even heard the soundtrack. Well, here's a treat. One of the singers on that soundtrack is right in our studio now with Marilyn. Marilyn?
That's right, Robin. With me, Christina Aguilera. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, Christina.
Yeah.
How did you get selected for this?
It was actually through my record company. I was being shopped around a few months ago, and RCA just calls me out of the blue one day. Disney approached them to see if they had anyone that could sing the song. They've been looking for months, and next thing I know, I'm out in LA auditioning, and I got the job.
This would actually catch the attention of Ron Fair, the A&R executive at Jive's competing label, RCA. He couldn't believe Christina Aguilera's vocal range at such a young age, and knew a soulful voice like this only comes around once in a generation. Thus, Ron convinced RCA to pour over $1 million into voice lessons, dancing lessons, songwriters, and producers for Christina's debut album. He knew Christina's debut needed to be perfect. Thus, he sat with the songs for a long time to make them absolutely perfect, timeless classics. When it came time to record a debut single, Ron knew of a demo floating around for a song he wrote entitled Genie in a Bottle. Songwriters for the girl group Innocence, that Britney was actually supposed to be a part of, attempted to get the song for their group instead, as they were convinced Genie in a Bottle would be sold better by an entire group. Paula Abdul's team was convinced it would be better for her. However, Ron Fair was firm that Genie in a Bottle was to be Christina Aguilera's very first debut single. Neither Innocence nor Paula Abdul had an album that was ready to release, and Christina's debut album was completely finished and ready to go. So the songwriters and Ron Fair alike both agreed the song would have the best chance on Christina's debut record. But before Christina had time to release her album, Britney would return from Sweden in May of 1998 and immediately embark on a tour of Malls of America, sponsored by L'Oreal. At these shows, Britney would perform her 4 songs she recorded with Max Martin. And on September 29th, 1998, pop music history would be made, as Jive Records would release Britney Spears' debut single, Baby One More Time. To promote her new single, 2 months later, Britney would actually be added to NSYNC's 1998 tour, and a very iconic subsequent music video for Baby One More Time would begin airing on MTV. For the first few dates of the NSYNC tour, Britney would actually be booed, as the NSYNC fans thought she was dating one of the band members. And on top of that, they had no idea who she was. But by the end of the tour, they'd be screaming her name. As on January 12, 1999, Britney Spears would release her debut album, Baby One More Time. She would begin going TV network to TV network promoting her debut single, and the public would be diagnosed with Britney Spears fever. For the next few months, every single news outlet and late night show became obsessed with Britney Spears, and she would go on to sell over 30 million copies of her debut album, effectively shaking up the industry and ending the 90s boy band craze. It was the dawning of the age of Britney Spears, and every label wanted a piece.
I was in West Palm Beach,
and I had a show to do that night, and I was sleeping and I was resting, and Barry Weiss, the guy from, he's like the president of the record label, he called me on the same line with my manager, and they called and they were like, well, guess what? They said, your album debuted at #1, and I thought for some reason, because I was sleeping, I thought they meant that the single went to #1, and this is before we even knew about the single. I was like, oh yeah, the single went to #1. I was like so excited, and they're like, no, your album. I just totally flipped out. I was like, what? I said, oh my gosh. You know, I didn't expect that at all, you know. So I was so excited. I was really, really excited. And then the next day, we found out about the single. So I was like, yeah. I was calling everybody. I was calling my mom.
Why
my
is she
granny,
like eating a blow
my
pop
sisters,
during this
everybody.
interview?
Christina Aguilera's self-titled debut
I can tell that's
album
the
was
exact
slated
type
for
of lollipop
release
she's
the
holding.
same exact month Britney released her album. However,
like grape.
hers would tragically be delayed by a critical 5 months. All until May 11th, 1999, when RCA
guess we have an ad
finally
coming up
released
soon. Are you ready
Genie
for a
in
break,
Bottle.
maybe?
A pop music revolution was
Yeah,
officially
it's in
born,
7 minutes, so
creating
no
a
rush.
commercial rivalry between RCA
Should
and
do it like
Jive
right this
Records,
second.
with Britney and Christina as their main fighters. Immediately, because of their involvement in the Mickey Mouse Club, Christina and Britney weren't just set up by their labels as competition, but the press as well.
I'm yawning.
Over the course of the Mickey Mouse Club,
I've been
the
live for 6
Mouseketeers
hours
would
and I
grow
finished
very
an entire
close.
scarf already.
Romance was
Started and
inevitable
finished a
for
whole
the young
scarf.
cast. Spears connected with another mouse instead.
The Britney and Justin thing seemed pretty inevitable. They're pretty cute. I was pretty infatuated with her. And looking back on it, it definitely had this great expectations vibe to it.
They spent all their time together. We were all at my house one night playing one of those, you know, spin the bottle games, and somebody dared them to kiss, and they did.
I think I did give her her first kiss.
After the show, their careers would blow up, and those cute little childhood crushes would blossom into a
Oh no! How far into it were we? Ruh-roh. Oh, good. We were right here. Okay. Phew! You're back.
Do you not want that counter being? I guess not.
Oh, it restores it?
Oh, so you're less Zambi now. Look at.
Whoa! I have skin! I have skin! Oh my god, it wasn't a seam. It was like underwear.
Well, now Bun's got to come back tomorrow because she has skin.
I got skin, baby!
Also
In that
completely
chat.
justified it.
Yeah. Literally didn't even read the rest. Like,
That's all you needed to read. I was moving to it already.
feeling a little bop happy right now, honestly. So don't fucking test it. Like, I deleted the comment because I didn't want to discuss that. But typically, if we delete a comment, it just is like, we don't want to talk about that, let's just move on, kind of thing, you know? Hasn't happened yet, and I'm so proud. Genuinely, just the proudest. Ah! Well, there it is. God damn it. Literally, as I was talking about it, I fucking cannot. I'm so disappointed. Ring. Alright, this is Lost Wish before I do like dailies and stuff. We got her! We got her on my last wish! On the last one! What? 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 Yeah. yes, right? Hold on. The very first ever for real vac yes from me. I mean, I'm currently kicking your ass, and you're like, oh, you think you're tough, huh? Like, I'm smacking you with a keyblade, you stupid little hyena. Get wrecked.
You said that so, like, matter-of-factly.
This one's sleeping. Oh! No, he turned around. I got his butt. Okay. Okay. Well. Not a word of this was leaked to the outside. It was a close-kept secret at the studios. What does this have to do with the current case? Mr. Edgeworth, you still can't see it. See the fallen man in this photo? See how the fence post pierced him through the chest? What? I leaned forward when he did, oh my god. Did you see it again? Splee. I chuckle every time I see it. It makes me so happy. What did you do?
I tried to just do like a gentle little tappy.
Oh.
A little tap, tap, tappy. And instead the fire...
Oh, wait. Oh, he's trapped. Oh my god, stop. Oh my god, because you did the... He got trapped back here. Oh, he looks terrified! I could tell he was glitching back here, but I couldn't figure out, like, why. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was so fucking funny. Thank you for that. I think we all needed that. Let's drink the coffee. Your booby mouse pet is actually raccoons freaking out over bags of trash. Stop, that's so fucking funny. Ooh, a bunch of cheese. Don't mind if I do. The clip show's getting good. Hella poggers right now. Oh, I said poggers. I never say poggers. Poggerino. I say 400 subs. We're at 420 sub points. Fuck yeah. Blaze it. Oh my god. Just when I thought I couldn't like you more. Wait, because I don't know geography?
Did we have vitamins?
No, we did not. Okay, everyone else knew the UK except for me, so thank you for teaching me. Are you making the pasta one? So excited. We got some groceries today, and like, he's cooking me a real dinner tonight. I'm excited. Okay. Let's sit over. Oh, fuck. Okay. I didn't think I was gonna get. Didn't realize we've been on 480p for a while because internet. Nice to see a 720p bun. Wow. High definition. Well, there's a huge difference between these webcams now too. Look. Like a night and day difference. Isn't that wild? Yeah. So shout out to everyone who funded this amazing webcam because it is so much better. Like, I knew the Logitech webcam wasn't like a top of the line webcam by any means. But I didn't realize how much better quality you could get with like without upgrading to like a fucking Sony A6000 or whatever with a fucking Sigma lens. I've looked into this stuff, you know. That shit's expensive. Thank you, DSLR. Oh, fucking H!
Hey, that's why we kept going.
That death after the H was for you, Den. That is the first time anyone has ever redeemed dedicated death to you on a fucking clear. On a clear. I got it. Y'all came in with the hype and I got the fucking, I got the H.
Dom says GG.
I got the H. Thank
Hey,
you. Thank you. Fucking did it. We did it. We did it.
So do you want to maybe find us a raid target after you're done celebrating, of course? Dance away. Richard, okay.
I'm so excited that I got this H. Oh my god, I didn't think I was fucking, I never have to do that regrab again.
We've done this red switch.
I never have to. Oh, fuck.
I'm alive still somehow.
Wow. I'm impressed. Oh shit. He threw that durian right at you.
I don't know how I clutched that out on that life. Do you need hammer?
I don't think so. And then it looks like there's one more boss and then a piece right outside of this.
That makes sense.
CO also, thank you for the 17 months in a row. Who knew you could be subbed to me that long? I didn't know. Now we know. I love you. Thank you. For all of the support of this stream. This stream wouldn't happen without CO. In case you didn't know, in case you don't follow him, the wonderful CO Cadelic! Bow, bow, bow. He doesn't even look over. I gave him a whole introduction and everything, and he didn't even look. He's busy. He's doing Bun Bun 3 design. It's okay. I just thought you were gonna look over at some point. Wait a minute. Are my bushes out of season now? What bushes are in season? Bushes. My bushes. No, I spent so much time planting the in-season ones and they're already out of season? You're telling me? Who doesn't love a good butterfly? Nor clip it. Oh, I swear to God.
Nor clip. There shan't be a quote nor a clip in this channel.
Stop! Who says nor?
I don't know.
Should it be tweeted? Can't know. What's your favorite vitamin? I do love vitamin D, it's true. I do also love a shot of B12. I'm just kidding, I've never done that in my life. There's a fucking American Dad. Yoshi Ditch sounds like a rural tourist attraction. And on the left, you'll see our local Yoshi Ditch. I don't know why I had a southern accent for that. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was my, like, rural tour guide voice, apparently. Jody! Jody right outside my house. Jody, baby, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Did you know that despite Yosemite having the most giant sequoia trees in the world, the tallest tree in the world is not there? It lives in Sequoia National Park and it's called General Sherman. I have a picture with it. It was on that trip. That's where we went after we saw Bread. And we went and saw General Sherman. It was the tallest tree. It was so cool to fucking see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I screamed. I got way too excited because of course I would scream a lot at this. Oh no! It's the devil! He killed me right away. Just
oh no, it's the devil!
Why does this look like fucking what? Oh, what to do with it? Oh, L2 is get the fuck away from me. Fuck away. So if a man approaches me, get the fuck away from me.
Nope. I ate too many. We're just gonna appreciate the fact. I realized what I was about to say. Stop! Are you okay? I'm so red. Oh my god, stop! I caught myself and you're still laughing at.
Shit, I keep pressing the wrong button. Pew pew pew. Get out of here. Get out of here. Why can I not get him his sword?
Yep.
Got you. No. He gonna get me. He gonna get me. Pew. No. Pew. What are these sounds? Hi, I'm Bun. All I do is make weird sounds. Welcome to my stream. For after you've cried.
Box like this, don't stop, bounce with it. Puppy dog, bounce it in the box like this. Don't stop, bounce with it. You a good little puppy, you don't live on the street. You don't want no money, you want something to eat. Got your own water bowl, you don't need my drink. Take a shit and walk off like your shit don't stink. You your own boss, you don't need no leash. All your shots up to date, you ain't got no fleas. Bounce it puppy like you're trying to get free. Bounce it little puppy, bounce it for me. You can hang with your girls or you can chill with a treat. I can leave you in your cage and you won't even pee. You can fetch a ball, but you ain't fetching for free. You can chill in the house, but you love when we leave. You a good puppy, you ain't sassy. You don't lick me in the face, that's nasty. Said you a good puppy, you ain't sassy. And you don't lick me in the face, that's nasty. Hey, puppy dog, bounce it in the box like this.
Imagine making another face during this song.
Puppy dog, bounce it in the box like this.
I can't. I'm trying so hard. Someone send help. And a gift. This is insane. What are all these guys? Did someone send them? This is just really happening. Thanks for the help from Dusar.
Okay, goodbye.
We got him! There's an entire bundle of the Super Giant games on sale, but I just couldn't afford it because it was still like $90. But I really... He said, if I offend, I'm sorry. Please, please forgive. I'm Triumph the Puppet Dog. I am a mere puppet. I can get away with anything I say, and you will love it. Crunch, thank you for making me Spoken Word, some of Ass Like That by Eminem. With 100 biddies. Appreciate ya.
That just reminded me of Futurama where they're having the Star Trek thing.
Oh my god, her titties! Damn.
Honestly, I feel pretty...
That took me by surprise.
Top secret area. Top secret area.
Top secret area. Top secret area. Yo, yo, yo. What is this about, Edgeworth? It's a nightmare I've had. A memory of a crime that I committed? A crime you committed? A memory of a murder! What? This isn't a TV show! You don't have to get me back for the next episode, I'll be here! What the fuck cliffhanger was that?
You watched it. You can't unwatch it.
A thick quinger comb.
Yeah. She said quinger. Crunch. You only have to get it one time. It's the consistency that matters. So, very, very good point. Fuck. Slop, I thought you were nice. Have you not trolled me enough in this level? I even jumped too, and it wasn't high enough. Slop, I just a little. At least he has a cute bow tie, but like, fuck, man. How dare you do this to a bun?
Boing. He had a dash plate.
I'm somehow farther away than when I started. I want a different fairway. Behind the pole. Are you joking? Not like this. It brought me so close now.
It's like, let's skip.
Who's this sweet little baby monkey? Ah! Nico, I love you. You're so cute. Look at your little head. Look at your little tail. Ugh. Okay, I'm back. Med check. Just had to take my meds. Don't forget to take your meds.
Over the course of the Mickey Mouse Club, the Mouseketeers would
Vex.
grow very close.
Thank you so much for hanging out.
Romance was inevitable for the young cast. Spears connected with another mouse instead.
The Brittany and Justin thing seemed pretty inevitable. They're pretty cute. I was pretty infatuated with her. And looking back on it, it definitely had this great expectations vibe to it.
They spent all their time together. We were all at my house one night playing one of those, spin the bottle games, and somebody dared them to kiss, and they did.
I think I did give her her first kiss.
After the show, their careers would blow up. And those cute little childhood crushes would blossom into a full-blown relationship. In Hollywood, it's a lonely road to the top. And Brittany was fast-tracked into superstardom. In the late 90s, early 2000s, this level of fame meant that you were looked at as a role model for millions of children.
So let me turn
One
off
misstep would lead to immense scrutiny from the media. This would put an insane amount of pressure on a teenage Brittany to maintain this image of the girl next door. She needed to present herself as,
Yeah, it's
quote,
like another
pure
hour long,
and
so.
abide by fundamental Christian values, especially when it came to relationships. She would really connect with Justin Timberlake, feeling like he understood her loneliness and the pain of being in the public eye, as
The
he
loneliness
too had
that's
to
killing
deal
her?
with salacious headlines that come along with being a worldwide sensation. This strong bond would lead Britney to fall head over heels for the lead singer of NSYNC. At first, their relationship would need to remain completely under wraps.
Okay, I've heard like a rumor that you and Justin from NSYNC have gone out. I was just wondering if it was true.
No, it's not true.
Not true?
No, it's not true.
Not
No, I guess because we were on the Mickey Mouse Club together with JC, but I mean, people are gonna start rumors, but no, it's not true.
Okay.
See,
Well, it
Jive
was
and Lou
true.
Pearlman wanted Britney and Justin to appear desirable to their fan bases and the general public. They needed to market the
Oh, so like
fantasy of
K-pop
Britney
idols.
Spears and Justin Timberlake as celebrity crushes. Teens
Any
across
pop
the
idol, I
globe would
guess.
pin posters of Britney and Justin to their bedroom walls.
I just know that's been
wear
a problem with
t-shirts their
K-pop
faces
idols
on them and drown
in recent
themselves in
years.
various NSYNC and Britney merchandise. Their music videos were dominating MTV, and their fan bases would become obsessed with the idea of them. But behind the scenes, their relationship was actually getting pretty serious. In 1999, after the release of Britney's debut album, the Lovebirds would confirm that they were indeed dating, but would still choose to keep their relationship out of the public eye.
Britney Spears and NSYNC's Justin Timberlake took this literally and used their noses.
Britney Spears and Justin are nose nuzzling. That is so cute. That means I like you. I love nose nuzzling.
It wasn't until a year later at the 2000 MTV VMAs when they would make their first ever public appearance as a couple. And it would set the world on fire. Every media outlet would begin covering Britney and Justin's relationship. Newsstands would be full of teen magazines blasting photos of the couple everywhere. They quickly became modern day pop Hollywood royalty.
You know, You know, it's funny. I was thinking the same thing about you. I mean, I was thinking you were kind of hot too.
We should go out. We should really go out, you know?
Maybe. I mean, we could. Maybe.
Oh, here they are.
However, their now very public relationship
Their
would
denim
only
outfits.
put more pressure on Britney.
That's how I
She
always
remained
imagine them,
perfect
is in
little
those
role
like
model.
head to toe denim
Purity culture in
outfits.
America at the time was in full swing. which
That's how I always
emboldened the
imagine
media
them
to
like
ask
in their
the most
relationship.
Inappropriate questions,
I guess.
to the point that Britney's virginity was a topic that was up for public discussion.
You're not going to have sex before your marriage.
Why?
Is that a standard that is hard to live up to?
No, not at all. I mean, I'm 18 and I have so much of my life to go look forward to, you know, and it's just I really haven't found that right person.
But you hope that you'll remain a virgin until you get married.
Yeah. Yeah, my mom always told me, once you have sex with a guy that, you know, you're with or whatever, it's like so many more emotions are involved and everything gets like, you know, crazy and twisted.
That's what Britney told me last August. 9 months later, Us Weekly's Todd Gold posed the same question. And she said, quote, I want to wait to have till I'm married. I do. I want to wait.
How do you feel about all the constant speculation about your virginity and whether you are a virgin or not?
I really wish I would have never said anything to begin with, because I'm kind of stuck in this little place where people are always asking me. But, you know, that's just something that's part of growing up, and that's just something that we all have to deal with. So,
Have there been any changes on that front?
That's a personal question.
Answering the media's gross questions would prove to be a huge mistake, as later Britney's comments on waiting until marriage would be used by Justin in an attempt to destroy her. But we'll get into that in a little bit. Anyways, Justin and Britney were actively cementing themselves in the pop culture.
Well,
Hall
and
of
it's
Fame,
also very
creating
normal to
moment
be
after
like, yeah, I'm
moment
gonna
on the
wait
red
until I'm
carpet,
married
matching
and
their
then
outfits
change your
and
mind.
changing the face of couples fashion.
Like,
It's Britney, bitch.
It's important to note that at the beginning of their
Not that
relationship,
scandalous.
Justin was more famous, as he was headlining the biggest boy band on the face of the planet. But as the relationship progressed, Britney began to shatter records at a rate no one had seen before. At first, their relationship would only propel their careers further. However, according to Britney's memoir, by the year 2000, she was already aware of multiple instances of Justin cheating on her.
What a dick.
Stating, quote, "Because I was infatuated and so in love, I let it go, even though the tabloids seemed determined to rub my face in it." When NSYNC went to London in 2000, photographers caught him with one of the girls from All Saints in a car, but I never said anything. At the time, we'd only been together for a year. She also recalled how one of her dancers informed her about Justin bragging about hooking up with another woman. Britney explained that at that time, she excused it away as Justin just bragging while under the influence. But deep down, she
They really
knew
did not have
it
to show
was
him like
all
that.
True. There were just too many rumors of him sleeping around with various dancers and groupies.
I've been seeing things the way I want them to be. Thought it was just us two, now it's looking like it's three.
She wasn't just hurt by Justin's infidelity, she was hurt by how proud he was of cheating on her.
that's
So,
bullshit.
after a while, she decided to retaliate against him. In her book, she admits to making out with her choreographer Wade Robson, stating that it was just one time at a Spanish bar after a night of dancing.
She's becoming a woman. She's becoming sexier. She's becoming more aware of her body and her own mind and her own opinions. And I want to show that in all of her work.
He's been with me since day one, since I started doing Baby One More Time and all of my first beginning tours. So he's amazing. He's very cool.
Britney confirms she cheated on Justin, kissing choreographer Wade Robson.
I remember specifically hearing her say, I mean, she told me the story how it was with Wade, and it went on for quite a while.
Now I want to bring out a guy who went
Was
from
that Jen Shaw?
your music videos all the way to creating and directing.
It looked
your own
exactly
tours.
like
He's
Jen
only
Shaw.
19
with short
years
hair.
old.
Well, I mean, first off, as a dancer, she picks up so quickly now. She's just like working with one of the dancers. And then two, she's just grown so much as a woman, and she's so much more aware of herself that on stage that just comes forth and she connects with her audience.
And that she wrote him this long letter. It was like 14 pages, and it was in her makeup bag. When Justin came around, like they visited each other during the tours, I guess he had seen it and then used that, I guess, as an opportunity, because he was friends with Wade. They wrote songs to sort of like throw her under the bus.
Now, Justin would find out about Britney's kiss, but they would agree to move past it as a couple. Well, that is until they were confronted with a major life change. Now, again, it's important to remember that at this time, Justin and Britney truly defined what it meant to be a power couple in Hollywood, performing at the Super Bowl together alongside Mary J. Blige to simultaneously climbing the charts. Britney had also just released her second project, Oops, I Did It Again, with hit songs like Lucky and Stronger, making her the most successful pop singer of the time, as she now had 2 certified diamond albums back to back, all before even turning 20 years old. You would think Britney would feel on top of the world as the princess of pop, but behind the scenes, she was struggling with a decision that she says has impacted her to this very day. At the public peak of their relationship, Britney and Justin would find out that Britney was pregnant. Now for Britney, this wasn't horrible news, as one of her biggest dreams in life was to be a mother.
A family? Yes, definitely. In 20 years, I see myself, I don't know, around my pool with my kids running around. I'm having swimming parties as I drink my margaritas with my girlfriends. I definitely want to have a family. Definitely. And what kind of parent would you want to be? I would like to be just like my mom. I would like to be just
Did she ever get to have kids? I don't think she did.
Oh. So, I want to be like her.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I'm all in. You guys want to go?
However, Justin felt very differently. He would do everything in his power to convince a 19-year-old Britney Spears to terminate. This
Wow.
sent Britney into a tailspin. She did agree to it as it seemed like it was in the best interest of both of their careers at the time.
If it had been left up to me alone, I never would have done it. And yet Justin was so sure that he didn't want to be a father.
I want to be a young mom. That's my dream. You can judge me however you want, but that's what I want.
The pregnancy was a surprise, but for me, it wasn't a tragedy, Spears writes. I love Justin so much. I always expected us to have a family together one day. Justin definitely wasn't happy about the pregnancy. She recalls as one of the most agonizing things I have ever experienced in my life.
It was important that no one find out about the pregnancy or the which meant doing everything at home. I kept crying and sobbing until it was all over. It took hours, and I don't remember how it ended, but I do, 20 years later, remember the pain of it and the fear. As for Justin, well, TMZ's offering this detail. He was allegedly at Britney's side, strumming his guitar, trying to comfort her as she cried on her bathroom floor.
Many fans have speculated that Britney's hit ballad Every
I
Time
didn't know about that.
is actually about this, with lyrics like,
And every time I see you in my dreams, I see your face, you're haunting me. I guess I need you, baby.
even though the co-songwriter on Every Time has since stated it had nothing to do with Britney's procedure, she still couldn't explain why Britney insisted on showing a baby being born as she sunk into a bathtub in the music video. Nonetheless, for the next couple of years, Britney and Justin's now tumultuous relationship would push forward. In this time, Britney would release her first self-titled project, featuring hit songs like Slave for You and Overprotected.
Tuesday night was all about Britney, the performer, and her self-titled new album. The pop princess arrived with her teen dream prince, NSYNC's Justin Timberlake.
Her record, when I listen to it all the way down, it's put together really nice. That song's at the end of the album, so everything's put together really nice.
This era would showcase a very sexy Britney Spears, who would take the world by storm, all while holding a giant yellow python in her iconic 2001 VMA performance. But it seemed that the more Britney stepped into herself, the further her and Justin would grow apart. By 2002, their 3-year-long relationship would go up in flames when Justin would dump Britney Spears via text message. Britney Spears was beside herself, completely awestruck and heartbroken that the love of her life, this man who'd swept her off her feet, that she'd known since she was a kid, could do something so cruel over a text.
I walk into her trailer, and Britney's not dressed for the next scene. She's not ready. Her hair and makeup isn't ready.
Director Chris Applebaum witnessed it firsthand while on set filming her music video Overprotected.
She's still in like a juicy, couture sweatsuit, and I could immediately tell something was wrong. I asked her if everything was okay, and she said, no, things are not okay, because look. And she held out her flip phone, and I saw this text which said, it's over.
Wow.
Which was from her boyfriend at the time, Justin Timberlake. Seemed like that was the end of the video shoot. On the other hand, if you feel like you want to get out there and show him that he just lost
we'll see you tomorrow.
the best thing that he ever had, let's do it. 10 or 15 minutes later, she came out and she was on fire.
There's only one day.
According to Britney's book, word got around that Justin went on to sleep with 6 or 7 girls that very same week, which left her feeling even more hurt, but also embarrassed. Sadly, this is what the media had been waiting for. They knew that this specific Hollywood breakup would sell big time, and the headlines would be ruthless. The media had spent years building Britney up, patiently waiting for their moment to tear her down in order to rake in millions. Quite literally, as soon as the relationship ended, rumors of Britney cheating on Justin would explode across Hollywood. Justin would do nothing but fan the flames to his own advantage.
Of course.
See, the breakup was perfect timing for Justin's career. He was branching off from NSYNC and going solo with his first album, Justified. It just seems a little suspicious that some of the breakup songs that he wrote on the album were written months before he even ended his relationship with Britney.
Originally, I got the idea for Gone, and obviously I wrote that back when me and Brittany were a couple, and she went to the hair salon and said she was gonna be back in a couple hours. Got there, decided to get a manicure, pedicure, and wasn't back for like 5. And that's what stemmed the idea for that song. You know, and it's kind of funny if you listen to the lyrics now. You know, maybe I was too blind to see that you needed a change.
They're my personal questions, which I know you hate answering, but it's part of my job, as you know. Is it frustrating to try to promote an album when all anyone seems to want to talk about is Britney?
You know, it's not as bad as... It's funny because every time someone interviews me, you know, they're like, you know, listen, I really hate to ask this, but...
So anyway, Britney. Can I just mention Britney for a minute?
Sure.
I don't want to make you feel sad or bad or however you would...
And for me, I'm really indifferent. And I know that when people hear some of the songs on this record, they're going to associate it with different people. I know someone specifically that they're going to associate some of the songs with. All I can say is, I wrote what was in my heart that came from a place that was genuine. I think having a relationship with someone long distance is hard enough, especially being as young as we are, doing it under a microscope, with the whole world watching and putting their 2 cents in on what they think it should be. That's obviously, it's different. It's very different.
I can't imagine what it's like to have such a public breakup.
Nothing would be better for his first solo album than him being painted in the media as this newly single, poor little heartbroken pop star. During Justified's release, Justin would embark on a PR tour where he would use his breakup with Britney to propel his career forward, all while throwing Britney under the bus, making her out to be the villain. He would then allude to Britney's infidelity in his music video for Cry Me a River, even hiring a Britney lookalike to represent their relationship.
Obviously, people immediately take these songs and they're listening to them and they're thinking, break up with Britney Spears. Let's find out what these...
Right.
And you said, it's all in the music. Go ahead and connect the dots.
I said, what I meant by the things that I said was, everybody's going to get their own interpretation from the things that I've put on this record. So I'm not even going to try to justify.
Thoughts on JT's infamous post-breakup
he said
video?
the name.
She says, quote, a woman who looks like me cheats on him and he wanders around sad in the rain. That just contributed to a media narrative portraying her as a, quote, harlot who'd broken the heart of America's golden boy.
When did you see it for the first time, the video?
I saw it, I was on vacation, and someone called me and told me that it was going to come on, and I watched it, and I was just like, I was kind of in denial. Like, I went in this whole denial phase or whatever, but it's fine. That's the way I don't want to judge him or anything like that, because that's the way he had to deal with what happened, and, you know, and that's fine, but I know that if I was in a relationship and something happened, I couldn't really go there.
You've been quoted as saying something very bad happened. You can just clear up this. The impression is that Britney did something very bad that hurt you. She had a relationship with somebody else. Was there an incident?
Promised to her that I wouldn't say specifically why we broke up.
Although Justin says that all the lyrics on his new CD come from his own experience, he denies that any were written specifically for Britney. Yet when we sat down at the piano and asked him to play something from Justified, he chose instead to play a song that nobody has ever heard before. Interesting lyrics.
Thought our love was so strong. I guess I was dead wrong. But to look at it positively, hey girl, at least you gave me another song about a horrible woman.
He's starring as a kind of villain in the tabloid accounts of supposed jealous arguments and then a horrible breakup with her self-proclaimed first love, Justin Timberlake. He's left the impression that you weren't faithful, that you betrayed the relationship.
I think everyone has a side to their story, and to make them feel a certain way, and make them feel, you know, and I'm not technically saying he's wrong, but I'm not technically saying he's right either. So oh, this feels really awkward, right?
Justin wasn't quite done yet with his public destruction of Britney's image. He would go on to infamously appear on Hot 97, where he would violate Britney's privacy by openly discussing their intimate life, something he has done more than once through the years.
Hot 97, the Star Buckwell Morning Show. Justin Timberlake is in the house, and I just want to ask you one question. Did you Britney Spears?
Ew.
Yes or no?
Oh, man.
Come on, man.
Okay, I did it. No,
Brittany has always said, and I'm quoting, good morals mean waiting to have sex until after you've been married.
I would definitely agree with her on that.
Okay. Did you and she live up to this during your relationship?
Sure. Sure.
I'd like to think that at first he'll date a popular female singer. Publicly, they'll claim to be virgins, but privately, he hid it.
A really weird time. There was like talk about what we did together and like really
Sexual.
Sex and stuff, and I just felt very exploitive and very weird. I was like, why is he going on these shows and they're asking him and he's talking, but I'm sure, like, just like right now. You're asking me about it and I'm talking about it and it just kind of comes out.
Britney always took the high road when discussing the breakup, but after Justin outed their bedroom life, she did make one below the belt comment. In an MTV interview, Britney made a hand gesture indicating that Justin is small. While Justin's grandma, she didn't like that too much. And in an interview with The Sun, she told them that, quote, I helped raise him and I can assure you that there is nothing wrong with him physically. Anyways, journalists across the country would take Justin's side, using the breakup as an excuse to destroy a then 20-year-old Britney's reputation, marking the beginning of the 6-year career assassination of Britney Spears. Anytime Britney would enter a new relationship, the tabloids would attempt to poke holes in it. Multiple exes would make up salacious stories about Britney's life in the bedroom, some trying to focus on her insecurities, others detailing the level of her freak. Either way, for the next 6 years, Britney's personal life would become the hottest discussion in the pop world. As for Justin Timberlake and Christina Aguilera, they would continuously rub salt in the wound, all while building up their own reputations and careers.
I've known her since I was like 10 years old, and she had that voice when she was 10 years old. She's, I think, the best, in my opinion, the best singer of my generation.
Aww, isn't that nice?
The year 2002 not only saw the end of Justin and Britney's relationship as the world knew it, but the commercial success of pop icon Christina Aguilera, with the release of her iconic second album, Stripped. Christina's label RCA was already fighting a losing battle against Britney's label Jive. See, in the time it took Christina to release one album, plus a side Latin and Christmas project, Britney already had 3 full-length albums, and they were already platinum or diamond. Despite the media trashing her, Britney was unstoppable. But Stripped would be huge for Christina's career, selling over 12 million copies and dazzling the world with hits like Beautiful and the pop culture defining Dirty. Now, despite their record labels pitting them against each other, if you were to ask Britney Spears or Christina Aguilera what they thought of each other, they would appear to be pretty supportive of one another. But that facade would begin to crack towards the end of 2002, as rumors would begin swirling that Justin and Christina were sleeping together, though Justin has denied this. There are also some rumors that he and Britney were back together, but when Justin was asked about this, he simply responded with, I'm single. By 2003, all bets would be off and the claws would come out.
It's Britney, bitch.
Now they wanna dance like me. Dance like me. Wanna dance like me. Sit pretty, watch me ride this beat.
Justin arrived before Britney Friday night in Los Angeles wearing a brown cap and striped shirt. He was solo when he went in. Britney arrived with friends several minutes later after making her way into the jam-packed Dublins on the Sunset Strip. Eyewitnesses saw her make a beeline to the back corner where Justin was. Bodyguards kept well-wishers away while the former couple talked privately and danced for about 15 minutes. Christina Aguilera was
Well, they talked privately and
5 minutes
danced.
Later, Britney made a quick exit.
Did you have fun tonight?
I had an
A
amazing
birthday
time.
wish for Justin?
Happy birthday, Justin. I hope you had an amazing time.
The rumor that you were sitting next to a certain person.
that you're familiar with in your past? Starts with a B, ends with a Y?
I wouldn't mind that.
Though not together, both were sitting in the front row, and the Osbournes just couldn't resist.
Tell the mama. Why aren't you two gorgeous people together? I'm gonna have to take him, Brittany.
All right, you go sit on Justin's lap. I'm gonna go sit on Brittany's. I know your fans want to know if you guys are back together, if you guys are an item again.
Oh,
Justin.
I'm single. I would date Christina.
Now, in January of 2003, fresh off Justin's breakup with Britney, it was announced at the American Music Awards that Christina Aguilera would officially be joining Justin's tour.
Are things heating up between Justin and Christina? They set the record straight on E!
Then will you sing together?
Hopefully.
Yeah, that's what we can just say right now is hopefully.
I figured if I couldn't get a date, then that would be a nice consolation prize.
Shut up.
She wouldn't give me the number, but she said she would go out on tour with me, so, you know, I'll take what I can get.
And you guys are both single, right?
Yes, I am.
Christina.
Yeah, I don't talk about that stuff anymore because it's just too personal. People blow things out of proportion, but thanks.
All right. Justin, I like Christina's answer.
Yeah.
Justin, do you enjoy? Are you enjoying being single? Is it good for you right now?
I don't talk about that stuff.
Justin!
Out of proportion.
You should know, my God.
See her try to set me up for that, though? She's like, I agree with you, Christina. So, Justin.
He is justified, and she's stripped, and now they're together.
Justin Timberlake and Christina Aguilera debut their joint tour tomorrow night in Phoenix. The show seems like it's ripe for great parties afterwards.
There'll be definitely
I don't know
those moments.
anything about that.
Yeah,
You know, honestly,
Trouser snake.
in all actuality, I'm gonna continue to. In all actuality, you know, a lot of the cities that we'll be in, we'll get on the bus. I'm talking now, okay?
Oh, sorry.
Ew.
I'm just kidding.
There was a gentleman earlier.
Hold on, what did she call him before? I'm still going on that.
Trouser snake? What? What's going on?
I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean to
Justin,
say
don't
that.
exit the interview. Get back.
Christina, we read that you said that you think Justin should get back with Britney in your Rolling Stone interview you guys just did. Did you say that? And if so, why?
In the interview, they asked who out there could you see Justin most likely to be with. And, you know, I just see a lot of girls around him, and he knows this, that are just so out to be with him for him and the whole thing. And it's just like, cut it, give me a break. Well, I used your word. And, you know, it's just like, whatever. And I just know that Britney has known him since she was a little girl, before he was like Justin the star, and he was just Justin. But I don't want to make somebody uncomfortable, so we'll just drop that subject.
It's a little too late for that, don't you think?
Oh, sorry.
See, Justin and Christina wouldn't only tour across the world together, but they would actually release a joint EP titled Justin and Christina, even suggestively posing together.
I don't even
in the
remember
January
that.
2003 cover of Rolling Stone.
Apparently, I don't
in the
remember a
Cover
lot.
Story interview, Christina actually gave her 2 cents about Justin and Britney's split, actually revealing that she believes Justin's ideal mate is Britney, and that the couple needed to get back together. Now, Britney was especially perturbed by Christina's words, as she had just broken up with Justin, and the cover of the magazine was fueling dating rumors even further between Justin and Christina. Britney penned in her memoir, quote, "They were together on the cover of Rolling Stone, him in a black tank top, looking at her with sexy eyes, her looking out at the camera, wearing a lace-up black shirt. In that story, she said she thought Justin and I should get back together, which was just confusing, given how negative she'd been elsewhere. Even if they weren't trying to be cruel, it felt like they were just pouring salt in the wound. Why was it so easy for everyone to forget that I was a human being, vulnerable enough that these headlines could leave a bruise?" End quote. It was like Justin and Christina's teams were intentionally trying to do anything they could to hurt Britney, and this created tension between Britney and Christina. They were constantly being commercially pit against one another, but now they were also caught up in Britney's love life. But it wasn't just that. See, up until this point, publicly, Christina Aguilera had positioned herself as the antithesis of Britney Spears. Where Britney was known for her iconic baby voice and endless fashion, Christina was known as the girl next door who could sing her heart out. Teenagers from the late 90s and early 2000s would be forced to choose a side.
Pick a side, pick a side.
This became such a lucrative rivalry for publications to write about that it actually caught the attention of Coca-Cola, as the age-old question had been changed from Coke or Pepsi to Britney or Christina.
Maybe there's people out there who are going to say, well, because Britney Spears did the Pepsi commercial. That's why Coke is having Christina do this.
There's always that comparison thing, which is really old by now. I'm just bored with the topic now. It's just something that comes with the territory, and she's doing her thing, I'm doing mine, and it's two very different commercials.
What's your favorite soft drink?
It's Coke, for real.
Diet Coke, real Coke?
Real Coke, regular.
Me too. Yeah, although it doesn't show on you.
Candidly, just between you and me, how much Pepsi do you think you drink on an average day?
I really do like Pepsi.
Really? What's your favorite kind?
Do. My favorite kind of Pepsi's Pepsi.
Well, you don't drink Diet Pepsi or...
No, just regular Pepsi.
However,
My favorite kind of
Britney and
Pepsi.
Christina's
Pepsi's
rivalry
Pepsi.
would go way deeper than just their soda commercials, and it would all start going haywire in 2003.
World doing her thing, and I definitely, I do my thing. I don't have any thing against her at all. With what she does in her business and stuff, but there's just, I think it's important to, distance yourself from certain people. She can be kind of rude sometimes, but she's a very good artist. I really liked her album. I thought it was really good.
And this all came to a head at the 2003 Video Music Awards.
Oh yeah, that.
MTV Video Music Awards have long been a tradition of jaw-dropping performances that can get the attention of the entire world. For only one night a year, the entire pop culture world stops everything they're doing to turn their attention to the VMA stage. Here, pop, rap, and rock legends have created the most shocking and memorable moments in pop culture history. In some ways, it's actually bigger than the Super Bowl, and Britney Spears is the queen of the VMAs. From her 1999 performance with NSYNC to her nude bodysuit reveal at the turn of the century, or even her performance 2 years prior, stunted up in a cage adorned with a yellow snake. Britney Spears, without a doubt, dominated the Video Music Awards for the greater part.
The poor snake is just being flipped all around.
Christina Aguilera had also already made her mark on the VMA stage as well, with her unforgettable medley in the year 2000. So when Video Music Awards veteran Madonna wanted to make a memorable moment, she knew who she had to ask. Now, at first, Madonna flew the idea of kissing Pink, Gwen Stefani, and even recent deep dive subject Jennifer Lopez on the VMA stage to her song Like a Virgin. But all three of those artists all either declined or had scheduling conflicts already. Now, keep in mind at this time, Britney was working on her fourth studio album, In the Zone, and Madonna was actually a collaborator on the title track, so it made a lot of sense for Britney to join Madonna on stage. However, it's often forgotten, even by Britney in her own book, that to the left side of Madonna was a dark-haired Christina Aguilera. The iconic performance would feature Madonna, Britney, and Christina adorned in wedding dresses, performing Madonna's hits Hollywood and Like a Virgin. But the big show-stopping moment was at the end of the performance when Madonna would turn to kiss a 22-year-old Britney Spears and then a 23-year-old Christina Aguilera. Now, Britney recalled in her book that the kiss was actually entirely unplanned and that they'd only ever practiced an air kiss. But on the night of the show, Britney was thinking back to her previous iconic VMA performances. Britney writing in her book, quote, "About 2 minutes before the performance, I was sitting on the side of the stage and thinking about my biggest performance to date at the VMAs. When I'd pulled off a suit to reveal a sparkly outfit, I thought to myself, I want a moment like that again this year. With the kiss, should I just go for it?" End quote. Now, during the live airing of the show, right as Britney kissed Madonna and stopped the world, instead of panning to Christina's kiss with Madonna that happened seconds later, the camera would cut to a freshly wounded and marred Justin Timberlake, who did not look happy. Britney Spears had done it again. She'd surpassed the virality of her first 3 VMA performances.
This is seriously something I've dreamt about since I was a little girl. I cannot believe this just freaking happened. I'm on a very major high right now. I feel very cool. So no, seriously, it was amazing. It was awesome. I feel very blessed and it was awesome.
Of course, I knew it was gonna. You kiss Madonna. Anybody kisses Madonna and creates some hype. She's very soft lips. She's a great. She's a cute little kisser, but she was great to work with. Definitely the highlight of my night.
Are you surprised at how talked about your kiss was with Britney?
Yeah, I was surprised. Absolutely.
The opening act, everybody's going to be talking about that.
It was cool. It was very glossy. I very much enjoyed Coldplay though.
It's an amazing performance with Britney. Christina and Madonna. That was sick.
You love that,
And they made out. That was cute. Britney Spears is the most beautiful girl in the world, and I love her music more than anyone.
Next thing I know was like it was the kiss, and I was like, whoa! It totally blew me away. But I don't know. It was interesting. It was definitely interesting, kind of fun.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. Unbelievable. I didn't know what to think. It just kind of happened right in front of you, and it was just, you had to take it in.
You know, I think it's going to be the most talked about thing of tomorrow. I know everybody was like...
Madonna was great, you know, kissing Britney. It's like, where's my kiss?
Now, Madonna was asked by Oprah about the kiss, and she actually only had this to say.
Did you know that it was like on the front page of the...
I had no idea that it was going to cause the, well, the ruckus that it caused.
I mean,
it was just a friendly kiss.
And you
it really was, I swear to God.
Not only was it a ruckus, but it's like major news stories. I heard that it's been like running on clips over and over and over again in this country, but you are totally oblivious.
Yeah, there must be a lack of news stories or something, right?
Now,
if Britney looks like she's, you know, kissing me in an aggressive manner, it was a surprise to me. I swear to God. Showgirl, after 20 years in show business, we learn to roll with the punches, you know?
Absolutely, that's right. You don't go, oh my God.
You get a lemon, you make lemonade. If someone comes at you with their lips slightly parted, you have to kiss them. It was totally meant in innocence and fun, and I don't know. I don't know why people are making such a big deal about it.
You really don't.
I really don't.
You really don't. And are you surprised?
Well, hasn't anyone ever seen two girls kiss before?
Well, I don't know if most of America has. Have you? No.
This was the straw that broke the camel's back for Christina. The constant comparisons and never being able to keep up with the pop prowess of Britney Spears had taken its toll on the young singer. And she was through being nice.
So why do you think the press focused so much on Britney kissing Madonna rather than you kissing Madonna?
Maybe because, you know, MTV cut away the shot to Justin. And you completely missed my kiss with Madonna, but so we'll blame MTV for that one. And they already know that, you know, it was a little like, you know, it was just like them kind of being a little bit tabloidy themselves, you know, and, oh, let's get the ex-boyfriend's reaction to the Britney Madonna kiss, you know. But, you know, all in all, you know, I wasn't in it for the kiss necessarily anyway. I was up there to perform. And who can turn down a performance with Madonna, you know? I wouldn't do it again, but it was a one-time thing. And I was down for it. It was fun.
Now Britney has recorded her single with Madonna. Would you ever do a single with Madonna now, or probably not? Leave that?
I think I'll leave it with the performance. The performance was good. Maybe Madonna 10 years ago, maybe, but now, you know, I mean, I've seen the video, I've seen what they've done together, and...
What do you think? Truthfully.
Oh, I can't be so truthful on
Come
camera.
on, be truthful. What do you think?
I wished, you know, it was like the same old, you know, it was very bowling pin formation, dancers behind, you know, it was nothing that you haven't seen yet. I was like, oh, you know, that's dope, you know, Britney Madonna, you know, I was actually hoping for something a little more exciting, you know, but, you know, it was what it was a Paul Hunter video, and that's that.
When asked about the kiss in 2018 by Andy Cohen, Christina revealed she felt entirely left out by the publicity stunt.
I was there when Madonna kissed you and Britney. And I always wondered, did it bug you that they cut away for the Xtina kiss?
It was weird. And you know why they cut away for it? Because of they cut away to get Justin's reaction.
Because she had kissed Britney, and was Justin
It was a Justin
with
reaction
Britney
shot
at the time, or?
No, they were exes, but still it was just like a cheap shot. It was like,
right.
Okay.
Because I don't think people actually totally realized that she made out with both of you.
Yeah. It was because I definitely saw like the newspaper the next day, and it was like, oh well, I guess I got left out of that one.
Right? Did that bug you at all, or you were like?
I mean, everything happened so quickly back then, and everything was in a whirlwind. I think I was could have been on tour at the time or whatever. But I had my own performance that night. It was Fighter,
right?
And it was with Dave Navarro. It was like it was a kick-ass performance. So I was okay with that. She could have the kiss.
In a now infamous interview with Blender magazine, Christina divulged, quote, "Actually, I was up for kissing Britney, but Britney wasn't. She was was she seemed very distant, even during rehearsals. Every time I tried to start a conversation with her, well, let's just say she seemed nervous the whole time. I wanted to reach out to her because I feel like she needs somebody in her life right now to help guide her. I feel like I've grown a lot this year, and we did used to be friends once after all. She seemed to me like a lost little girl. Someone who desperately needs guidance. But who knows, maybe I'm not the right person to offer it. We're very different people, aren't we? In our world, there are different types of entertainers. You have your artists and you have your regular performers. I'm an artist and, well, ... Now, this set Britney ablaze. She actually replied to Christina in a Blender article of her own. When Blender was interviewing Britney, they actually read the lost little girl comment to her, and Britney's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The magazine writing at the time that Britney was fuming, saying, "That's funny because I haven't seen her in 2 years. And then she comes up to me in a club in front of all these people and tries to put her tongue down my throat. I'm like, how are you?" End quote. Britney, who for the first time in years let her guard down, was absolutely furious at Christina's telling of events. Britney further explained, "I say it's good to see you." And she goes, "Well, you're not being real with me." I was like, well, Christina, what's your definition of being real? Going up to girls and kissing them after you haven't seen them for 2 years? A lost girl? I think it's probably the other way around.
We actually interviewed Christina not too long ago, and she said that she saw you in a club, and it was when you'd just broken up with Justin.
Did she tell you that she tried to kiss me?
Is that a CD UK exclusive?
Yes, she did. Yeah, we were at a club and she came to me and she put her tongue down my throat. I was like, "Hello, I haven't seen you in 2 years. How are you?"
She likes you.
Yeah, obviously.
Because in the meantime, she told us that she was giving you advice about the breakup with Justin and stuff.
Oh, she was? Okay.
Got something else going on at the time?
No, I don't remember talking to her about that.
Right. Okay, but if some of our viewers, might be feeling like that, how's the
I would say if you are going through a breakup, to, you know what, no one can everyone has their own ways of dealing. And my thing is have a bunch of friends around and eat a lot. Just have fun, soak yourself in the bed. If you want to cry all day for 2 days, do it. Just get over it. You know, indulge yourself and let your heart feel and, get it out. And just, cry. And the pain will eventually go away. It does go away.
Now, the interviewer noted that Britney was very apprehensive when saying this about Christina, as up until this point, she'd held her tongue entirely. But Christina's offhand comments clearly cut deep. And Britney ended the interview saying, quote, "When somebody's been rude to you so many times, it's like, you know what, Christina, I'm really not about the fake bullshit anymore. You're scary, and I feel really dark when I get around you. So I need to be over here now." Now, this is where we get to the ugliest and meanest part of the feud between Christina and Britney. Clearly, Justin and Christina's managers thought that teasing a relationship between the two of them would drum up a lot of buzz. However, a performance and skit at the 2003 EMAs would take this feud to an entirely other level, when Justin and Christina would shockingly present an award with a blow-up doll they deemed as Britney Spears.
This is a special moment because I haven't seen him since we spent most of the summer touring the States together. He deserves nothing but respect, and I love him. Please give it up for Justin Timberlake! It's good to see you, Justin.
Somebody's fine tonight, and it's not me.
So I haven't seen you in a while.
Right?
What
do you say to
I
that?
haven't seen you in a while since tour.
It's been she's kicking ass tonight, right?
Don't say that so soon, Justin. Because these kind of shows, you know what happens during them. And, I just have to tell you, you left a couple things on the tour bus. And,
okay.
Just so you know, I just wanted to return them to you. I got here.
I'm so glad. I've been looking for that everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And the writers thought it looked kind of familiar to somebody. And I had a couple other things for you, but...
Okay.
While Justin and Christina's careers were going strong, 2004 would bring another difficult year for Britney's public image. This time, the headlines were calling Britney a homewrecker due to her quick engagement, then subsequent marriage to backup dancer Kevin Federline.
So how do you go from this infamous beach footage of the first time they went public to bride-to-be in 2 short months? Let the advice begin.
Britney Spears got engaged.
Oh, right. I'd heard that.
To her backup dancer.
Backup dancers, which it always works out with the backup dancers.
Did she really get engaged? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I see them in the magazines. I think they're cute. Congratulations.
I'm so happy for her. I mean, it's been months since she was married, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a bad idea.
When Christina was asked about Britney Spears' engagement, she said, quote, "I know Britney. She's not trailer trash, but she sure acts that way. I can't believe that girl bought her own engagement ring. I've seen it up close. It looks like she got it at QVC." Fast forward through the next 3 years, Britney would start a family with Kevin Federline.
Both you and Britney.
Wait, she did have kids with him.
We understand that you all exchanged wedding gifts.
Beautiful. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
It's a good
good.
relationship, and just hearing
I
each
remember.
other. I mean, God, what an amazing thing. We've grown up together in this business, basically. So we're all doing amazing things, and becoming mommies, and husbands and wives. It's crazy. So it's a beautiful time in all of our lives.
So what do you all get each other?
She got me a really beautiful crystal vase, and then she had her baby. I sent over, a huge baby basket full. I didn't know whether it was a boy or a girl yet, so I sent over, just something. Really sweet. Christina would end her golden era by releasing her hit album Back to Basics. And Justin Timberlake was riding high, releasing his hit #1 album Future Sex Love Sounds. 2007 would mark an intense career switch for Britney. She would fire her entire team and begin work on the most critically acclaimed album of her career, Pop Music Bible, Blackout.
I keep getting some big
However,
pops.
this is also when her marriage would fall to pieces and her career would face much scrutiny. By January of 2008, Britney Spears was placed on a 5150 hold, denied due process, and placed under an unconstitutional conservatorship.
Amid a media frenzy, the 26-year-old pop star was brought by ambulance
lot
to
of
a Los
toxins at
Angeles
once.
hospital from her Beverly Hills home. Another chapter in her long-running custody battle with ex-husband Kevin Federline over their 2 sons.
During this time, Britney's decisions were all made for her, down to what she was even allowed to eat and wear. Her life was not her own, and for 14 years, the California probate court system would dangle the custody of her children in front of her, keeping her entrapped in the conservatorship.
A court says Jamie Spears will stay in charge of his daughter Britney's personal and financial affairs indefinitely. The star's father has been granted an extension of the conservatorship that was due to expire at the end of the year. Jamie Spears and several attorneys control Britney Spears' affairs, including a say in
you
her
turned this
professional
way, so I
career.
thought you said something to me.
Christina, who was watching the news like the rest of the world, had seen what Britney had gone through. And in a 2008 interview with Daily Mail, she apologized for her negative comments about Britney through the years, saying, quote, "It must have seemed as if we were competing, but in reality, Britney is someone I used to hold hands with. We were silly little girls together." Despite Christina and Britney seemingly being on good terms, the media's comparison of the two just would never stop.
Yeah, but Christina, honey, she's much more sane, honey. She have not been locked up in an asylum. She hadn't cut all her damn hair off.
Christina was smart enough to marry somebody with money. Who did Britney Spears marry? Kevin Federline. He's really blown up. He's blown up literally.
There was a period in time where her body was built like she had a Waffle House in her house. And she had to work back like Rocky to get back to where she is right now. Christina Aguilera, she fell off a little bit because she had a baby, but she bounced back very quickly.
You call that falling off a little bit?
Yeah.
You call what Christina Aguilera did a little bit of falling off the wagon?
Come on. And look at the pictures of them pregnant. Britney was way prettier pregnant.
Adorable.
As Britney worked her late 20s
Just
away,
body shame
Christina would get her
everyone.
start on the hit reality competition show The Voice. And as one of the greatest voices of our generation, she made for the perfect judge. Now in 2012, Britney was also cast on a singing competition show, Simon Cowell's The X Factor. It didn't take long for the media to begin pitting the two pop stars against each other in an attempt to revive the old rivalry. They were both in similar points in their career and were now competing for TV ratings.
Christina, do you think Britney's a disaster, or what do you think?
Do you think you're in direct competition with Britney Spears?
No sign. Christina, do you think she's doing a good job?
Thank you so much, guys.
And what about Britney obviously joining the X Factor? You practically grew up together.
I know.
How do you think she'll do?
Britney's so talented. I mean, God, you know, like all the touring and everything. You know, a lot of these people, they come on the show, they just want to know, you know, how do I get out there? How do I own it? How do I get the stage presence? How do I control my nerves? You know, how do I connect with the audience? And, you know, I mean, she's a pro. She's been at it for a number of years now. We did grow up together, basically. So, you know, it's actually cool that, you know, these strong women are joining the club.
Voice says Christina Aguilera. Actually, you have Britney Spears.
And we have Britney Spears.
Yeah, you keep on bumping into
It's
her.
full
every
circle.
throughout your whole career. What do you think?
A little eerie.
Yeah.
It's eerie. It is kind of odd, though. What are the, you know, chances of? It's really kind of funny.
Yeah.
I wonder whether she had anything to do with that decision.
Oh, you think she was the one behind the idea?
Who knows?
No. Do you get along with her?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She's a good friend.
Okay. And who will you be watching the show with? Your sons?
Christina.
Christina.
Britney would only be a judge for one season of The X Factor, and the very next year in 2013, her massive 4-year-long Vegas residency, Piece of Me, would launch. Now, we have a full 7-part series on the conservatorship of Britney Spears that details her career in depth and how she was essentially forced to work. It was no secret in Hollywood that you couldn't get in touch with Britney, and artists had to go through her corrupt management in order to collaborate with her. In 2018, Christina said she was actually down to do a song with Britney if Britney's reps gave the okay.
Back then, it was just like the media was the storyteller for you, and
Right,
you
you
didn't
had
really
to go-
have
it's
the
a-
say.
yeah, you had
rather than
no
being
way-
like, this is what it is. Here's a picture of us right here and now, hanging out, you know, in our pajamas, eating popcorn or whatever.
So
it
you're
is.
saying there were instances where people believed there was an issue between you and someone else when there wasn't.
When
an
I was
issue.
coming up, it was very obvious, you know, me and Britney were definitely.
Right.
There's a Britney Christina, like, you know, considered rivalry thing. And yeah, if we had social media back then, we would have probably done like a song together or something and just like
Well,
squash.
it's not. It doesn't seem like it's probably not too late for that.
It's
you know?
probably not too late.
You
for
guys
me.
should do a song together. Is that something that you would? Do you ever talk to Britney Spears?
You know, hey, I'm down. If her reps say okay, and you know.
Now, 1 year later in 2019, the Free Britney movement really started to gain traction, and by 2021, it had exploded in popularity, where many celebrities started to come forward in defense of Britney, including Christina.
Christina wrote in part, "It is unacceptable that any woman or human wanting to be in control of their own destiny might not be allowed to live life as they wish." She added, "To a woman who has worked under conditions and pressure unimaginable to most, I promise you, she deserves all the freedom possible to live her happiest life."
The public also started to look back
wanna
and
take a
see how
break?
horribly
I'm almost
Britney
done
had been
with this,
treated
and
by
you'll
the
be coming back
media.
about
Old
Mall
stories
Radio.
resurfaced, like how Justin used the breakup to fuel his career, while Britney's was being destroyed. Because of this, Justin started receiving so much backlash. And almost 20 years after the infamous breakup, he finally publicly apologized.
A surprise apology from pop superstar Justin Timberlake, admitting he failed fellow superstars Britney Spears and Janet Jackson. Timberlake posting on Instagram Friday, "I am deeply sorry for the times in my life where my actions contributed to the problem, where I spoke out of turn or did not speak up for what was right," saying, "I specifically want to apologize to Britney Spears and Janet Jackson both individually because I care for and respect these women, and I know I failed."
After Britney's conservatorship was finally terminated in November of 2021, basically everyone in Hollywood was being asked about Britney and if they were happy for her. When Christina was asked at the Latin Grammys, she was whisked away by her
Who wouldn't
team
be
before
happy
she
for
could
her?
answer, which would upset Britney.
Like, whose answer would be no?
Have you had any communication? Have you guys had any communication?
No,
Have
we're
you not been
doing that
celebrating?
tonight. I'm sorry.
No?
Thank you,
Okay.
no, bye.
Oh, okay.
But I'm happy for her.
Britney took issue with the situation and shared her thoughts about it in an Instagram story on Friday, writing, quote, "I love and adore everyone who supported me, but refusing to speak when you know the truth is equivalent to a lie. 13 years being in a corrupt, abusive system, yet why is it such a hard topic for people to talk about? I'm the one who went through it. All the supporters who spoke up and supported me, thank you. Yes, I do matter.
Christina didn't initially respond, but she did eventually say that she would be open to having a conversation with Britney.
She's finally free. She's gone through a very difficult time. We've all seen that. Have you spoken a lot to her? Have you given her any advice?
I mean, I would love to. I would always be open to that. It's a subject that I definitely want to be careful of because I'd never want to speak out of term about somebody that I have so much respect and admiration for. But I'm so happy. I will just say, you know, what I do feel comfortable in saying, as I've said before, actually, and stated that I couldn't be happier for her. Every woman deserves to feel empowered and to own that for themselves, however they see fit. So, yes.
In September of 2022, kind of out of nowhere, Britney would take to Instagram, making posts that seemed to be aimed at Christina, more specifically, body shaming.
We're back in the early 2000s again as Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera beef is in the news. It all started when Britney posted to IG an image that stated, "I found there was only one way to look thin. Hang out with fat people." Adding in the caption, "If I had Christina Aguilera's dancers, I would have looked extremely small." Well, the internet was quick to call out Brit for body shaming. Well, Brit is clearing the air. She stated, "By no means was I being critical of Christina's beautiful body. What I posted is a projection of the insecurities I deal with all the time as a result of how my parents and the media have treated me. I appreciate you all being understanding with me as I figure out this new life I'm living."
Unfortunately, the damage of these posts were done, and Christina swiftly unfollowed Britney Spears on social media.
So where does all that leave us? Well, the OG Musketeer love triangle was completely disbanded. As you saw, Justin made his attempts at an apology, but in 2024, he would make headlines again. This time for driving while under...
It'd be bad for the tour.
Let's just say he was unwell. Christina Aguilera has since left The Voice to light Instagram on fire, stunting out every day, pushing fashion boundaries as far as they can go with a fresh new install every post. 2024 was truly a Christina-sance, and she's going nowhere. As
for her, I didn't know that.
Pop, Britney
This
Spears,
current year.
she is finally free from the confines of her conservatorship, and her father has no power over her anymore. She's written her tell-all book, exposing the very people who benefited from her struggles and tragedy all those years, including Justin Timberlake and Christina Aguilera. In the past 4 years, causing them to get the most backlash they'd ever received in the history of their careers. So it seems all is well as it can be in the 1995 Mickey Mouse Club. But we still have so much more to tell, so stay tuned, because you never know what we're gonna deep dive into next. I'm Jake.
And I'm Shelby.
This is Deep Dive. Bye.
I'm surprised there wasn't one last "It's Britney, bitch." Acacia one could be interesting.